Hungry for SV? Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Circuit of the Americas for the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Some unbelievable shots here, a little bit different than yesterday afternoon where we had a very clear and beautiful day. It has been foggy here in the mornings. The fog has not affected visibility on the track. You can see that it's just about 50 feet above the track. The rules with road racing is usually each flag stand has to be able to visually see each other so that they can kind of verbally and visually communicate. You can see there with the Lone Star flag there is very little wind, but this is the start to the SVRA Bell Helmet National Championship races, and we are so happy. This is our 10th year here at Circuit of the Americas for this Vintage Racing National Championship. Here is a schedule of the races happening today. Today is Group 2. You do not want to miss that. Then we have the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ta2 series at 10:05. Groups 8 and 12B, which is the kind of what I call medium bore production cars, is at 11:55. Then we've got the Trans Am TA, XGT, SGT, and GT race at, if I can do my math right, 1:10. And then Group 1B, which we have a Group 1B expert in the booth with me who can talk about that later. That's our Formula Vs at 1500 hours. And then at 1530 is Group 6 and 12A. Those are the big American muscle car production cars like the Mustangs, Camaros, Corvettes, Vipers, things like that. And then we finish off with Group 10, which is like the X-Stock cars, NASCARs, late model, Trans Am, and more of the modern GT cars. So we've got a great race coming up here. As you can see right there, in a Brabham is Matt Brabham. This is a race that we've talked about, and let me welcome in my guest commentators. I've got E.O. Barron, Aaron Creed. Aaron Creed from North Carolina. Aaron, I'm going to start with you. You came here specifically to see this race.
Oh my gosh, Group 2 of SVRA. Anytime you come to Circuit of the Americas, these guys are fun to watch. Not just these top three, but all throughout the field. But these guys up front, Jeff Brabham, Matt Brabham, Tonis Kasemets, you know, they're going out in not exactly that order, and they're not going to exactly be in that order anytime throughout any given lap. They are swapping the top spots over and over again through the corners here.
Yeah, we saw 4 lead changes in 1 lap yesterday here at Circuit of the Americas. And EO, as an open-wheel driver yourself in Formula V, I know you guys always get confused with Formula B, but the best way to tell is the Formula Bs have the wider tires, the Formula Fords that are also in this group have the skinnier tires, but are they all on bias ply?
Yeah, I mean, the big difference between a B and a V obviously is going to be engine, and the fact that all 4 of our tires would make up only one of their rear tires. They have a lot more grip out there, a lot more power. They're some of the most beautiful cars that you get to see on this track. So it's a big difference, obviously, big difference in lap time and power and ability, but open wheel drivers love open wheel cars. All of them are great. All of them are beautiful. You see plenty of people go from Vs to Fords to Bs or Continentals, anything in there. So it's always fun to watch an open wheel race.
But to me, the Formula Bs are the prettiest open wheel cars.
Oh, by
it's
far.
kind of before the wings, before the slicks. They just look so great. You can tell the different design changes between the Brabhams, the Chevrons, the Lotuses. You know, they all look a little bit different. And then these are our Fords here, and there's different groups in Ford. So there's basically 4 groups running for a Bell helmet here in this race. So we've got the Bs that you're seeing here as they come into Customers Bank Turn 11. Then we've got the post-club Fords like Harlan Crow and Patrick Flynn, Enrique Contreras, Scott Clark, Bob Hatley, and Tom Dalrymple are going to be racing in. Then we've got the Formula Fords, which are the vintage Fords like Dan Cowdery, who's always super, super fast out there. Usually Todd Strong, Kim Madrid are fighting for that, but unfortunately they're not here. We miss you guys. Eric as well. And then we've got the Club Fords, which is like Glenn Taylor, Sal Weber, Mark Clark, who we saw there in a beautiful car, Rick Barabot, and Eddie Ordonis. So this is going to be really good. So right now, as you can see with the conditions, it's a little bit foggy, different conditions than they were having yesterday. You can see Tonus there in the black car right behind Jeff Brabham, trying to get some heat in the tires. Matt and Jeff don't seem to be doing that, but these 3, probably the best race we've ever captured, I believe just 2 years ago, were between the 2 Brabhams and Tonus Katzemets. And the neat story here is Jeff Brabham's like a childhood hero of mine. He had never raced a Brabham until he got in vintage racing. So that's pretty cool to see him. Ron Hornick provides these cars. He's back there starting in 6th place in the beautiful SpeedTour blue right there coming into your screen. So thank you, Ron, for putting this together. And then you've got Mark Giroux there kind of heading up the back. I didn't see Travis Engen out there. Oh, there he is. So he's out there. He's got the Chevron with the orange nose and the Red Bull helmet. I'm hoping that they pack up a little tighter here. But EO, when you're in such an equally yoked group like this, like your group, and you're starting front 2, what's your strategy when the green flag drops going up to the top?
No, it's really going to depend on the kind of pressure you're feeling from behind. As the leader, you kind of set the pace going to the green flag. Maybe you want to run a little bit faster to try to prevent people from being able to make a move early. Maybe you want to keep it a little bit slower to control the first turn. So it's really just going to depend on how you get to the turn and being able to defend and come out of it.
Someone's coming into pit lane. Not sure why. That's rather unfortunate. Can't see who that is. I hope that's not Tonus. It looks like that's Tonus Katzemets coming in. Oh, that's unfortunate. So our 3rd place starter, but here they go to take the green. Not yet green. They can't duck out. There's the green flag. So it looks like Matt Brabham has a little bit of a jump there on Jeff Brabham. Joel Quadracci right behind him. Bruce Hamilton, Ron Hornick, Travis Engen coming up. Matt Brabham takes turn 1. Looks like so far a good clean start. Travis Engen takes Ron Hornick as they come into turn 2. So unfortunate that Tonus Katzemets wasn't able to take this start. And here's our start to the Formula Fords. EO, take over. Tell us what you're seeing.
3-4 wide. Everybody's trying to hold on the inside here. A couple of smart people are going to sit there and take the wide line to be safe. Turn 1's just about surviving and getting through and finding your place. You'll see them quickly fall into a single file line before they get to the S's here.
Yeah, unbelievable. You can see the Formula Bs going up through the Bridge Hall Bennett S's. I believe they're flashing green. Anytime those boards are flashing, I can't really tell the colors from the drone. But you can see Matt Brabham ahead of Jeff Brabham, followed by Joel Quadracci as they come into Customers Bank Turn 11. Bruce Hamilton, Travis Engen, Ron Hornick. I think that's Pierce Rader. Yeah, Pierce Rader in that 68, and then Mark Giroux heading up the back, but still Matt Brabham coming in. And this is where the draft is important, Aaron.
Oh, here's where they go. You see Jeff Brabham going to kind of tuck out and make a pass for the lead here. And father and son, they're having a good time, I'm sure. I got to talk to Matt Brabham a few years ago when they had that pretty epic Sunday morning battle. I actually got to watch from the observation tower, which is pretty unique as well. But he was having a blast, and you could just easily tell in the podium celebration that he was. And right now they're kind of breaking away, but Joel Quadracci's staying within striking distance there. I know yesterday going into turn 1, he got an amazing start in that Group 2 race. Yeah. He actually was a threat there for the lead at the get-go.
Yeah, lots of fun to watch. You can see Matt Brabham right behind Jeff. This is where he's going to try to get a good exit, I think, out of turn 20 for his fight up to Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. So look for him at around the start line to duck out and try to use that draft. You can see he's right behind him there. He's going to duck out, try to drag race his dad down. They both see each other. They're having so much fun. They're really missing their friend Tonus out there. The bumps onto the brakes, and then Matt Brabham takes it through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1, sliding out just a little bit. What do you think the conditions are like out there, EO?
Early morning, especially with this fog. Luckily, we had the Enduro this morning, so the track probably has a little bit of rubber in it, but it is definitely going to be a green track. There's going to be much less grip than when they ran yesterday afternoon. And you can tell everybody's going to be a little bit more tentative on a first lap, generally just trying to find their grip and find their braking points and such. But track's been actually very, very good this whole weekend. We've had nice cool air, so we're getting lots of power, good mixture of sun and clouds. So the track's been holding really well.
There's Bob Hatley there in the green car. I got to give it up for Jackson Tovo in the 031, moving up through the field. I think Jackson Tovo, 13 years old, I believe, and doing really well as Matt Brabham still has it on Jeff Brabham, and Quadracci getting a little bit loose there in Customers Bank turn 11. Bruce Hamilton, let's see if he can pounce on that. Now, Aaron, the draft, we were talking about that, is so important, and can you feel it in these cars coming down a straight like this?
I would imagine you could. Any of these kinds of smaller vehicles and on a track, not even this big, but places like even VIR, you sometimes see that, like with Miatas and things like that, where the draft, especially on the long straightaways, it really you got to stay tucked under someone to maybe get a run on someone. And there you see again Matt Brabham looking to the outside once again. He kind of took that corner a little interestingly, but kind of feeling it out, I'm sure.
I think it's just to try to get a good exit. He knows he's not going to be able to make that pass there. So to try to get a good exit to set through this 15-16 complex. And you can see that they both know on these two long straights that the draft is going to be, and they kind of let them take the apex to the next corner. They're not really fighting that because they know that it's there. So this might be one of those races where who's in second place coming up to turn 11, basically.
It's pretty cool camera angles right there by the green light team.
Yeah, Greenlight's doing a great job. I like the static camera there at 12. Looks like Jeff kind of tried to do a little bit of a defensive move there on Matt Brabham. Matt takes it back again. It's just almost like a replay of last lap here. But unbelievable. I love the open wheel cars also because you can see what their hands are doing, and you can see how they're really fighting it as they come through Bennett Bridge Hall S's here.
Sometimes see how they're reacting too, and you saw that earlier with Jeff and Matt were side by side, kind of almost looking over at each other while they're looking forward, paying attention to what's coming next. So it's pretty neat to see.
As a father myself, this has to be one of the coolest moments for Jeff to be able to do this with Matt. Matt, obviously super successful in his own professional racing career. We've seen him in Stadium Super Trucks, Indy Lights, winning. He won the TA race here a couple of years ago, so it's really cool to see. But look at Jeff here, going to stay behind Matt and try to get the draft into turn 12. So you, as a Formula V driver, EO, I know the draft is super important here. Is this what you're trying to do, duck in and then try to take it at 12?
Exactly. You enter turn 11, you try to set a gap to get a run. You never want to be directly on somebody's tail because then you can't really use the draft. And amazingly, these drafts here on the straightaways are huge. Another one that is huge, at least in our slower cars, is going around the tower turn. We get a massive draft around that long turn, and it makes it really, it makes 19 an easy passing opportunity, either 19 or 20. So it's really interesting to see these cars and how they pop out and where they're popping out. It really tells you how good of a draft that each car is getting.
You can see there Jackson Tovo getting the jump there a little bit on Ava Hansen. And then Ethan Tovo right behind. So we're going to see how this Formula Ford shakes out. But the same thing, you can see them kind of drafting there, trying to break the draft. That's why you see them snaking out. But now they're going 3 wide into turn 12. The 2 Tovos there with Cahill Racing. And so now it's Jackson versus Ethan as they come into turn 12 with Ava Hansen right behind him. Now all of these are non-compete NC cars as we see Jeff Brabham now coming into Big Machine Vodka's Spike Coolers turn 1. It doesn't look like Matt's trying to get around him this time. No?
Maybe so.
He went late this time, didn't he?
And this is pretty cool because, you know, Lee were saying that Jeff Brabham was a childhood hero of yours. He was of mine, too. When I first got into motorsports at a very young age, you know, he was driving the Nissans and IMSA and everything, and with Chip Robinson and whatnot. And, you know,
still, I think the coolest era of IMSA GT.
Yeah, definitely. I agree, too. And then he, you know, dabbled in Indy cars a bunch, too, and ran some Indy 500s. And, you know, that's where I remember Jeff Brabham from. And, you know, when I first started getting into SVRA a few years back, that was one of the first names I recognized. And I was like, this is so cool. It's the same Jeff Brabham.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really neat. And a lot of them came into it thinking they weren't going to have a lot of fun, and then they realize how much fun it is, and they get kind of addicted, like we see Bill Elliott at a lot of events with us too, is the 2 Tovo brothers fighting it out here. And then Dan Cowdery right behind there in the Formula Ford, in the green Formula Ford. But we've got the 2 Tovo brothers and Ava Hansen fighting it out. Then Dan Cowdery is up for a helmet there in the Formula Ford as Jeff Brabham retakes the lead on this backstretch. This is tough for our camera operators because they don't know who to follow in such mixed groups, but they're doing a great job here. Thank you guys so much, Greenlight and all the directors, as Jeff Brabham takes it through this Mission Foods complex. And you were talking about that tower turn and how you can draft it. There's so many different ways to take that, but we are officially renaming it the Matthew McConaughey complex because it's all right, all right, all right.
It is a bunch of rides. And it's the stadium complex in general, and the turn around the tower. Like, it's just an amazing concept. You can race really hard through all of it, and this is really one of the best tracks I've ever been on. I enjoy coming here more than pretty much anything else that I do all race season.
Even Indy.
There's something definitely more special about Indy, but as far as the racing goes, as far as the track goes, I believe that COTA is more of a driver's track than Indy is. And we get incredibly good racing here that's not just draft dependent, because at Indy, oftentimes it's just a draft strategy battle. Here you get a lot of hard fought action in the turns as well.
Coming up on lap traffic, he waved them to the left and they went around to the right, so that's going to really distract that Formula Ford driver. Matt went around to the left, and you can see Jeff there on the straightaway was either looking at his mirror or pulling off a tear-off, trying to figure out where Matt is. But yeah, this is this track, just world-class facility, great tracks, and great coverage. It was like almost like a lot of the tracks that we race weren't designed for TV. This track was designed specifically for TV, you know, so every corner has just a really neat camera angle for it as well.
In the years that I don't get to come to Circuit of the Americas, it's so much fun watching on SpeedTour because, you know, yeah, there's so many different views you can have of this place, and hopefully that kind of does it justice for when you do come and watch in person, because there are so many different places you can go here and see some amazing racing action.
Speaking of, right here, here's the Fords. So there's the 29 of Patrick Flynn, Dan Cowdery, and the 11 of Enrique Contreras. Now, these drivers here are fighting for a national championship. Now, Dan Cowdery in the Formula Ford, the vintage Ford. The others are in Club Fords. But this is the great battle here. And then that should be Harlan Crow, Stuart Crow's son, in that Swift DB1 from 1984. And Jeff Brabham taking the lead through the Mission Foods Stadium complex. And you got to look at these Formula Bs up close because, yes, they are race cars, but they look like Concours winning show cars.
Oh, yeah. It looks like you'd see these in a museum. And they're outside. And what's the SVRA saying again? Some of us collect art. We race it.
Some people collect art. We race it. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a lot of pieces of art on this racetrack for sure.
What are you seeing out there, EO? What's catching your eye?
A lot of fog, a lot of beautiful cars, and like you said earlier, it's so fortunate that this fog has lifted to where we have visibility because, again, I mean, looking out across, I can see that there's still plenty of fog out here. So I'm wondering how much the track is rubbering in. I'm wondering how much grip everybody's going to be getting out there because this is just our first helmet race of the day. Track's going to change all throughout the day. So I might be being a little selfish here and kind of watching everybody and thinking for myself, like, how do I want to drive this track later? But again, we're just getting really great racing. Oh, they're
you can see Jeff had to let this car go, the number 60 of John Riding's. A Taiga 77F, because he was getting squirrely, so Matt was able to get right up behind Jeff and take advantage of that lap traffic. And really, probably Jeff Brabham, racing in his class in IMSA and all of his years in IMSA, probably has a lot of experience with the mixed class racing.
Now, when you go out before or after the Ta2 or the Trans Am cars, do you notice a difference between like the rubber that they put on and on the surface or anything?
Probably one of the biggest things for us actually isn't necessarily the rubber that they put down, it's the debris of rubber that's left on track. Because our tires, I mean, one of those chunks of rubber, you pick that up and instantly you all of a sudden have a wheel wobble until it's gone. So yes, it's actually a really big thing when we go out after the Trans Am races, because oftentimes if you end up offline, you pick up something on a tire and all of a sudden you've lost grip for a couple of turns. So there's that, but there's also other groups that you come out behind that, you know, maybe they put a little fluid on the track, maybe they did something else. So we often actually anticipate things to happen based on the groups that were in front of us. As a Formula V driver, everybody knows, you know, a Volkswagen engine is always smoking and always oiling, so I'm sure people think the exact same thing. V's were out in front of us, oh, the track's going to be all slick and oily now.
So I just got word that the number 54, Rick Barabo, spun at turn 19, spin and go. And then these two cars, I was noticing them coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. It looks like the number 13 is just slightly wider. They're both in the same cars, but maybe it was just because it was behind. But just something to look at. And Matt Brabham has disappeared. You can see Jeff looking for him in his mirrors.
I wonder what happened there.
6 Alpha into pit lane. So that's Matt Brabham into pit lane. So Jeff out there by himself. So unfortunately, what we thought was going to be a fantastic run is going to leave Jeff Brabham out to himself, but that gives us room to now watch some of this Formula Ford racing.
It's all a part of racing, Ben. So sometimes it's a race of attrition. So yesterday we saw some great battles between the front three, and then unfortunately it ended in a full course yellow. So, yeah. But you enjoy the moments while you can.
Yeah, exactly. So Jeff Brabham got to enjoy some time out there with his son Matt, but unfortunately Matt came into the pits. Not sure what happened, but he did drive in under his own power into the pits, so hopefully nothing too treacherous or, I guess, fatal to the car or the engine or anything like that. But this Formula Ford race is shaping up pretty well out front with Ava Hansen and the Tovo brothers, but then also with Bob Hatley, and we've got Mark Clark out there having a really good race. Dan Cowdery, his race. But these are the Tovo brothers right here coming down, looking really, really good with Cahill. I saw them at driver's meeting. I think Alex told me that they're 13 years old and doing really well in Formula Ford. And what a great place to get some seat time. What a great class. I would probably say the Formula V class, the Formula Ford class, because the drivers are super respectful in both of these classes.
Yeah, we were all packed together for practice and qualifying, and you can imagine having V's, Fords, Juniors, and V's all in the same field. I mean, we had 60 cars out there at the same time, and as chaotic as it was, obviously everybody out there is giving each other their space, being very or non-aggressive with each other, and it worked out surprisingly, because I really felt with 60 cars on track, you expect something bad to happen.
So Jeff Brabham, his best time out there is a 2:17.368. And Matt Brabham was a 2:17.377. So that was the gap out there between the leaders. But unfortunately, Jeff had to come in. And you can see Jeff Brabham coming up on that Crossley Formula Ford. And now it's just kind of his race. You know, in vintage racing with these cars, 60-year-old cars, anything can happen. But Bruce Hamilton right behind him. I wouldn't say right behind him, but Bruce Hamilton is the next one. that if Jeff puts a wheel off or gets stuck behind lap traffic or something like that, Bruce Hamilton's the next one to pounce. Not sure what happened to Quadracci. He's still out there, it's saying. Then Ron Hornig is 4th. Travis Engen will be 5th. Pierce Rader.
The other's misfortune, that I'm sure that's exciting for someone like Bruce Hamilton to kind of move up into an overall podium spot here. And Joel Quadracci still racing out there, lost some ground, but running in 3rd right now.
Yeah, but Ron Hornig not too far behind him. I'm showing that we have, can't tell, a little bit of, looks like we still have about 9 minutes left in this race. We try to make these helmet races a little bit longer in about 30 minutes. There's Joel Quadracci there with Quad Graphics. Of course, he's got a cool livery on that car. That's the number 44. That's a Brabham BT29 from 1967. I really do like the look of these Brabhams. Just beautiful looking cars.
It's really hard to find something that looks better than that.
Now, in Group 2, the Gurney Eagle is my favorite Ford. I just love that. But there you can see Ron Hornig closing in on Quadracci. And this would be for the last podium position. You can see Quadracci's telling him to go by. So Joel must be having some problems there. So that's unfortunate. But Ron Hornig there in that beautiful blue, kind of that Ford Grabber blue looking car that Matt Brabham was in last time with those just little slight fins there on the nose. So Ron Hornig moves himself into a podium position. So that's awesome for Ron. Really good Formula B driver, puts together this Brabham program. But look at this. Here's the Tovo brothers going back and forth. A little over-under there on the 13. That's Ethan Tovo over Jackson Tovo.
So they're twin 13-year-old
I
brothers?
believe so. They look like it, but I'm not sure.
And I see there in that non-compete, you're going to expand upon that earlier. So go over what
non-compete
means.
Non-compete means there's just something in the car that just doesn't meet something, or maybe in the driver, the licensing. I'm not sure what it is with these two drivers. They're by no means cheating. They just don't fit the rules package of the SVRA gold helmet. But they still want to go out there. We still want to give them track time and have some fun. And right now, it looks like they are the class of the field in the Fords. And how cool is that for these two young drivers to be able to get this kind of seat time and experience at Circuit of the Americas?
They seem to be having some fun for sure. And driving for Cahill, that's one of the top development teams when it comes to road racing too. That's some top-notch equipment that they're in.
Yeah, and somebody knows what they're doing, because they're getting coaching from people like Atonis Casamets and the people there with Cahill. They're getting fantastic equipment. And obviously, somebody at Cahill knows about the talent of these drivers, because they've been really impressive all weekend long. So I'm getting checkered next time by. So something happened. We've shortened this one a little bit, but I bet you none of the drivers are going to complain about this track time. There seems to be kind of a window somewhere between 22 and 28 minutes. Below 22 is too little track time. Above 28 is too much track time. As we look, as the number 13 goes in again, that's Ethan Tovo over Jackson. It looks like they're swapping positions several times a lap.
Heck of a battle going on between these two. And that's pretty cool to see, and I'm sure it's quite the experience for them being at a first-class facility like this, Circuit of the Americas, swapping whoever's in the top spot there for among them. And I'm sure there's going to be some talk among family dinner later on, or the family drive or flight home later on too.
It'll to me, it's like who is in second place going into turn 11, as we see Jeff Brabham takes the checkered flag coming in. Jeff Brabham gonna win the gold helmet. He just missed out on it the year that he raced with Matt Brabham, and so congratulations there to Jeff Brabham winning the gold helmet for that number 83. But yeah, exactly, this is the race we want to see. So let's see who is there behind, because I think the person with the red, I can't tell which car that is, has the advantage. If he can get behind just a little bit more. So that is Ethan behind him. You can see Jackson looking in his mirrors. Let's see if Ethan's going to duck out. You can see him moving around their head. Oh, he's doing a late breaker. Ooh. So what do you think? Can he hold it? Here, ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Tovo over Jackson Tovo, two brothers. I believe they're both 13 years old. They come into the Mission Foods Stadium complex, or at least one of them is 13 years old. Can't confirm that yet, but you can see Jackson. There's a pretty good passing opportunity here, and then at 19 and 20, that's got about maybe 2 corners, but he's got to be a little bit closer there.
I'd expect to see him set up at 19 to try to get inside of 20 to take the win back from his brother. Oh, he's going for it now.
Maybe. Side by side, he pushes his brother out. Oh, man, I would hate to be the parents right now. I bet you they have no fingernails. Coming into 19. Let's see here. I believe that
Jackson's going to step out on him right there.
Ethan is still ahead. Let's see what happens here. Who makes the best release? Side by side, the Tovo brothers, but oh, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Jackson Tovo takes it from Ethan Tovo. Unbelievable racing here, guys. Yeah, Jackson Tovo, a unbelievable gap. But ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable racing here at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. We are going to break for commercial. Aaron, Io, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for having us.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Hello and a warm welcome to the grand finale of the Trans Am Series. This, of course, the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour and the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ta2 Series. Hi, I'm Jonathan Green, and with me on the set today, we've decided to come amongst it, Scott Goodyear, and we've also got Evan Slater, not racing this weekend, but is going to be a big insight for us during this race, because he was racing this very race last year and has competed against all the others that are out there today. Scott, it's a bit of deja vu, because we were here this time last year and the championship was coming down to the wire and we all thought Matos had got it. But then Merrill comes out of nowhere because Matos had problems, and we've got a similar situation this weekend. But last year was amazing.
You know, and I always think motor racing can be so unpredictable. You know, let's go back a race at VIR, and we thought everything was going to be wrapped up there, of which it didn't. Not only for Trans Am, but also for the series that I run for F4 and FR, we thought we were leaving with champions. We didn't. We had to come here. The same stuff for Trans Am. So right now for Brent Cruz, yes, he's just got to get out there and finish. But when you look, as we said last year, anything can happen. I mean, we were putting our money down in Vegas for Rafa Matos last year. It didn't happen. You know, as race car drivers, as we'll tell you, you worry about everything until the checkered flag comes down.
No question about it. Well, as we said, you know, we're down to a bit of deja vu because Merrill's back in it again. He's been chasing hard on the man of the moment, and that, of course, is Brent Cruz, which is why we've come to Nitro Motorsports. We're going to talk to Nick Tucker in a moment, but I want to bring Evan in here real quick. The nerves, you're right here, you're right by the cars, you know what this feels like, and for Brent Cruz, just 15 years of age, you're another youngster coming through. The nerves must be coming up now.
Yeah, definitely. Brent Cruz is probably trying to deal with the nerves right now. He knows he just needs to get a top 10 finish to really secure this championship. But as you were pointing on earlier, that's really sometimes is difficult to do. There's a lot of factors out of your control, so Cruz is just hoping the best for those and hoping that he won't have anything unlucky happen, any mechanical failures. He's just going to try and keep his race clean, focus on what he can control, which is driving his car and driving it well. And, yeah, he's just going to be focused forward, focused on passing Merrill and trying his best.
We've always had some interesting news already, guys, because, of course, in the points, Cruz leads it with, 991 at the moment. He's 43 points ahead, but he was further ahead because of pole position. You get points for pole position, and Merrill's done what he needs to do. He was here at Formula One racing Porsches, so he's had the most experience in race trim in the last few weeks, but he has a lead now of just 43 points, so it's possible, but it's a big ask.
It's a very big ask, but you know, when you look at what's going on right now, this racetrack, very difficult, a lot of room for passing, a lot of room for error. I saw it in our series in the last couple of days, so can take nothing for granted, and overall, you got to get to that checkered flag, and we talked about that many times before. So I'm just as anxious to come along and do this television program with you, just even as a fan, because you never know what's going to happen.
Well, the other big news story, and I'm going to bring Nick Tucker in a moment, if you don't mind, Evan, just handing over the mic real quick. I want to bring Nick in because, as you know, the crew chief of Brent Cruz, Nick Tucker, has been with this youngster, just 15 years of age, throughout the season and throughout his career in Trans Am. But we've hit a massive story right on the eve of his championship. He literally needed a cruise, and I don't mean to use that word too stupidly, but really it was going to be an easy weekend. But suddenly it's changed, Nick. He's hurt his foot in training. First and foremost, how's your boy, and how's he getting prepared? He's just about to go.
He's doing okay. His foot, his foot's hurt, but luckily it's the gas foot, and it hasn't seemed to affect him at all. We've had great pace all weekend. The car's been handling well, so I feel really good about it. He feels really good about it, and we just got to go do our thing that we've done for the last couple of years, and we'll be fine.
For those that don't know, the gas foot actually is better because you're not stomping on that as much as you would be the brake.
You're always using it very smoothly, almost like there's a hard-boiled egg in between your foot and the pedal, and you just want to crack the shell. The brake, you're on a lot harder, and with these guys now coming out of karting, these guys are all braking with their left foot. So, I mean, that scenario, there's 160 miles an hour here on the brakes, and a lot of brake work. But yes, we just spoke to him a few minutes ago. We were over underneath the tent, and Brent was just sitting back there, very calm, cool, and collective. Seemed like a 25-year-old, not a 15-year-old.
Nick, before you go, obviously the car's going out, but I want a last thought from you. How proud are you of this phenom that is Brent Cruz? I mean, he's taken this whole series by storm.
Brent's an incredible boy. He's a great human, and I've had the pleasure of working with him since he's 7 years old, and the sky's the limit for the kid, and I'm glad to be a small part of it. I'm glad Trans Am's able to be a part of his story, and I'm looking forward to seeing him close it out today.
Well, listen, you got some work to do. Go and help your boy. We'll get Evan back in here, but thank you, Nick, and best of luck. May the best man win.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you later.
No problem. Well, like we say, it's a two-horse race in many ways. Thank you, Nick. Bringing Evan back in here. But Evan, as a driver, two-horse race, you were saying to me earlier, you were in this race last year. There's a lot of guys who are racing for their careers here. It's not just about a championship for them.
There's a lot of battles here this weekend. So you obviously have the big ones with Nitro Motorsports, Brent Cruz, and Thomas Merrill. So those are the big championships that we're looking at. Those are fighting for the championships, but there's so many more battles. You got starting in second place, Nathan Hearn. He's trying to figure out what he's doing next year, so he's really trying to get a good result, get his first win of the series starting in second. And then right behind Nathan, you have Connor Zillish, who's on a 3-win streak. He's been killing it recently. So he's trying to continue that streak, doing really well. He's trying to get a good finish, and he's going to try and go for another win. You also have Rafa Matos. Rafa Matos is normally right up front, easily a top 5 driver. But he had a ball joint failure in qualifying, so he's going to be starting in 28th position. So definitely way lower in the field than he's used to starting. So he's going to have a fun time fighting through the field like he tried to do at VIR.
Well, I hope you're enjoying the noises and sounds of muscle car racing, because we can't get you closer to the action than this. We're unfortunately going to be back in the booth in a moment, so this is our best thrill of the day. But tactically, you've had some close finishes. I won't go there, but you know what it's like to fight for a championship and fight for a race right to the very end. It's all about everything you've learned. You've got to bring everything to bear, haven't you?
And I think that we summed that up before, because essentially there's a driver that knows how to get the job done. He's very fast. He's very smooth. Yes, he has an injury with his gas foot, but on the other side of it, as he just said to us a couple of seconds ago, once I get in the car and start the car, the adrenaline's going to take over, and he's not going to feel that pain.
Well, that was my next question. In terms of that, 100 miles, long way. After about, he's going to hope for a safety car to relax it a little bit, isn't he?
Well, you know something, it's interesting you say that. I'm not sure, because a safety car brings in, man, my foot hurts, and then the pain starts to go in. As long as you're strong enough upstairs in your mind to put that away into a different room and close the door, you're fine. And as we said to him a second ago, you've got youth on your side. You're 15 years of age, so I think he's going to be fine. And, the car's got to finish. He's got to finish, but the car's got to finish. There's so much on the line here. You hate it as a driver that it comes down to the very last race, but that's what we love about motor racing. That's what we love about sports.
Well, that's the beauty of it. Last comment from you, Evan. Who's your money on? Because obviously Merrill now has a real chance.
Oh, man, my money on for the championship, I think I have to go with Brent Cruz. So Brent Cruz he's still leading the championship by 43 points. So no matter where they finish on track, if Merrill beats Cruz is still going to win the championship. So if nothing goes crazy, if they both finish the race consistently, my money's definitely going to be on Cruz.
Well, no question about it. The one thing we haven't mentioned is the actual circuit itself. Of course, we're here at Formula One, and that is a big factor here, because this is such a hard circuit to get right, especially in these muscle cars. You've got the S's, you've got the stadium section, you've got that long, big straight, which really helps the muscle cars. So we're going to head back down to the booth, but while we do, let's take a closer look at the Circuit of the Americas.
Really important because it leads on the long back straightaway. Turn 20 is really important. It leads on the long front straightaway. And turn 1 is key because it's a huge break zone. A lot of overtakes happen there. I really like the last 3 corners, 16, 17, 18, and 19. There's a great flow there. It's really, really fast. And our cars were always really good through there.
Desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
As manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexity and compressed timing, the three-dimensional services group offers 7 facilities and 500,000 square feet of dedicated, on-demand manufacturing floor space. Metal or plastic, we support a wide range of industries, from some of the world's best-known companies to startups, with an unparalleled investment in leading-edge manufacturing technology and automation to keep all phases of a project in-house.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Welcome to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series here. Championship Day here Sunday, Circuit of the Americas for the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. I am with Thomas Merrill, who, let's get a shot of this, our Motul Pole Award winner. But then, Thomas, you won your championship here last year by winning the race, by having a perfect weekend. You're still in contention for the championship, but you have to have another perfect weekend, and so far, so good.
Yeah, I guess we have a flair for the dramatic, but we wouldn't have it any other way. That's just what Trans Am racing is all about. And yeah, we're in a pretty good spot. The reality is it's the same as last year. If we focus on ourselves and we do what we know we can do, we'll be just fine. So we hope to see this Bennett Mustang in victory circle, and what happens after that is up to fate.
Now, we talked just, 10 minutes ago, and you said you're actually presenting the Young Guns Award at our end-of-the-year banquet tonight. Season and a half ago, you thought the Young Guns was an unbelievable idea, so great. But now the battles that you've been having with these Young Guns, how are you feeling about it now?
You know, me personally, winning a race doesn't mean the same if you're not beating the best. And so having the Young Guns Award brings a lot of the best and brightest talent to Trans Am. That's really what it's all about. So getting to race against these kids and watch their careers grow and seeing the amazing talent that they have is really, really cool. So I wouldn't have it any other way.
And now, usually before each race, I catch you and Brent Cruz having just a nice, polite 10-minute talk. Championship is between you two. Did that nice, polite championship talk happen?
Not yet, actually. I was just going to go over there and pretend to trip him or see what I can do to make things interesting. But no, we have a great relationship, and whatever happens after today, we're still going to be good friends.
Awesome. Thomas Merrill, good luck out there, our champion last year. We'll see what he can do today. Then we've got Nathan Hearn here starting second, doing really well with Cube 3. But a big story today, you'll see here, is Brent Cruz. Connor Zillage talking to him. But Brent, we haven't spoken yet this weekend, but I hear you have a little bit of a right ankle sprain. Is that correct?
Yeah, unfortunate deal playing basketball. So still feels fine here, thankfully. Got some medicine, and thankfully I feel just as good as new. So we're going to hopefully it stays good throughout the race, and we can have a clean show and just work our way to the front.
So you've had a couple of 20 to 30-minute sessions out there to feel it out. How do you think it's going to do after 100 miles?
I think it'll be fine. I think adrenaline is a beautiful thing, and we'll just we'll ride on that.
I know you've won several championships in different iterations and in go-karts, but entering this, it's your championship to lose mentally. What are you telling yourself? Are you going to approach this like any other race?
Yeah, I think the reason we got here was just having a clear mind and finishing where we're supposed to finish. So we have a great piece here, qualified P3, and I think I left a little bit in the tank. So we'll take it as we can and hopefully just pretty much maintain our position.
Nice, I love it, Brent Cruz. Connor Zillage, you were such a story last year. Your epic fight with Thomas Merrill, you do really well here at COTA. What's your strategy? The green flag drops, we go up to turn 1, and anything can happen. What are you hoping for at turn 1?
Yeah, I just want to keep it clean through the first lap or two and be able to have a shot at it the rest of the race. I know we got a really good car. We got messed up in qualifying and traffic there yesterday, so didn't get to show all we had, but I feel really confident in what we have. So as long as I can make it through the first lap or two and get a shot at it, I feel like we got a really good chance. So just looking forward to finishing out the season strong. And obviously there's a championship fight going on around me, but I'm just going to go out there and do my job and hopefully get ourselves a win.
Connor Zillich. Then over here we've got Nathan Hearn. Good day, all the way from down under, doing really well, qualified second. Do you like Circuit of the Americas? This is the only track that you've done before. You had a really good finish here last year. So now, as a Circuit of the Americas veteran, what's your strategy?
I wouldn't say veteran, but look, I learned a lot here last year, and as you said, this year's been tough. I haven't done a single lap at any other track I've raced at. So, qualifying was really good. Finish up P2 is really good, but the traffic out there was really hit or miss. So, I could have had pole, definitely, and I could have been further back. So we'll see how the race sorts out. Not holding my breath, but I know we got a fast race car, and I'll give Merrill a run for his money at turn 1 and see if he can hold on.
I love it. Well, Nathan Hearn, all the way from Australia. So if you're watching from Australia, welcome. Let's come talk to Adrian Lostowski, who has a lot of experience here at Circuit of the Americas in different cars. So Adrian, green flag drops. You're kind of in the middle of the bunch. What's your plan?
We got a little messed up in qualifying with the traffic. So I think we qualified a little further back than we'd like. I think we'll be heading up front pretty quick. The Hawk brakes have been really good. I think watch for us out braking everybody in 2 straightaways. I think that's where we'll be gaining the most on everybody.
Nice. I love it. Adrian out here in this beautiful number 3 Hawk Performance car. But then we're going to come back here and talk to Brody Goebel, starting 12th, running for the championship in our West Coast Series. There's 2 different series running here, which is why we have so many Ta2 cars. But Brody, is this your first time at Circuit of the Americas?
Yeah, first time here at Circuit of the Americas. First time running with the big guys in the National Series. So it's going to be one of those things where you got to keep it smart because we're trying to wrap up this West Championship here, and we got a good position to start. But it's going to be tough trying to race my own race. But trying to hold myself back and maybe race these guys a little bit too. So we'll have some fun.
So Brody, you're from British Columbia, right, the Vancouver area, and we spoke on the phone a couple of months ago, and you're trying to put a plan to come and compete in the national championship, and this is such a great gauge. You got to feel pretty good starting 12th in such a competitive field in the Big Machine Vodka Ta2 Series.
Yeah, absolutely. We're a privateer team, so it's always been my goal to move up into that national series and try to put a ride together with some of the bigger teams and maybe compare some days and have a teammate out here. But we're really proud of our Brown Bros Racing team right now to put in this position our first go, and to be up here is awesome. So we'll hopefully bring it home in a good position today, and if all goes well, maybe crack a top 10 and wrap up the West Championship.
Perfect. Well, good luck. Represent the West Coast out there. I love it. Brody Goebel. Then we're going to move over here and doing his job to spread. Let's come over here, Tony. Doing his job to spread Trans Am racing to the youth. You were probably about this age at your first Trans Am race at Watkins Glen, your grandson Luke. How does this feel, Tony?
How could you not be thrilled? It's been a phenomenal weekend. We've had over 420-something cars racing, but this is the belle of the ball. Let's face it, Ta2 has grown so much. And to have this guy with me, I was exactly 10 years old at Watkins, so this is his 3rd year coming down Dakota, and it's become a family ritual. And he just welcomes all the drivers. He kind of runs with his grandpa, so it's cool stuff.
Now, what I love about this, Luke, I'm going to put you on the spot. Yesterday, with another series, you were wearing the correct tire manufacturer's hat. Now, today, with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, you've got your Pirelli hat on, so you already know what you're doing from a PR stance. Are you having fun here?
I am.
Do you have anybody that you're hoping wins today's race?
I don't know. I just wish everyone good luck.
He wishes everyone good luck. You can't ask for any better than that. Tony Pirelli, good luck there. Yeah, I love it. I love it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have so many cars here. We're going to come up to the front of the grid. We've got our start command, but this is really fun. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ta2 Series always puts on a good show here at the Mission Foods SpeedTour. We are going to have an absolute blast here. And speaking of MAV TV, we've got CJ Olivares, the president, Mark Carter, the VP of sales here with MAV TV. And gentlemen, how are you doing? CJ, right? And then Mark, we met at Sebring at the beginning of the season. Pretty excited. It seemed like halfway through the season, you enjoyed this so much, you're like, we got to go live on MAV TV. Have you had good success?
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic year, and we're bookending it here, being at COTA, and really excited to see the conclusion of the season.
How about you, Mark? Are you having a good time at this?
Always do. Trans Am's my favorite series, so it's been since 1997 I've been watching Trans Am. Can't wait.
That's awesome. So when you're talking to your friends and you're telling them, hey, I've got to go to Austin, Texas for the Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, Ta2 Series, and the Trans Am race later on today, how do you explain this to your friends?
Pure adrenaline. All fun. It's a great time. Excellent racing.
And Mark, I don't know if you were paying attention last year, but the finish with Thomas Merrill, Connor Zilic is kind of one for the ages. Will go down in Trans Am folklore. What are you expecting to happen today?
I think we're going to outdo it. Let's have a better finish.
Nice. I love it. So right now, SVRA has their Group 1 cars, a little Mini Cooper going by, and we've got some national championship with Bell helmet going by. It's going to be loud, so gentlemen, I need you to get really loud when you give the most famous words in motorsports representing MAV TV. So make everybody proud. Gentlemen, take it away.
Drivers, start your engines!
Nice job, man.
Well, with those words from MAV TV and that beautiful roar of muscle cars here at the Circuit of the Americas, welcome once again to the Circuit of the Americas. Before I introduce, and I'm really so excited for this because we've got the grand finale, I've got a young buck, wannabe world champion in any form of racing right alongside me in Evan Slater, and then a man who's been there, done that, and got the t-shirt. And so it's going to be interesting to hear their insights as to how this goes on, and I'm of course referring to Evan Slater and Scott Goodyear. And really excited for this weekend's last race, the last hurrah of the weekend and of the year. It's been a fantastic year. We started back in Sebring, we went to NOLA, we went to Road America, Watkins Glen, you name it. We even went to St. Louis, and next year Canada is on the cards, but you can't miss COTA. This is the place we all want to be. As you can see, it's a bit misty this morning, a bit foggy. It was yesterday, but it usually clears up here by the morning's end, and we usually get some excellent sunshine, and we are expecting 80s. So, before we get amongst it all, just want to remind you, Cruz leads the championship by 9.91. He's 43 ahead of Merrill, who got a couple of points back by taking the pole. He's on 9.48. Zilic, third, he's the man of the moment, and he's on 8.76. He can't really do much about the championship, but boy, can he get another win. Matos, though, on 8.34. He had a problem in qualifying. We'll talk more about that in a moment. And we welcome our viewers on MAV TV here across America, and all of you tuning in on our live stream around the world. This is Trans Am. This is the Big Machine Vodka Coolers, Spike Coolers, Ta2 Series. I'll say it again. This is the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ta2 Series. It's the final round, and this man, Thomas Merrill, is trying to pull off the impossible. But he did it last year. Guys, my first thought for you, especially as both of you have looked at this the same way I have, but I want to get your racing heads on here. Nathan Hearn, he made me smile when he said, I'll just see if I can get ahead of Merrill. How does Merrill play this? Because he knows how much Hearn wants to win, and he doesn't have to win. How does he play the start?
Turn one here at COTA, uphill. There's a big curb on the inside. If the car hits that, you're going to have car problems. But you know, when I think about this racetrack here, yes, it's wide. Yes, there's lots of racing room, but you got to get through turn one. Exactly what I told our F4 and FR guys, and for most part, we were successful. Sometimes not.
Hold your thought, Evan, because I'm going to do the grid first of all. As you can see, Merrill in pole, then Nathan Hearn alongside. Brent Cruz, our championship leader, starts on the second roll against his arch nemesis and mate, though, Connor Zilic. Annunciata, third here last year. Austin Green has been flying. Cameron Lawrence coming in for Butt this weekend, so that's good to see. And Caleb Bacon just getting in better and better on row 4 in this race. Tyler Gonzalez coming in. He was the GR Toyota champion, and he comes in. Misha Goikberg lines up on row 5. Then down further on row 6 is Lostowski and Brody Goebel. Goebel coming from the West Championship. We'll get into that as well, because we've got a bunch of West Championship drivers coming here. Dylan McAvern and Sean Higorani, and then Darren Mock and Keith Prochuk on row 8. Row 9 is Ben Mayer. Josh Sarge on row 9, and row 10 is Barry Bowes and Adam Andretti with the ultimate headers. Further down, Boris Said Jr., Thad Moffitt in row 11. Row 12 is Roy Fulmer, also from the West Championship. Tim Lynn, Kyle Kelly, Rafa Matos. Yes, I said he had problems. We'll talk to Evan about that in a moment. But Rafa Matos in the three-dimensional surface is not where we're used to seeing him. And then Atwell and Abate, Tommy Sheehan and Eric Caton. Massive field of over 40 cars. Doesn't get any better for our grand finale. Peterson and Young, Perront and Rumberg on row 17. Row 18 sees Winston and Accardo Jr., Maynette and Nesbitt, Matt Gray and Richard Rook. That's row 20. It just goes on, and it's going to be hard to do overtaking in McAllister and Carroll, Ethan Barker and LaPaglia. Michael LaPaglia, a regular here, but he got a penalty, and Guthrie and Chris Durbin. Evan, your thoughts, first of all, on what we said about the start, but also tell us what happened to Rafa.
Yeah, so this is going to be an exciting race. So obviously at the start, there's going to be a lot of different, techniques, different ways people are going to attack the start. So you obviously have the championship contenders, Cruz and Thomas Merrill. They're going to be trying to play it safe. But then you also have Nathan Hearn. He's just trying to win. He's not necessarily in the championship fight, so he's just going to try and be as aggressive as he can to try and get that Cube 3 racing car out in front. You also got Connor Zilic. He has had a great streak so far, so he's going to be super aggressive to try and get a good result too. And then Rafa Matos, he had an issue in qualifying. He broke a ball joint. So that's really disappointing for him. So that broke on his second lap. So he only got 1 lap completed. So that's why he's starting so far back in 28th, I believe. So, I mean, that just shows this track has big curbs, and you have to hit the curbs to go faster in here. So in a qualifying lap, you got to be killing the curbs every single lap. But that does put a lot of wear and tear on your car. So in this 100 miles, you're going to have to see a balance between being super aggressive, hitting all the curbs, getting the most lap time you can, while keeping your car safe and keeping it so it can actually last 100 miles.
As we look at Thomas Merrill, the sensible thing would be, all right, Hearn, you knock yourself out. You take the win. I'm quite happy to take second. But racing drivers don't think the way I think.
No, and that's exactly true, and we were just talking about turn 1 a second ago. That's going to be the challenge for him, and as you're talking about, making sure that the guys that really don't have too much in the line right now aren't going to come in there and barge in there and maybe hit a car, hit a tire, hit something like that nature and put your car at risk, and then you don't have the race car you need to go do the rest of the race. So there's a lot of risk-reward ratio that goes on in turn 1, lap 1. I always tell our guys, get in through turn 1, settle in for the first lap and go racing, see what type of car you have. But, I'm a little older, and I just retired as a driver. You're a young driver, so and I have to tell a story real quickly here. You came here last year and qualified 4th, which is outstanding, and it's a message to my young drivers. You missed the drivers' meeting, and they put you back to the back of the pack. You started 54th.
I knew you'd get that.
Yes. So it's important to understand that you have to make sure you follow the rules and regulations. But for you, this racetrack. To qualify 4th in this group here, you understand what you have to do. And you just described how you have to abuse the car to go fast. So for me, I'm going to sit back and watch to see if the guys are going to get to the end. When I say that, I'm thinking about Brent Cruz.
Yeah.
It might not be him. It could be a mechanical.
Yeah. I mean, for Brent Cruz, he really just has to finish. It's not who beats each other. Like, if Merrill beats Cruz or either way around, it doesn't matter. They both need to finish. Cruz needs to get a top 10. So the way the driver Cruz is, the quality of a driver, he's going to get a top 10 if he doesn't have mechanical issues. So he just has to keep the car clean, avoid contact, and just make sure that he finishes this race.
And that's the key, as you say. A top 10 is all that that Cruz needs. And you'd have to say, on paper, Brent Cruz really deserves this championship. And were it to go any longer, his mate Zilic would also be in contention. It's just unfortunate that Zilic didn't start winning till, he actually won in Atlanta, but he was up and down a little bit, and he had a disqualification or two. And so, it's just been an amazing season for the Silver Hair Racing team, but Zilic and Brent Cruz, and I called him a phenom earlier, I'm just so proud that we have been part of their upbringing. The same for you, Evan. It's great to see youngsters of your age coming to us before you head out and achieve what you're going to obviously achieve. It's so obvious to us. Same with Hearn, same with Annunziata, and to a certain extent, the new guy that we've got here this weekend, Tyler Gonzalez. His first time in Trans Am, quite an achievement. He's 9th on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a really accomplished driver. He's driven a lot of things very successfully, so I'm not surprised to see him hop in these cars, get adapted really quick, and be really fast. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see. I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I wonder how he likes these cars, because it's definitely a little different than some of the things he's driven, but I imagine he can't do anything but love them.
He said it was his first solid suspension car he's driven, but he's getting his head around it, so there you go. So we're getting up to the start of this race, the final race of the 2023 season. It started off with a great win for Matos, but from there on in, there's been plenty of other winners, and the likes of Zilic, of Annunziata, more importantly, Nathan Hearn and Brent Cruz have all been at the sharp end. Zilic coming good in Detroit and in Nashville. Dylan McAvern, always a great ringer to have here. Cameron Lawrence starts 7th. He too has a great pedigree. Misha Goikhberg, never count him out, in 10th position. And who knows, Rafa Matos may just come through. We're on board with him. We'll be on board with the Three-Dimensional Services Group throughout there. We'll be on board with Nathan Hearn. We'll also be on board with Lostowski in the number 10. There's your championship. Merrill, you can see it. 991 to 948. It looks impossible, but that's what it looked like last year. Zilic, though, could be the spoiler. Matos, let's see what he can do. Darren Mock wants to finish his season on a high. He's another youngster coming up. We've mentioned Austin Green. He's another one. And then you've got the likes of McAvern, Wolostowski, Thad Moffitt, first season. He's up there. So everybody, as you said earlier, Ethan, everybody wants to finish and go to the winter on a high.
I look at this racetrack, look how wide this is, and I'm just going to mention that because it looks so wide until it's not.
Yeah, until you got cars racing.
Yeah, exactly. Until you come down to turn 1, we talked about. Turn 11 is another hot spot. Turn 12 is another hot spot. 15 is another hot spot. So, yes, look how much space there is around the cars right now, but I will tell you that when we start to get racing, there's not a lot of racing room. Track limits is also an issue here. Yep. A lot of pavement on the outside of the lining of the track where you can see the red and white candy stripe on the inside there when they're going around 18, as we see. And so there's a track limit along here. If you take advantage of that and go outside the track limits to pass a car, you could be penalized. So there's a lot that drivers have to contend with here. And the other thing that happens too is that sometimes a driver pushes you on the outside of the line, outside of track limits. So the marshals are going to have to watch for that when they're up there in the stewards room.
It's the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. 46 roaring muscle cars here at the greatest circuit in America, if not in the world. Formula One here 2 weeks ago, but now it's a chance for American muscle cars. Merrill in the blue and white in the Coke car on the right, and alongside him, Nathan Hearn in the Cube 3 car. Who's going to get the run up the big hill to the first corner? We're about to find out as we go on board with the Three-Dimensional Services. Austin Green will be on board with him. Away they go. Merrill gets away well, but as you can see already, his arch rival is right there behind him in the number 70. We've got to turn around. That's Ty Young. Or is that Abate?
That's Abate.
Yep, you're absolutely right. The Las Vegas, Michelle Abate, the only female in the race. Look at this side-by-side action as Merrill. And it looks like our champion leader, Brent Cruz, coming close together. And Cruz has got the lead, has he? Or is that Cruz in 4th place? No, it's
Nathan
Hearn
got the lead, and Zilic went through. So that was kind of like a tram line. So Nathan got Merrill out of line, and then Zilic just followed him right through. So Nathan is leading this race in the perfect position he wants to be in. So he's just trying to get a good first lap in, get those tires nice and warm, and get a good clean lap to try and pull as much of a gap on Zilic as he can.
Nathan Hearn made his debut here, got 4th place, Scott, last year, and now look at him. He has got bags of confidence.
And you see these cars moving around. We saw the onboard there a moment ago, and just feathering the throttle because the tires are not up to temperature, as you're talking about, Evan. It takes about a lap and a half until you really feel that the car is underneath you. All the dancing around that the cars are doing right now, you got to be cautious to make sure they don't hit a curb and bounce into somebody beside you, cut tires, all that sort of stuff. I was really surprised on the very first turn. Those guys were side by side on cold tires going through the S's. A little bit risky, but you know, they're race drivers.
Zilic going into second place. Annunziata makes up a move. There's the 89 of Austin Green right in the thick of it. But Zilic definitely made a place up as we're back on board in 13 now with Austin Green in the three-dimensional services on board. This stadium section, very hard to overtake, but we've seen, certainly in single-seaters, guys making moves up the inside as he comes through 15. But now Zilic in second place behind Nathan Hearn. So it's starting to settle down now. But Zilic goes in pursuit of Hearn. And Merrill now drops back to third. And also Brent Cruz can see the eyes on the prize because he's got Merrill in front of him. And that's just where he needs to keep him.
Yeah, Cruz has done all he's needed to do this race. He's kept the car clean. He's going. He's in a good, safe fourth position. So he's just doing everything by the books to win this championship.
Well, they're not worrying about track limits. Look at them go. But we'll see what the stewards say.
So I think what I heard from the stewards is that they're very kind of chill about, I mean, that's not a very fancy word, but they don't really care too much about track limits besides in the S's.
Okay.
In the S's, there's 2 white lines, and you need to stay inside of the second one. So you can't be going all the way cutting the apex like crazy, but you're allowed to put basically a whole car off the track before getting any penalty in the S's.
There you go. Good to know. So we're on board again with Austin Green. What a season he's had, this young 22-year-old for the three-dimensional services group. Of course, his dad was a spectacular NASCAR driver in Xfinity, got a championship in that back in the 90s. So he's got a pedigree to follow on, but he started racing quite late. He's not like Cruz. Ooh, that's a nice move by the 18 of Caleb Bacon. Bacon, again, another guy who's impressed me in the second half of the season. He's really got to grips with it and has qualified in the top 10 consistently in the last few races.
And when you're saying that, did you see him mount over the curb that was right there in the middle and some debris coming out from the underneath? Have to be a little bit cautious to make sure that you don't do that repeatedly, cause damage to the car. We had that in the single-seaters. You know, we can't drive over them because the ride height's so low. So a lot of guys were starting to do damage and coming in and actually not being able to finish the race. But that's the advantage of the cars that you guys have. You can go over those curbing and you can take advantage of it. And a lot of times passes are completed at that point in time. What's up?
Hearn's going to make the move and... Wow, I thought for a minute he was going to lose the lead there for Zilic, but he was just holding on to the lead. But here comes Merrill. Merrill on the inside at 13. It's absolutely wheel-to-wheel action as Merrill on the inside is going to get knocked to the outside now for the next corner. Zilic holding on. Merrill's got to be careful here. He's got Brent Cruz behind him, but he really doesn't need to get into this tussle with these two youngsters in front of him. That said, he's only in his 30s. He's hardly an old fella.
Yeah.
Coming through 18 and on board with Nathan Hearn, who's been just an absolute sensation. The Australian Trans Am champion as well as Formula 5000 champion. He comes through 19 and he looks like he was born for this kind of racing. And of course V8s is so popular in Australia, but he chose Trans Am and we're delighted to have him. We want more.
Yeah, just watching that onboard, that car looks really hooked up. Looks like he's really happy with the setup of that car and just wasn't fighting the wheel much. It's just the car was kind of doing the work for him, which is ideally what you want. You don't want to be fighting that wheel. You just want to make one input, turn it in nice and smooth, and call it a day. So he seems like he's really happy with the setup of that car right now.
What do you notice, Scott?
Well, I was noticing actually because we've got paddle shifts in our cars and the steering wheel and the single seaters, and it takes me back to when I first started racing a long time ago. Just watching the onboard that we had, you're doing some shifting in the middle of the turn. Yeah. So you guys still obviously have the standard shifter in the middle, so the hand comes off the wheel onto the shifter, and then something that we've gone away from in the single seater stuff. So really abusive for the driver inside the car. I call it the old-fashioned workhorse because you guys are doing that. No traction control in these cars, and you guys are really heavy onto the braking and what have you. When you guys are on the brakes, how much PSI do you guys have?
So we use 1,200 PSI of frontline brake pressure. So it obviously depends a lot on master cylinder sizes to get the actual force, but it's something around like 150 pounds that your foot is pushing, 150 to 200 even sometimes, of pressure that your foot is just putting on the pad of the pedal. So you're really just going in there and slamming on the things. The brakes in these cars aren't great, so you kind of just go to the end of the straightaway and hit the thing as hard as you can and know it's probably pretty good.
And they're, you know, at the end of the straightaway, the fastest one here is 160 plus miles an hour. And the reason I was asking about brake pressure is that here we go.
Zilic jinks out, and has he got the braking power? No, Hearn says the Q3 car side by side. Great racing, folks. We're seeing this every weekend.
Now Zilic is going to be in the inside.
Yeah.
This is a really hard sector because the inside and the outside is switches really like aggressively, like it always is switching. So he has the inside here, now it's the outside. So he looks like he made that move go. Yeah.
And Merrill can get past both of them if he's not careful. Oh, and he bangs into the back of Nathan Hearn. And Brent Cruz has got the best seat to watch all this and probably loving it, because as these two fight, or three fight, the Brent Cruz is just clearly cruising to the championship. What a race at the front of this. Annunziata about to join it, and behind Annunziata, Cameron Lawrence, and you can never count him out.
Yeah, I mean, this is great racing. You can see those top 6 cars are all within a few seconds of each other, so that's really impressive.
Go back to what you were saying, guys. Sorry, we had to pick up for the action there.
Yeah, and just very quickly, you know, when we're talking about brake pressure and 160 miles an hour, and that's why it's important to note that for Brent Cruz, go-karters come out of cars and they brake with their left foot.
Yeah.
His injury is on his right foot. If it was the opposite way around, he would be certainly having some issues, I would think, part of the way through. So good for him that it's on the right-hand side. And the racing he's got going on right now, we talked about the adrenaline, he talked about it.
Yeah.
The adrenaline's taken over with that now. I mean, that looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I tell you what, as we go on board with Lostowski, currently in 12th position, he's just moved up past Josh Sargé, who's been racing IMSA in 13th position. But Lostowski, one of our former production racers, now turned Trans Am, has really made the transition beautifully, and he's definitely one to watch. He's got the 48 sticker there for Scott Borchetta, out of respect, so thank you, Scott. I hope you're back next year. I'm also keeping an eye on Rafa Matos. Matos currently in 14th position. He's done a great job of siding his way through. Here comes Merrill on Hearn. He's got the inside line at 11, and nice ride driving by both of them. They're going to be side by side, but Merrill's going to have the advantage. He pushes the Australian wide, tries to get the drive, but they both slided out of there, and they've lost time to the leader.
This could really help Cruz, because he got a really good drive. He wasn't playing the games with getting a bad exit, so he was just focused on getting a really good exit. Now he's going to be able to make a move on Hearn.
And Hearn doesn't want another pass, and it's Brent Cruz trying to make that pass, and he's got the better line. Annunziata waiting, likewise Lawrence. Here comes Cruz. No, says Hearn. Back at you. Australia versus America. North Carolina, Mooresville, where they literally make NASCAR drivers, it seems. And that's where Zilich and, of course, young Brent Cruz are from. Here comes Annunziata, though, the Californian, up for it. Got a third here last year, and he gets through on Brent Cruz. Nobody holding back. Just what Evan Slater said, which is they don't care about the championship. They're racing for their careers. And Brent Cruz has got to be careful there in fourth place, excuse me. Great race this between the top 7.
As you can see, all this racing is just allowed Connor Zilich to really just pull away. He's just getting clean laps while everybody else is fighting with each other, slowing each other down. You can see he's just pulling right away. So that's perfect for him, and he's really happy about that.
Yeah, no question about it. This is exactly what Zilich needed. Merrill won't care in that respect, just where he is on track, as long as he's staying ahead. And obviously, Brent Cruz is in a comfortable position at the moment, but he doesn't want to lose too many places. He doesn't need Annunziata and Cameron Lawrence and Caleb Bacon, Tyler Gonzalez to come through, because if they do, then suddenly he's on the bubble a little bit. He's got to finish in the top 10, and that would knock him down to 8th.
Yeah, I mean, Cruz is in 4th right now, which is really good for the championship, but he's a race car driver. He wants to do better than that. He wants to get in on the podium. He wants to get up front.
So, we're on board with Austin Green. And guys, Austin Green, great season for him.
Yeah, Austin Green's a great driver. He's been doing really well all season. New to road course racing. This is his first year road course racing. In the beginning of the year, he learned how to shift a car on the track, essentially, because he's never done it because he just did oval track stuff. So really, really impressive for this year. He's doing a great job getting adapted to it. And I think his next year is looking strong. I don't know if it's announced yet, but his next year is looking really good. So super happy for him, and he's done a really great job.
And we were talking a little bit earlier before the show started that you're even looking at trying to get into some oval type of racing yourself, because drivers are here for training, but it's really just an opportunity to be able to learn things, because you guys are always pushing to go somewhere else and probably chasing NASCAR.
Yeah, I mean, you're always trying to do better. You're always trying to learn more. So oval track racing, here you can see the cars are kind of spread out a little bit. Oval track racing, you're always right next to each other. So I'm really trying to get into that a little bit more, just so I can gain some more experience with that, because obviously I want to keep my horizons as open as I can. So more oval track experience is good, because then that leads to more opportunities in the future.
You know, it's interesting because this track, I think everybody knows it as a Formula One track and obviously as a single-seater track. And I love it when we come here with our series. But talk to a few guys actually in the paddock, in your Trans Am paddock. Some guys like this racetrack and some don't. So, I mean, what's the highs and lows of this racetrack compared to what you guys generally do in your Trans Am cars?
Yeah, so this track is kind of like, you either love it or you hate it. So I'm personally, I would say that's a little bit aggressive, I guess. But I don't hate it. It's not my favorite. I would say it's more on the dislike side. But it's kind of wide. It's kind of open. So there's less like risks. You can kind of just like, you can go off, you can make mistakes with low risks. There's just so much runoff, so much asphalt. But some people love this track because if you ignore that fact that there's just like room everywhere, the track itself is really technical. It's really great. You have fast and flowing turns. You got like super tight and technical ones like we just saw there in turn 1. So this track has a lot of variety, but it is wide open, which some people, including myself, don't really like.
You know, when you talk about being technical, I mean, the S's that we're going through right now, and I'm Canadian, so...
That looks like it's turn 11.
Yeah, and that's
the number 40 car.
Yeah, that's the number 40. And that is Richard
Rook.
Yep. Turned around. He's kept it going, thankfully.
Got it rolling, yep.
Finish your thought, boys.
Well, we're talking about all this pavement that you get to use once in a while. So if you have issues, they're not pulling you out of the gravel trap, which is neat. But, you know, for me as a Canadian downhill skiing, you know, if you don't get the first set of poles right, you're sort of off all the way down the hill.
Yeah.
And here with the S's, I think if you're off at the very beginning of it, you'll still make the turns, but you've cost yourself time in those first couple of turns. You've lost a few hundred RPM and also maybe a little bit of a couple of tenths here and there. So, yeah, it's a very technical track. And, you know, when I come here and I watch the Formula One cars go around, it's just, I look at it sometimes, the speed they carry, I mean, it's almost like a video game. But this is a cool track.
I was looking at the Formula One times. Don't quote me on any of this, but I think they were running like 138s and we're running 212s. So, I mean, that's just like crazy how much faster those cars are. But, I mean, the S's is where they gain so much time. They're just flat out at like 150 probably. We're going to have to slow it down to like 75. So those cars are just glued to the ground with the downforce, where these big, heavy stock cars, they're not that much slower at the end of the straightaway. They're just losing time everywhere else.
Well, guys, 6 laps gone of the 30. Still a long way to go. But Connor Zilic is eking out a nice little lead, 1.7 seconds over Merrill. Merrill, though, is doing everything he can to stay where he is. Nathan Hearn putting pressure on. Brent Cruz, likewise, in 4th, is where he needs to be. Annunciata, Lawrence, and Gonzalez. Those are the worry for Brent Cruz because they are coming fast at him. Austin Green not far behind. And then in 9th, it's Caleb Bacon. Misha Goikberg in 10th. Dylan McAvern 11th, Lostowski 12th, and I wanted to get down to this battle for 13th, which is Josh Sargé and Rafa Matos. Matos all the way up to 14th. Adam Andretti's going with him, he's 15th, so that makes for some interesting racing to come. There is Matos in the background, so looking forward to the number 88 coming through. Such disappointment. Here comes Andretti on Sargé, he's got through as well. So, excellent stuff by him. We'll keep an eye on both Adam Andretti and Matos as they carve their way through.
Yeah, I mean, Rafa Matos, he's got a fast race car right now. He's the 6th fastest car on the track right now while passing through traffic. So he's got a car that he's really comfortable with, and he's looking to make some more positions.
On board with the ASIO data, the local man, Barry Bowes, passed the factory the other day, just outside Dripping Springs, and yeah, great. What a season for Barry Bowes, getting a podium already in the season, but really moving forward and staying in the top 10 at most weekends. These onboards really give you a sense of those curbs you were talking about.
I'm just amazed how they just drive over them. Obviously, you've got the ground clearance to do it in these cars. But, you know, interesting to see there's multiple lines because the track is so wide here, and guys make it work. Yes, there's probably one optimum line if you want to make the car go as quick as you can when you're always trying to do your segments. But, I mean, there is room for a little bit of difference in lines and error here. But then again, it's interesting to see how guys make their cars work. It all comes down to how your car is handling, how it turns in, how the steering works for you, and how you're comfortable driving it. But multiple different lines, and like I said, the track is super wide until it's not.
Yeah, I mean, this track, it's so wide, and so if your car setup is like questionable or it's not ideal how you want it, you can really change up your line so much to make it work for you. The turns where I feel that most when I'm driving here is turns 13 and 14. The way you can like track out and the way you get the power down when you get to the power, that can really depend. Like if you're really struggling with the rear end of the race car, you can wait a little bit, get on throttle a little later in 13 so you're more rotated so you can get closer to the apex in 14. That's if you're struggling with the rear. And then if you have a really great race car, you can get on the throttle really early and just track it out and run around the outside. So that's just like one example for me where you can really adapt your line and adapt everything everything that you're doing to the way your car's
And when
driving.
you ran here, obviously you're one of the top Trans Am drivers when you qualified fourth like you did here last year. So interesting for me, I mean, with the horsepower you guys have with these cars, are you feathering the throttle when you come out of the turns, or would you spin the tires if you tromped in the gas in these
So
things?
it depends. It depends on where you are in the race. At the end of the race, yeah, if you floor, you're gonna be burning the tires in second gear, first gear, second gear. You can be burning the tires whenever. But in qualifying, when you have new tires and you're going for a fast lap, you just mat that thing and you'll get very minimal wheel spin because these tires are so good.
Yeah, isn't new tires wonderful? You put new tires on, it's like glued to the road, and you get that feel for it, and you just wish it would stay like that through
Feels
the
like a
whole
different
field
race
load.
car,
And unfortunately, it doesn't stay like that for very long.
Well, guys, we got our first real look at Brent Cruz, who, of course, was on crutches at the beginning of the weekend after that training incident. In comes the number 11 by the looks of it, and it looks as though that's a terminal problem because you don't want to be pouring over the car like that at this stage in the race. Remember, this is a sprint race. This is car 17, actually. I saw the 11 up there, but it's actually the 17. And what a shame for him because he was going well. And that's Dylan McAvern, who's had great success in Trans Am in the past. But, of course, we're keeping an eye. It looks as though that's terminal for him. Connor Zilic, though, Thomas Merrill and Nathan Hearn are your top three at the moment. For Brent Cruz, though, we keep an eye on him. We go back to Rafa Matos, and he now on Lostowski, so he's carving his way through. And this is perfect. Evan, I'm going to go to you on this one.
Yeah, he just made that look easy. I mean, he's so happy with the car setup. He just like blew right by him. He got a good exit out of the last corner and just made it look easy. So Rafa's really happy right now, really comfortable. And I look forward to seeing how much time he can make up.
Add a safety car to this, and Rafa's back in it.
Well, you know, when he's sliding the car around, it shows you how much you have to push these cars over the limit to drive. But, you know, there is a lot of room we talked about there. I mean, and what I'm watching right now will obviously tell you that if it was our guys out there, it'd be track limits. And if they're making an advantage on that, that's what we look at and see if you're making an advantage. And then you can maybe see yourself in the stewards room. Different rules here, but really impressive just to see how Matos was sliding that car around. Obviously, I know him for a long time from the single-seater stuff. Very accomplished driver and very smooth. So he knows the limit of the car. Be interesting to see here how the car lasts towards the end, the tires on it, and that's always something that I always push the drivers. I mean, you've driven those things, so you know, and you know, through the S's, everybody tells me that you can take the tires off this car if you push it hard.
You can take them off really easy, really quick, because you're going so fast and you're trying to turn as hard as you can, so you can really smoke the tires there. That'll mainly do like wear on the outside tires, I guess, where you're turning, but mainly the front tires. So those are the ones that are trying to make the car to rotate. And the tight turns like turn 1, turn 11, turn 20, you're going to really burn up the rear of the tires. So with these cars, what I've found, I've never really actually burnt up the front of the tires. Normally the fronts are really good at the end of the race. The main problem is the rear tires because they have so much power all of the rear wheels that it'll just, if you spin them once, you can kind of almost lose it there because you get the surface temps up and then that generates the core temp. So yeah, you're mainly focused on controlling the rear end of the car, but the S's can still burn up the tires pretty easily.
Down the back straight again, Merrill has reeled in Zilic. You can see it for yourself. There's a distinct battle for third as well, and that, of course, is between Hearn and Cruz. But here comes Merrill. Merrill has a chance to get here. Here he comes, into 12. And just as you join us back live on MAV-T, we've had an overtake for the lead as Merrill, our champion, goes into the lead ahead of Connor Zilic. And it was a nice overtake on the exit of 12. Zilic, though, will try and come back at him. These two pulling away at the front. But now the battle is on because this is where Merrill needs to be.
Yeah, Merrill's just trying to get them as most points as he can. He's in second in the championship right now, so he's just trying to get points. So he's done the best he can so far this weekend. He got the extra points for qualifying and on pole, and he's going to get the extra point for leading a lap now. So he's just trying to get as many points as he can to have as much of a fight with Cruz as he can.
You know, watching his car, you can tell his car is now starting to come in. The tire temps are up. It's starting to work. Some fuel's being burned off. And when I met him, I think I said in one of our other shows, he reminds me a little bit of
Zilic going slow on the outside. It looks like Zilic has a problem.
Well, or a mistake. He missed his brakes or something.
Yeah, maybe.
No, it certainly looked like something mechanical happened to him out there because it didn't look like he missed his braking zone. We'll find out very shortly here if he picks the speed back up, but no, it looked like it was mechanical that forced him out there.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame. And what a way to finish for Silverhair Racing because he's been really the star of the show outside of Brent Cruz leading the championship. It's all been about Zilic in the last few races from Watkins Glen, Technology, and of course VIR, where he was a double winner. Nobody's ever done that in the history of Trans Am. He won both TA and TA2, did Connor Zilic. So look out for the number 7. If you're looking at the 70 as the future, Connor Zilic is right there with him. And they've been their way. They were both world kart champions back in the day. Slightly different years apart. I think Connor's slightly older. He is slightly older at 17 compared to Brent Cruz at just 50. Now there's your leader. Now look at what he's done in the amount of time. Obviously with Zilic gone, it's helped a lot. But now he's got a decent gap where, as a racing driver, Scott, you know, you'd basically say that he's comfortable now and he can build on that. He's in the zone.
I think his car has got better as the run has gone on. There's no doubt about it, which is very important. And anybody that's got a good car after a restart, something of that nature, I mean, it's great if it's only 5 laps to go. But anytime you have a long run like these guys are having, then the car gets better. That makes you feel very confident as a driver. So I've watched it, and as I just mentioned, his car looks very comfortable, Johnny. It just looks like under braking, it's not moving, and he gets back on the gas. It's very nice to be able to see him just hit the point. What you're looking for, hit your braking point, your turn-in point, apex, and make sure you get the smooth exit, and stay off the curbs because you just never know if you might break something. And now he's on, hate to say it, he's cruising.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're in the Mission Foods Stadium section, coming up to the McConaughey complex, as I call it. Brent Cruz leading this group of, 5 cars, and at the back of that group is Gonzalez, our new driver. First time out, it's a puncture, I think.
Yeah, it looks like a puncture.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that smoke. Probably the tires popped and dragging. Yeah, it's definitely the rear.
And there's all sorts of parts on the track.
Parts, yeah.
Oh, off goes the wheel.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going to see a safety car.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Well, I've got a race director next to me, and I don't doubt him. So here we go. Yeah, I'm afraid Zilic will try and creep back, but no, that's going nowhere, and he's taken the brake calipers and the suspension and everything else. It's game over, guys.
That seems like the lugs came out. That's weird. That's a weird thing. I don't know, because that was the whole wheel fell off, so I don't know what would cause that. Maybe like an axle snapping, or I don't know, something not
No
good.
surprise, full course yellow, folks. Now, let's regroup, because I said a moment ago, just about a few minutes ago, wouldn't it be nice for Rafa Matos, now 9, if he got a safety car?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that's exactly what's happening. So, this race is turned on its head. Merrill, who'd built, a 2-second lead almost over Nathan Hearn, that disappears. Brent Cruz still third, Annunziata right there with him, but the restart for this one's going to be interesting. Another car off, that's the 25, have also gone off there, or at least is parked up. I don't think he's had a crash. That's Chris Durbin.
Yeah, so this restart will be interesting. So Rafa Matos, he's going to be really happy about this because this bunches him right up. And then another person that's going to be really happy about this is Ethan Barker. We haven't talked about him, but this is he's new to this series, and he started dead last because I think he also missed the drivers' meeting. So he did one of my moves, but so he started last, and he actually made his way all the way up to 23rd. So that's really good for him so far. So he's going to be happy with that.
All right, we are under caution here, and don't forget, we're going to go through the West Championship as well, because they are racing for their championship as well. But we are under caution for the first time here, and so far, Rafa Matos has caught right up with the leaders, and that makes it very interesting indeed. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
I've been waiting for. Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna change. And I'm gonna change. I know we can do it. No matter how I try.
It's the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ta2 series from the Circuit of the Americas. The final hurrah, the last round of the season, and so far it's been a cracker. The championship is on the line. And obviously, we're looking to see what Merrill can do and what Brent Cruz can do, because that's who the championship has come down to. There was many more in the run for the championship, including Rafa Matos, but that all went sideways a little bit for him. And obviously qualifying didn't go as well for him. But we've got a cracking race between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and Goikberg 8th. There's Matos in 9th. He's got ahead of Bacon, Sargent, Lostowski. Andretti's still 13th, so he hasn't managed, but I know Adam Andretti has got great restarts, and he'll try to get back up there. Boris said Jr. not showing this weekend, down in 16th, and likewise, we'll go through some of the West Coast Championship contenders as the likes of Ricardo Jr. and LaPaglia all coming in here this weekend. Guthrie. So we're under caution here as we go back up the hill to Big Red, or as we call it this weekend, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. Let's head down to the pits where Ben Sissel is on the latest story. What is it, Ben?
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Gil Martin, kind of the team principal of Silver Hair Racing. Connor Zillage, class of the field again this race, but then it looks like he had a mechanical failure. Do you know what happened out there, Gil?
I mean, our Silver Hair Chevrolet was fast again, and Connor was doing a great job. He started talking about having a little bit of a brake problem. We're thinking that we broke a hub on the right rear, and until we go back and diagnose it, it's hard to tell. But I mean, I got to thank Laura and Maurice Hall for everything they've done this year. The cars have been great. Connors have done good, so we'll be back next year and try to win this championship.
Nice. I love it. Thank you, Gil. Well, if you'll stay with me, we'll come right down here to 3-Dimensional, talk to somebody from 3-Dimensional. So sorry to just interrupt, but this full course caution couldn't come into better with Rafa Matos now in 9th place from the back. So what are you telling and what are you hearing from Rafa?
Right now, Rafa's doing really good. He's just setting down a good pace for us. He knew he had to work his way all the way up from 26. He's up to 9th now. Full course yellow came at a perfect time for us. We got something for him here at the end. We're looking forward to it. It's going to be fun.
Nice. I love it. Well, gentlemen, back up to you in the booth with a little bit of insight from pit lane.
Great stuff, Ben. As always, keep it coming. I just want to remind you, we've also got the West Coast Championship in hot pursuit. Brody Grobel leading in the points at the moment. Michael LaPaglia and Greg Tolson in that one. At the moment, Brody is in, 17th place, but he's not the leading West Championship runner at the moment, so lots to play for there. But let's get back to the action as Thomas Merrill now leads this race, but we're under caution. And what do you do in this situation? What do you say to your engineer, or what information do you want, Evan?
I don't know. For me, I don't really like that much information. I kind of just like to know what I can see, kind of. That's kind of like what I like to do. But it's really good because it lets your tires cool down. So your tires, obviously they're the most important thing in the car because they're touching the ground, but they can get overheated, they can get overpressured just from driving them so hard. So that can make your car drive really bad and have you lose pace. So these full course yellows are really great because you're not driving the car at the limit. So it gives the tires a chance to cool down. So you can get the surface temperatures and the core temperatures down. You can cool down the brakes. Anything that was overheating, you can cool down, which is just really key. So you can really attack at the restart, and then you'll have more for the end of the race.
Guys, question for both of you. Do you get a sense when you're under caution like this how much tires you've got left, or because the temperature changes, you can't really work it out?
Well, I was mentioning before, I think what we're seeing right now is Thomas Merrill with the tire pressures. The team got everything right for that, for the car, for the long run. Now that we've got this caution, as you're mentioning, Evan, and tires are going to cool down, is he going to have the pace at the very beginning, or does he have people coming up to pass him? The key thing, if your car's not as good on this restart as it was when you were driving after all the temps and everything came up and the car was perfect for you, don't overdrive the car. Don't overdrive it, which then makes the tires come away from you, all that sort of stuff. Patience, and I said earlier on one of the other shows I did with you guys a little bit earlier this year, for me, it's just like Thomas Merrill, when I sit and chat with him, reminds me a little bit of Scott Dixon. His mind's always going, and he's really kind of contemplate what's going on. So I suspect that if he doesn't have the car underneath him that he needs, he will probably turn around and just play it cautiously for a few laps until the car comes back to him.
Yeah, it seems like Michelle Abate was in the pits, unrelated, but it seems like Michelle Abate was in the pits right there. It looked like she had some contact. It looked like they were trying to tape up the fender, so I don't know what happened there. It could have been related to the start. I guess we don't know, but they're just trying to get that car fixed up so it's back ready to race.
And taking advantage of the yellow, so she's not losing.
So you're not losing as much time at all.
Guys, let's get the latest from Nitro Motorsports. The championship on the line now, and they're so close to winning it. Ben, what's happening?
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. I'm here with Jimmy live on the scene. What is Brent saying? How's his foot feeling? How are things playing out for you in Nitro?
So far, everything's going as planned. His foot's not bothering him. He's being kind of patient. You know, we have a really fast car, Nitro Motorsports car. The foot is not an issue at all. Brent's a tough guy and he's champion. But, you know, it's a long race. Hopefully it'll stay that way. But right now, he's not complaining. He's just being patient.
Nice. Now, you seem a little bit more on edge than usual, Jimmy, live on the scene.
This is going to be my last championship as a crew member. I'm going to stop. My plan at the beginning of the year was to win a championship with Brent and retire. And I thought we had it 3 races ago, so it's really, I'm not counting my eggs before they hatch. But, yeah, I'm a little on edge.
I love it. And he's right. Just what we learned last year in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ta2 series is you got to wait for the checkered flag. Jonathan, gentlemen, back to you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And look at that debris. I hope they clear that up as they weave from side to side. But you can hear the emotion in his voice. You know, most of these guys are lifers when it comes to racing, and it doesn't matter what form of racing. They live and breathe it every weekend.
And he said what is said is so true, because 3 races ago, I thought we had this sewn up.
Yeah.
2 races ago, I thought we had this sewn up. VIR, I thought we had this sewn up. And, you know, we just saw debris on the racetrack right now. Debris can land on the racetrack and turn around and take out something on Brent Cruz's car.
Yeah.
So it is never over. I know I keep saying that, but I mean, right now, everybody's just thinking about getting back to the restart and going and where your car is at this point in time. I mean, so fuel's burned off, tires are, you know, probably got some good life on these cars, I suspect, at this point in time.
Yeah, so I mean, this is just really exciting. I mean, yeah, like you were touching on earlier, racing is just, there's so many variables, you never know what happens. So like, yeah, it seems like Brent Cruz is in a really good position right now, but as you were saying, maybe somebody hits a sign and it throws up and Cruz hits it and it pops a tire or something. You don't know. There's so many things that can happen. So it's just super exciting, super like exhilarating to watch this and see like what's going to happen. You really don't know. We're on lap 12 right now. You really don't know till lap 30.
Long way to go. And as you can see, if you look down above from the drone, you'll see the lights are off on the Honda Civic, which means we are going racing, and this restart is imperative for so many different drivers. Merrill's got to get away cleanly. He just needs about a 2-second gap just so he can relax, concentrate on his marks, and not worry about the fight between him, because he just has to finish this race. I spoke to him in the weekend, and he said, that's all I can do. And then the race is on between the likes of Hearn, Cruz. It's not bothering him, his foot at the moment. Annunziata looking for another result. Here they come. Line astern. Merrill will be choosing when to accelerate. They can't overtake until they get past a certain line, and this is coming up. Away he goes. Hearn follows him. Cruz looking. Annunziata looking. Here comes the 89 of green, and that's so to the 88. Hearn, lovely move. Well, that was classic. On board with Austin Green as he's in the thick of it. Just behind him now is his teammate. So those two might work together, because I think he got Goitberg. Cameron Lawrence hung out to dry for a moment at 2.
Merrill gets back into the lead.
Nicely done. Merrill back in before they get through the S's. That's not easy to do. Annunziata up to what? 4th position. Lawrence now 5th. Gonzalez 6th. Green 7th. Goitberg 8th. Rafa Matos 9th. Whoa! Shenanigans there. Somebody goes wide. At 7. Into 8 and climbing the hill. 14 of the 30 gone. Another car going wide at the top of 9. Down towards 11. Boy, they're jostling for position.
Yeah, you can see Tyler Gonzalez has a little bit of damage on that right side of the car.
There's Austin Green on Cameron Lawrence. Big muscle car move.
Ooh.
Didn't waste any time there, did Austin Green. Nicely done. But here comes Cameron Lawrence back at it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he had a really bad exit there. Oh, man, there's still debris on the track. But he had a bad exit because he put wheels in the grass, which just hurts the power down. So he definitely did not get a great restart.
Under braking at 12. This is it. Tries to get Goitberg, but does get 1 at least. Or does he? No, the 60 comes back at him. That's Gonzalez. First ever Trans Am race up against a 2-time champion. Wow. Gonzalez certainly learned his way in the 86s in Toyota this year, as well as TCR. Cameron Lawrence 3 wide with the 2 three-dimensional services. 2 doesn't go into 3, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. It's a pardon me, excuse me, I'm coming through. I love
exactly,
that.
I love it. Well, Matos has to hold on because he doesn't go through as they come through 18. Oh, another big
Barry
hit.
Bowes.
Barry Bowes, the local man. But he's
that
kept
car
it going.
might be stuck.
Yeah, and that's a shame. 2 cars involved in that incident. One of them, the 180 car.
we'll be. They will not get out of that gravel trap. I suspect we'll see another full course caution.
What I was really surprised by there when we saw that restart is there was still a lot of debris on the back straight. I don't know. The safety workers seem to have just left that there. Maybe they didn't notice it. Maybe they didn't think it was an issue. But I don't know. It seemed like maybe part of a sign. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that being on the racetrack as we're going racing.
Yeah,
but
I wondered if it might be part of a hood because it looked very large, at that point in time. But yeah, absolutely.
Pirelli was the one in the 180. Sorry, just to update you.
Yeah, but something that big, you don't want to hit that. Even a hood, it's pretty lightweight. It's just a piece of fiberglass, but still, you don't want to hit that at 160.
Rafa Matos has got ahead of his teammate. There he is in the 88. We have got a full course caution, and now it plays again into Rafa's hands as the 95 spins it all around and tries to get going again. So all sorts of drama, and we're back to caution, boys. Here we go again.
Yeah, there's a saying, caution, spring caution. So everybody's trying to be super aggressive on the restart, and a lot of the times, it causes more crashes and more cautions. So that's part of racing. That happens.
So we've had drama here in our final round, and this is the last hurrah for Ta2 and this championship. Scott, you've been around motor racing in this country and in Canada for a long time now, and you've seen Trans Am sort of ebb and flow. It's been a constant series since 1966, but it's really going exponentially bigger.
I think this is the most competitive Trans Am series I've seen, and I started watching this when I was younger, getting into Formula Fords. Back in the days of Tom Gloy Racing and Roush Racing and Willie T. Ribbs and all those guys, and a guy that we know up in Canada very well, Ron Fellows. I mean, back in that era, all those guys are coming through, and the series now is so competitive, so difficult to win, and impressive because of all the Trans Am influx we have of drivers.
Yeah, and as you can see, Barry Bowes trying to instruct them how to get him out of that gravel, but I don't think it's going to happen. But either way, we're under caution. It's Merrill, Hearn, and Cruz, your top three.
Yeah, I think Barry was just...
Go ahead, Ed.
Sorry. I think Barry was just trying to get the safety workers to push him into the grass, because once you're in the grass, so the gravel, you'll spin the tires and you'll get beached, but in the grass, you can actually drive these cars. So I think he was just telling them, just push me into the grass and I'll drive right away.
Right, yeah,
but,
good point, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if the safety workers understand that.
There he is. We just passed him there, and we're on board with Rafa Matos, who's currently 8th, so a great opportunity for him. Again, want to remind you, Brody Grobel, 604 he started the day with. Michael Apaglia on 582. This is the West Championship. Greg Tolson, 566. Tim Lynn and Ricky Lee. That's how they stand in the West Coast Championship. So important to them. They've got a very aggressive and competitive championship, and they come here to take on the national boys. But more importantly for them, their own championship is so important. Very robust championship, the West Coast Championship. And we hope more, like Michelle Abate, will transition from West Coast into the National Championship. Out goes the 77, sadly.
Yeah, Josh Arce for Liqui Moly and Cube 3 Racing. I don't know why he's out. It must be some mechanical issue that we can't see, so maybe some motor issue. We don't really know, but that's really unfortunate for him in the end of the year.
Yeah, it's been a long year. Been a lot of racing for him.
On this restart, I'm really excited to watch Nathan Hearn. So we saw in that last one, he was super aggressive. So he's going to probably have that same idea and same aggression for this restart. So Merrill now knows that, so Merrill's going to anticipate that he's going to be super aggressive, so maybe Merrill will defend a little bit more. But it's interesting to see because now they both know their cards a little bit more on what they're going to do. So I'm excited to see how that all plays out.
So we are waiting for the restart. Again, another critical restart. We just saw Andretti just go through shot. He's up to 12th now behind Lostowski. And then Caleb Bacon is 10th. Austin Green now 9th. Rafa Matos up to 8th. That battle between Cameron Lawrence, Tyler Gonzalez, and Misha Goikhberg. Goikhberg actually up to 5th place. Very impressive indeed. He now joins that front group, chasing Annunziata and Cruz. But we're about to get underway again. Let's hope it doesn't take too long to clean up the cars that have gone off, including Barry Bowes. And we welcome back our MAV TV viewers. We're still under caution. You've missed nothing, and you're about to get some real exciting action coming your way because the championship is on the line, and the man who can only beat the championship leader, and that, of course, is Brent Cruz, is Thomas Merrill, and he leads this race, so it's all on still for the championship. Let's head down to Ben Sissel in the pit lane.
Well, thanks, Jonathan. I'm here with Blaze Chitta with BC Race Cars. Misha Goikhberg starting 10th, and he picked up 5 positions. Looked like he's doing really well. We know he's really good at Circuit of the Americas. What's he saying?
He's saying the car is good. He's just biding his time and trying to move forward.
we're trying to chase the degradation of the tires and just trying to keep a little bit of race car for the end of the race.
A race car driver like Misha with so much experience, are you talking to him on the radio, or is he better when it's quiet?
He has a driver coach. They do the communications. I shut up and listen.
I love it. And straightforward, just like we would expect from Blaze. Gentlemen, back to you.
So then, Merrill, there you see him in the blue and white, the Cope car, with HB Tuners as his sponsor, and then Austin Green now behind his teammate Matos, but that's okay, because Matos could still beat Zilic, and Evan pointed that out. They started the day with Matos on 8:34, and just 42 points behind Zilic, and if you think about it, 100 points for a win, possibly over if you get the pole as well, as Merrill did. Some big points to be had. So Zilic being out at the moment gives Matos that opportunity. So Austin Green is going to play a support role, I'm sure, now for Rafa, who's going to try and get past Cameron Lawrence, who he's driven against many times before.
Now Rafa's going to be even more aggressive than he was before. So before he was aggressive to try and get to the field,
Yeah.
but now he has a goal. Now he's like, okay, I need to be aggressive because I want to get third in this championship. So he's now going to flip another switch and go even faster and be more aggressive, and he's really going to try and push to get that car up front.
And I would say that Rafa's also racing for next year, because nothing is decided as to who's going to go where. Rafa hasn't won the title this year, and that's not the benchmark, but it's benchmark for everybody. So really, you've got to finish on a high. And if Rafa Matos, who's been up and down throughout the season, he had a big crash at Detroit, destroyed one of the cars there, and he needs a good result just like everybody else out there.
Champions actually make it very easy in contracts, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Well, we're going to go round again, and that means we're going to get more insight. You're listening to Evan Slater, and by the way, if you've got a little cash under the bed, Evan Slater, put it on him. He's a good boy. He was what? Where did you finish here last year?
So last year I didn't have a great finish here because I qualified 4th, and we had pace to be on the podium, but then I missed the driver's meeting, as you touched on earlier.
Just had to bring that up. I'm sorry.
So I started 54th, and I made my way up to 14th or 13th, I think.
Yeah, very impressive. The finish, not the
not missing the driver's meeting, but I've learned from that, and now I'm not missing them anymore.
There's Brody Grobel, who I was mentioning before, in the West Coast Championship, leading the way on 6:04, so we'll keep an eye on him. Let's head down to our latest West Coast information, because Ben Sissel is on that story too. Ben, what have you got?
Well, you were just talking about Brody Goebel and showing him in the shot, doing really well in the championship, but also another one of my favorite teams, and usually the most well-dressed team on the West Coast, is LaPaglia Racing. I'm with Richard Papini, the owner of Papini's Garage. Michael's doing really well in 24th, doing really well in the West Coast Championship, but what's he saying on the radio to you?
Basically, the radio is silent. Basically, he just focused on taking the corners and passing people since we started last. So basically, he's just killing it out there, and the only time that we basically talk is when he's passing people. So other than that, radio's are silent so he can focus and go for the win.
Nice. So, he's not new to the series. He raced an SGT last year. This is his first year in TA2. Have you enjoyed the TA2 effort? And he's also going to be out there later on today in SGT. But have you enjoyed the transition?
Yes, we have. At the beginning of the year, we had a little bit of struggles with the car, but once we got the issues ironed out with the alignment and brakes and figuring all that stuff out, we were able to get out there and do really well. So, yeah, it's our favorite thing to do right now. So, yeah, we love it. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun with this car.
I love it. I love it. Well, Jonathan, Scott, you guys, Evan, have a great time in the booth, but make sure you check in on our West Coast racers every once in a while. Back to you, gentlemen.
Certainly will. 22 points between Grobel and LaPaglia at the start of the weekend. Grobel currently 19th and LaPaglia in 24th. And that's good work to come up to 24th with a starting pack of 46 cars.
It's a wide racetrack like we talked about, lots of places to pass, but also a lot of places to get yourself in trouble. So interesting to see how the East and the West meet, because, as you understand, when you're driving the series all the time, you get to know and understand people and their habits around race cars. Now there's a bunch of new people showing up, and, you have to learn their characteristics to make sure they do something that might put yourself at risk. And I always tell our drivers, don't let somebody else's mistake become your problem.
Yeah, you definitely got to know the drivers you're racing against. Everybody drives in a certain way. I mean, as you drive and you race with these people, you learn the way they drive, and that allows you to race closer with them. But these new guys, if you don't know how they drive, that can create some problems. So I'm seeing them I'm watching the shots here, and I'm seeing a lot of these cars with just like small amounts of damage.
Yep.
So these cars, some of these cars are a little tired. They've just had a little bit of rubbing, but rubbing's racing. So it's good to see that people are driving aggressively, but yeah.
Rubbin's racing in his world.
Yeah, in our world. Yeah, in these big stock cars.
In our world, it leads to an incident. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, in the open wheel lightweight cars, those rubbing is not racing because that can cause crashes. But in these big cars, you'll door people, you'll rub fenders all the time, and it's not a big deal.
Tommy Kendall springs to mind, Ernie Francis Jr., of young guys that have won Trans Am championships. But if Brent Cruz pulls this off, he'll be the youngest ever at 15 years and 7 months. Pretty incredible.
Wow, that's incredible. And you talk about Ernie Francis Jr. Oh, there we go. I've never seen that before. That's sort of cool. Well,
Barry Bowe's giving us a real insight there.
Yeah.
He's getting chaperoned.
Yeah, we can watch his speed and watch his G-meter, everything that's going on with that. You talk about Ernie Francis Jr. Remember, he came over into FR and got himself into single-seater racing and won a race driving in the in those cars. So, I mean, to be that adaptable and that verse, he did a great job.
Yeah, Ernie Francis Jr., in fact, was the second youngest at 16. 9 months, so not bad. So
I was still go-karting at that age.
I know.
Back then. Yeah.
When did you start?
I started racing go-karts. I kind of started later than most of these guys. So go-karts outdoors is really where you learn and where you start. So I started those when I was 10. I think Brent Cruz, I could be wrong here, but I think he started around like 2.5, and Connor Zillot's around 4. So they started really young. Those numbers might not be 100%, but that's what I've heard. That's what I think.
Well, there is a couple of years between them, and yeah, they've grown up racing both against each other and with each other at various different levels and different types of racing. Zilic has done a little bit of Miata racing. Obviously, Brent Cruz has done a little bit of ARCA. He's hoping to do some truck racing. He's done a lot of dirt racing as well, late models and so on, keep himself trim. And so he kind of throws himself at whatever he can. The onboard of Three-Dimensional Services Group, Austin Green looking ahead to his teammate, Rafa Matos. And if you've just joined us, we're under caution here. We've got 27 minutes to go. So still a lot of racing to come from this race. And we've had longer than the first one, a little thought time going on. It's perfect racing conditions, just a little bit cloudy, keeping the sun off everybody for now, but it's going to hot up later in the day. But now everybody's probably got their game face on, starting to get ready for that restart and starting to wonder where they should push and where they shouldn't. Do you physically, guys, certainly in Trans Am, I wonder, with 100 miles, we call it a sprint, but is there a time where you go, okay, I don't care what the tires are doing, I got to go?
I think it really depends on what opportunity you have with the car, how it's handling. I've just got a note from race control that we're going green this time, but it's I think it really just was where you are with your car, and a lot of it for me and what I've been driving all the time is like, if my car is going to be good in the start, I'm not going to lock up the brakes and I'll put myself at risk and maybe bump into somebody like that, then great, I'm going to go for it. But if I need a lap or 3 or something like that for the car to come to me, then they have to do that. It all goes away if you're coming up to the last lap, obviously. Yeah. But I mean, these cars are different than obviously our single-seaters.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for these cars, the time you really need the tires is the last 5 laps. That's when things happen. The positions only matter on the last lap. So in the end of the race, you have to have a good car. So you have to save your car for the end. But yeah, I mean, the way you're driving with your tires depends on how you set up the car, how you inflated the tires to do good or not. So I remember in the start, for example, but I know for me, I started NOLA. I think I started the race, I don't know exactly where I started, but I ended up in second place on the first lap. But we had our tires pressured for the long run, so we were going to have a really fast car at the end of the race. So I was in second place, but our car wasn't designed to be up front so early. Yeah, so I dropped back really quick because the tires were just like super low on pressure, so they couldn't really work that early in the race. So it depends on how you set up your tire pressures and when you can really push the car, but ideally it's at the end of the race.
Well, we are going green next. The Honda Civic's lights are off, which means that Merrill will take control of this race in a matter of seconds. And it's going to be interesting because we hopefully will go green here for the rest of the day, or the rest of the 100 miles. Nathan Hearn still second and still with a chance of winning his first ever Trans Am race. Remember, 4th here last year. He made his debut from Australia, then hot-footed it back to Bathurst, and he's got a lot of support back home. in Australia for his quest here in the USA. Cruz on his way to the championship to become the youngest ever in Trans Am history. He still in third place, and Annunziata behind him, and the big man and the big mover, Misha Goikberg, in fifth at the moment, and we're keeping an eye on Rafa Matos. Away they go then. Beautiful sound here at COTA. Brent Cruz pops out, Annunziata follows. Across comes Nathan Hearn. He does exactly the same move as last time.
Worked for him last time. Let's see if he can make it work this time.
Well, remember, Merrill came back at him. We've got a Bacon around. Cale Bacon turns round.
Hopefully he doesn't get T-boned by a car coming around that corner.
Well, that'd be a bacon sandwich.
Which is not ideal.
Not ideal. But Hearn's holding it for now. Merrill second, Annunziata third. He got ahead of Brent Cruz, so well done to Annunziata. But of course, Brent Cruz doesn't care about that particular position. He just wants to be solid. He just wants to stay out of trouble. And if Annunziata wants it, take it. Meanwhile, Rafa Matos all over the back of Cameron Lawrence, and the cars in front of him, including Misha Goikberg, are bouncing over 9 and 10.
Yeah, Misha Goikberg really struggling with power down there. Cuts right in front of Cameron Lawrence to defend.
Oh, it's crowded in there, isn't it?
It looks like in the back, Adrian Lostowski, his car was smoking really bad. I wonder if he hurt a fender or cut a tire down something. It seems like he was smoking a lot, so I'm interested to see what happened to him.
We'll keep an eye on that. Down the back straight with Rafa Matos. Here comes your leaders, and here comes a possible overtake by Hearn. He's in the draft. He's looking to make that move on the inside. Here he comes. Last of the late breakers. Hearn does it with a plum. Nicely done.
Yeah, he's made that move work a lot this weekend. He's really confident on the brakes right there, and yeah, good for him. Annunziata up to third. Got past Cruz.
And look, here on the outside of 13, he'll try and turn it into an inside move for 14, but he can't do it. He got a bit of a slip slide, did Merrill. And Merrill pushing now. Hearn tries to get him on the inside, and this is great racing. Side by side as they come up to the 16, 17, 18 complex. So close. On board with Rafa Matos. He's watching it all unfold. Now he's behind Goikberg. And still a long way to go.
Loving what he sees, because all those guys going wheel to wheel and mixing themselves up, it just gives him a chance to draw himself up to them. Absolutely, just great stuff.
Awesome. So we've got a humdinger going on here into turn 20. 2 by 2 between Lawrence and Goikberg, but Hearn holding on to the lead for now. Where's Brent Cruz in the number 70? Red, black and white, just behind the white and green of Annunziata. Good friends, those two, both with Nitro Motorsports. Good trust. Goikberg gets through on Lawrence. Excellent stuff. 20, 10 to go then.
Full course yellow.
Again.
I think it's Caleb Bacon stopped there on the outside of 2.
Yeah.
Wow. A lot of yellows. A lot of restarts.
A lot of yellows. Well, that means that, well, you can
got
see
some
we've
debris
got
on track also,
as well. Now, is that flag more debris or more, could it be debris or could it be moisture or
anything
fluid?
that's going to affect the grip of the car on the racetrack. So, you know, we've got a lot of bumping and rubbing, and as you said, rubbing is racing. So rubbing and racing, these things, sometimes parts fall off. So, you know, the thing about that is if there's something on the racetrack, you need to get it picked up because it can cut a tire.
Doug Peterson
Doug Peterson looks like he had some contact there. That's unfortunate, ending that race for him.
So then, with Doug Peterson in the pits and looking as though he's getting out of the car, we are under caution. Hearn, Merrill and Annunziata. So then, Brent Cruz, what a moment for this young man's career. And I'm going to ask both of you this. Where can he go? Where would you like to see him, and where do you think we'll see him? It's got to be NASCAR, right?
I don't know. I've talked to him, and he says he wants to drive everything. So, I mean,
well,
obviously,
there's the car we're looking at. It is Caleb Bacon.
Yeah, it seems like for Cruz, NASCAR is obviously a big option. Maybe open wheel stuff. I know he tested an open wheel car at some point. So
he looked at our series, and they reached out to us. You had to be 15, date certain via the FIA rules, because we run underneath Formula 1, 2, 3, 4 structure as it is. So he wanted to come into F4. You have to be 15. He was going to still be underage for the first 2 races this year, first 3 races. So they looked at it and thought, but I mean, so I was found that interesting simply from the fact that I got to know his name because of what he was doing and thought he was NASCAR bound, and we had them reach out, and I thought, well, this is interesting. So yeah, I mean, you're going to go take whatever's available in front of you.
Yeah.
And you may have the love for something, but if the door doesn't open up, you're going to go park yourself somewhere else to get racing experience. You have to have exposure. You have to be in the game. And then if something else comes along, then you make that decision.
Well, the beauty for Brent is he's part of the Toyota Racing Development Junior Series, the program. He goes there pretty much 3 days a week and therefore mixes with the NASCAR drivers. But when you think about what Toyota do in racing worldwide, we've just mentioned that Gonzalez came from 86. He's raced in Toyotas in the 86 championship. He did that at Nashville as well as doing Trans Am. But then when you think about what they just competed in the last round of WEC, they're coming back here. But Toyota winning in Bahrain, who knows? He might even go that route. And that's a great professional career. So there's so much open to Brent Cruz. And like I said, it's a pleasure to have seen him at this young and raw stage, because he really is going to be something special in the future. Welcome back to our MAV TV viewers. We are live from the Circuit of the Americas. We are under caution, as you can see. That's why the cars are weaving from side to side. But it does give us a chance to go back down to the pit lane and talk to Ben Sissel. Who have you got?
Well, Jonathan, it's my pleasure to introduce, unfortunately out of the car early, but our new Ta2 Masters champion. And if you remember, Doug Peterson didn't get to be here last year because you were being inducted into the Hall of Fame of Michigan. So welcome back to Circuit of the Americas. But Doug, unfortunately, bad conditions. What happened out there?
Oh, I don't know, a little bit of banging. The steering wheel is quite a bit crooked, a little vibration. So, you know, doing 160 in the back and the front's wiggling and banging. I was just kind of had enough of that.
Crazy year this year, three-dimensional services group. We had some great races with a three-dimensional services group, triple track challenge this season, Ta2 Masters, but you're here with 4 cars, so now you still got 3 bullets in the chamber. Are you going to go back and watch this race?
I'm going to go change and cool off.
That's a good answer. Just like we would expect from Doug Peterson. Doug, thank you so much for this season. Three-dimensional services group. But don't forget about Rafa, Borisset Jr., and Austin Green. Gentlemen, back to you.
Great stuff, Ben. Yeah, you can tell he's a Hall of Famer. Cool as a cucumber and a former Trans Am champion in his own right. Getting up there in experience, I'll be polite. But I tell you what, he can still handle a car at speed and right there mixing it up. And as a team owner, you can't put the wool over Doug Peterson's eyes because he's out there with you each and every weekend. So great stuff. Great to hear from Doug. Got to visit his factory, the Three-Dimensional Services factory, over the summer break. And it was great to learn a little bit about what they do. And they do some really interesting projects with their 3D mastering. And what's the latest?
We're still under caution. It's interesting because SpeedTour Group and SVRA, it's interesting because we have the Flagtronic boards all the way around this racetrack. So there's something that our owner, Tony Pirelli, has invested into. And so what they do is they have that information in their car also. So they see there's a full course yellow. They also have a system now that goes code 60. So the drivers slow down. They're going 60 miles an hour. And what it ends up doing is that the safety crew know that everybody is actually slowed down. They're going 60 miles an hour. They feel safe to get out onto the racetrack with their trucks and crew members to get any debris or anything like a stalled car off the racetrack. So something new that's into our series right now. We're using the Flagtronic boards in F4 and FR, but the system is even further developed by Trans Am, by the folks at Flagtronic. So
well, this made me jump because this, of course, the same color car as Merrill, but it's Prochuk. Keith Prochuk's in the pits with the HP Tuners car, and we've just heard from race control that at that last restart, Protrack with a rear end failure is what they're saying, what Ben's just reported. But we've got 4 cars that are going to go back into the pit lane, and that's West Coast 69, 86, 27 and 24 for restart violations. And that could be because the rules perhaps in the West Coast are slightly different at the restarts than they are in the National Championship.
Well, you know, I'm going to take you here, and I say this because I have 7 drivers from International that come to race our series. You have to know the rules, young man that missed a driver's meeting, about what's going on. So you need to know the rules wherever you're racing, whether it's here in America or anywhere in Europe. So you have to know that information. So Not only that is that I was talking about the Flagtronics system just a moment ago. There is GPS sensors in all these cars, so we know, or the Trans Am knows exactly if a car passed under yellow or anything that's going on. So you can't get away with anything in these series these days, certainly because of all the electronics that we have.
This makes it really interesting, guys, because I just realized that Brody Goebel is one of the guys coming in. The 69, of course, is the championship leader, and Michael LaPaglia is not coming in.
Oh,
there's Keith Prochuk. Yeah, so that could really mess or stir up the 22-point difference between Goebel and LaPaglia as we take a look at Keith Prochuk. Out of the car and obviously disappointed. Hell of a race for Misha Goikhberg. He has made a real name for himself in this one. He's always at the sharp end. He's always top 10. But to see him vying now for a top 5 position towards the end of the race, really impressive indeed.
Yeah, Misha Goikhberg, obviously, he drives a lot of stuff. IMSA driver, I believe he drives a Lamborghini in IMSA. So he's a really good driver, and it's great to see him in this series, and he's very experienced with these cars. So,
well, I mentioned Keith Prochuk. He's out of the car, but he's with Ben Sissel.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. I'm here with my friend Keith Prochuk. And Keith, unfortunately, HP Tuners doesn't make a rear end for these TA2 cars. Is that what happened out there?
Yeah, it's either the rear end or the transmission. We had a good run, running P16 pretty solid, feeling like I could go up a couple more, but then, yeah, just grenaded there at the end, and that's all she wrote for us.
And that stinks, too, because we talked before the race. You love Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, I was moving up. I was running fast, and my head was in the game, so we were, I was in the zone to run, but rear end had other thoughts.
Man, that stinks. And this track is tough on transmissions, suspensions, and rear ends. Circuit of the Americas and those bright orange curbings. Scott Goodyear, I'm sure you can speak to that.
Well, you know, they love all these big curbs that they have. It certainly keeps our guys off of that, but it's interesting to see some of these guys, as we mentioned, just be able to drive over them. I'm still just amazed at that.
Yeah, and when they drive over them, so if these cars go in the air, so if one tire, rather, goes in the air, so like if they hit the curb and half the car lifts up into the air and then they land while they're still on the throttle, that can put a lot of strain through the rear differential, so that can rip them up pretty easily. So if these cars launch and hit the bumps in a weird way, that can easily destroy a rear end differential. So yeah, they got to be careful with that. That's another reason why you have to be careful with the curbs.
Austin Green, of course, currently in 9th position, fighting for the Rookie of the Year championship. He's got 723 at the moment to Thad Moffitt's 661. Nathan Hearn, 3rd at the moment, but Nathan Hearn will get some big haul of points, but won't get up to Austin Green's position. So Green pretty much a shoo-in if he stays in 9th. And we're going to come to Green. There's Rafa Matos, still Austin Green. It's been a heck of a year for the 22-year-old.
Just looking at the time right now with time to go versus laps to go and getting around here in just over 2 minutes. This might end up being into a timed race, so we'll see what ends up happening here.
Which would be 12 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so probably will be.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we have a rule here in Trans Am. If you're new to the series, we basically run 100 miles, or if we can't put that in and get the number of laps we want in, then we get as close to it as we can, given the cautions, and then we run to the clock. And then we tick it down, and we run 2-0, and 1 lap after that. That's it. So here we go. We're about to go racing again. Everybody jostling for position. Massive field. Great to see at the end of the season. At this huge circuit, it deserves a big field. And as you can see, the Honda Civic makes its way out of the way. And once again, Nathan Hearn will pick it up. His first chance to get a restart from the front. And boy, will he be looking forward to this.
Yeah. Wait until the start zone, which is the signs that are on the front stretch that the drivers can see. Leader has to go in that start zone. He gets to accelerate first, and then the flag flies, and make sure you don't pass anybody or come out of line until that happens. And off they are.
And that was a great restart from Nathan Hearn.
Restart.
Really good, and to the outside now, Merrill flips through, and Hearn's going to defend and get as wide as he can. There's Thad Moffitt. I mentioned him a moment ago in that rookies competition. He's got some work to do if he's going to catch Austin Green as we go back on board with Matos, trying desperately to get past Misha Goikhberg. They do get past the number 90 of, it looked like Annunziata might have a problem there, or one of the cars that they go past.
Still there.
Okay, no, Annunziata is there, so good news. But everybody flip-flopping through the S's. There's Rafa Matos in the three-dimensional services group. Started the day in, 4th in the championship on 8:34. Some 42 points behind Connor Zilic, who's out of proceedings.
I didn't notice if there was damage on the front of Massa's car on the left front fender, but I saw some tire smoke coming out of there going through the S's. So not sure if he had something touched on the fender that when he's going through the S's and the car's all leaned over, it's touching, but we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if that doesn't get worse.
Nathan Hearn went really defensive into that turn, which might hurt his exit, so maybe Merrill will be able to get a good drive out, and it looks like he is, and he's down the inside of Nathan Hearn.
Yeah, Merrill purposely went wide, and that's because he wanted the switchback, and that gives you good drive, and look, that's what it's done for him. But that said, if you run this long run straight, then you've got a chance of a slipstream, and that's exactly what Hearn's looking for now. Merrill, though, is going to brake as late as he dare and hold off Hearn. Hearn gives him a little tap, a love tap, and Annunziata waiting for the all to go horribly wrong, or make his move up the inside at 13, but instead, it's the Cube 3. 3 doesn't go into 2. Come on, Nathan, but it does here. Look at that. Nathan takes the lead again. Hearn leads, and man, and that's a terrible accident there as he turns around Hearn, and Merrill is going to get in trouble for that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so that's really disappointing for Hearn, but Merrill, that could be a big deal for him because he messed up his fender, so that might end up taking him out of the race. Maybe he cut down a tire, who knows? That seemed like pretty big contact.
I'd go one step further and say surely the stewards are going to look at that because Merrill caused it.
They certainly look at that, but I was putting myself in Brent Cruz's spot because all that's happening in front of him, and he's going, no, don't come into my path, that sort of stuff,
Well, yeah, actually, speaking of which, the penalty, he's...
Oh, no!
Oh, more carnage. Is that Rafa Matos?
Absolute mayhem here at turn 20.
Thomas Merrill spins around, Rafa Matos out of it. Misha Goikhberg going slow. Oh, man,
and Cameron Lawrence is leading this race. I said never count him out. We've got all sorts of drama. 24 of the 30 done. 8 minutes to go. Merrill trying to keep going with the car flapping off in the distance with bodywork everywhere. But there's been huge drama in this one, and it all started at turn 11 with a great move by Merrill, but then at 12, it all went horribly wrong. Austin Green trying to keep it all together. But we've got one more twist in this season. This is deja vu all over again, because this time last year, this same sort of thing happened, and we are going for a grandstand finish, folks. Stay with us. Guys, I don't want to apportion brain, but we've got to look at it a little bit. I said immediately, Merrill caused that accident at 14.
Well, the whole thing about it is right now, no penalties are going to happen, probably no drive-thrus or something like that. It's going to end up in the stewards' room at the end of the event right now.
Bet you're not glad you're not there.
Well, we had enough of our stuff yesterday to think about that. So when you have all the young drivers driving around, but, boy, we talk about this excitement all the way around.
Misha.
Yeah, I'm not a race director or a steward, but what I would say,
you just never show up to the meeting. You've never met those kind of guys.
Well, from my perspective, that looked like entirely Merrill's fault. I mean, it happens. It's racing. He's trying to go as late as he can on the brakes. He went a little too late, ran into the back of Hearn. For me, that seems like an avoidable contact. So if Nathan protests that, it'll get, I believe it'll get Merrill a 40-second penalty, which then secures Cruz with the championship.
Right, yeah.
So that's big news for Cruz because he had chaos all around him, but he was not in it.
So let's just catch up on where we are. Cameron Lawrence now leads. Annunziata is second. Austin Green is third. Brent Cruz is fourth and on his way, as you quite rightly point out, to the championship. Darren Mock now fifth. Adam Andretti, sixth place. And I smile there because, of course, he comes and joins me in the commentary booth for the other races. So I'm delighted for him because he's really made his way through. Boris said he's up into the top 10 too. So Doug Peterson will be smiling even though he's relaxing. And there you see it for yourself in real time. There is the 89 of Austin Green. A little bit of damage to the left side by rear of his car, but nothing that's flapping too badly. And as you can see, Brent Cruz right there behind him.
So Thomas Annunziata just passed Cameron Lawrence to the lead and showed everybody the pace he has. He ran a 1:11.8, which is well the fastest lap of this race. So he showed that he's got the pace and he's ready to go. So he got out front and he's making that Nitro Motorsports Nerd Focus car go fast.
Well, you join us at the perfect moment because it's all happening here at the Circuit of the Americas. Thomas Annunziata, who I spoke to pre-race, who was really confident after third place last year, has just come through the maelstrom and mayhem to take the lead away from Cameron Lawrence, who likewise took advantage when cars were going every which way and loose. Cameron Lawrence is now second. Austin Green is third. Brent Cruz on his way to the title is fourth. We've had all the West Coast, or half of the field, going in. And LaPaglia now leading in the West Coast by my estimations, given that Goebel has had to come in and take effectively a pit lane run through. So that is great news for Michael LaPaglia. We heard his engineer being introduced and talking about Papini's Garage and Fast Auto, the Ford Mustang going really strong for the West Coast, but 22 points the difference it was before, so we are headed for a real humdinger, and all the trophies being swapped around at the gala already, I can hear.
Yeah, so right now, Nathan Hearn, a lot of smoke.
Whoa!
Oh, Tom Sheehan spinning around.
Tommy Sheehan.
We'll see if he's able to get that car rolling. It looks like the rear wheels might be in the grass, so hopefully he's not beached on a
We call
on a
that
big
high-sided,
curve.
so definitely he looks like he's going to be up there. So we were probably coming up to the white flag, quite frankly. So if that was the case, they might just throw the white and then keep that underneath the local yellow here so you can continue with the event.
Oh, Darren Mock out of the car. He was running so good. He was 5th in the championship. Really all he needed was to have a good finish, and he was running 5th in the race too. And it seems like he had an issue. He's out of the car already, which could cause a full course yellow. I think it has to cause a full course yellow if there's a driver standing on the track.
And he should be up and find a hole in the fencing, which there's some holes around there to be able to get
And you know
behind the
why
barrier.
he's looking so disappointed? Connor Zillage went out in the young guns chase against Brent Cruz. Brent Cruz obviously still marching on to that. But Connor Zillage was second, and Mock was not that far behind, and he'll be bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, and Mock was 5th in the championship, so that's really good for him, but super unfortunate. I don't know what happened. It looked like there was some damage on that front right fender, so maybe he had some contact with a wall. Who knows?
Well, Rafa Matos is done making hay, and he's still going. Rafa must be smiling because this all happened to him last year, but he's kept his nose clean this year, and he's still running hard in 9th position. But we're getting down to the closing stages. This board changing by the minute. I'm glad we don't do it the old way in the cricket scores with a pencil.
Yellow.
You'd have run out by now. Annunziata, Lawrence and Green. And here comes Annunziata again on Lawrence. These two going at it as they come out of 11.
And
now Lawrence will come back.
There's a full course yellow, so if they pass right now, that can get a big penalty for whoever passes. So they have to
but it's
slow
only
it down.
just come out, but they should see it, as you say. And it comes up on the dash. Flagtronics have a really good system now where everything we see from the flags, from the actual humans putting out flags, we also have the electronic system on the outside and on the inside of the cars. It doesn't get any better than that.
Very impressive, and I was mentioning before, that's something that they've just brought on, that Tony's brought on. A lot of investment there. It's all about safety with Tony Pirelli, the owner of the Trans Am Series, SVRA, the F4 and the FR, so I'm very thankful for it. And we're going to end up with our new F4 cars next year that will be on the dash of the steering wheel for the drivers. Currently we have some small little monitors in there, so very excited for that. But you know, I look at this, guys, and this might just be, by the time you get a cleanup done, the checkered flag might just fall in the order that we have.
Yeah, the checkered flag might fall, which would be great for Thomas and Annunziata. It would be kind of disappointing for us because I love to see a race end under green, but obviously the safety workers can only work so fast. But man, this race has been crazy. There's been a lot of contact, a lot of aggressive driving, but it's been crazy, and right now it's looking really good for Cruz.
Yeah, we're looking at Thad Moffitt, and we've got to celebrate the 43, of course. His granddad ran that 43 to massive fame, and if you've never heard of Richard Petty, well, you shouldn't be in racing. Because obviously Richard Petty and that number are synonymous with racing in America. Thad's taken that number on. It's his first season here in Trans Am, and he's done a hell of a job. Really top tricks to him. Top 10 at the moment, Thad, just behind Rafa Matos.
Yeah, well, we're just got a note here, obviously a little linked into race control, as you know, so they're sending a note now. We'll be finishing under yellow, so, but as we know, cautions breed caution, so if we tried to get one lap in, chances are we might not have got through another lap. Yeah.
Well, let's head down to Ben Sissel if that's the case. Ben, what have you got?
Well, as is just reported, Brian Keselowski with Nitro Motorsports, if he can finish under caution, you have won the race. How does it feel, and what's the driver saying?
Honestly, it's amazing. You know, we really struggled at points this year. We thought we had a good win in Detroit and obviously got taken away from a little penalty on the track. But, you know, I thought we had a really good car. I told everybody all morning, I think we can win this race. I texted Thomas last night, said, I think we got this thing, man. We just got to play nice, especially with our teammate, because he's going for the championship. And he pulled a great move going into turn one. I mean, kid's done a great job all year. Trying to keep the thing in one piece sometimes has been a tough part of it, but you know what? He's got speed, and that's what you really ask for. I'll work hard all day long and fix these things. If you got speed, we can win races.
Now, let me ask you something. Are you talking to your brother Brad Keselowski after the race weekends, and is he kind of keeping up with this Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series? Because it has kind of become a ladder to the series that he races in.
Absolutely. You know, and I've told him right along, right from the first time I started this year, I think this is a series that you really could get some guys into and really teach them how to go road course racing, especially with how much road course racing's in NASCAR right now. So I think it's a great series to be involved in. I really enjoy it, you know. So I come from the NASCAR side, obviously, been there my whole life. Really enjoying working here this year.
Well, Brian, congratulations, a win for Thomas Annunziata, the best eyebrows in motorsports, I gotta add. We'll see you winner's circle. Gentlemen, back to you.
Great interview, and what a great name. Yeah, Brad Keselowski, of course, a household name in NASCAR. And Brian making himself a name and a winner with his boy, Thomas Annunziata, because we are going to finish under yellow. What a great story for Nitro Motorsport. Nick Tucker was the man we spoke to at the beginning of the weekend, chief engineer, and really the man behind getting all these youngsters together. Annunziata coming in just at the end of last year, and he came in on the back of talking to Brent Cruz, as a mate of his, and he said, you know, this is really good fun. You should join me, and he's only a teenager too.
You know, and you talk about the fun. I guess we were talking about Trans Am, where it's been and where it's going to, and I just look at the fun that's going on in the series right now, because when you are wheel to wheel and you are having the racing that we just saw today, that we witnessed today, as a race car driver, that's what you want to be doing. And I know you're sitting in the booth and you want to be out there,
Yeah.
and I fully understand that. You know, but for me, going through all my career, just sitting here, and I'm a big fan for what's going on in Trans Am, and all the Trans Am folks have done a great job on building the series back up again, and better things are on the way.
Totally.
Evan, what's the latest on you getting back in the seat? What's it going to take?
I don't know. So I'm in a few talks with people for 2024. Haven't signed anything yet. Everything's up in the air until you get something signed. So, yeah, don't know quite yet, but I have a few things I'm working on. But, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
There you go. Look at that. 17-year-old winner. And we've got a 17-year-old here in the booth. Well, your knowledge and insight into this kind of racing has been fantastic. I know that Scott and myself have enjoyed having you in the booth, so thank you for bringing your insight. Yeah, no, absolutely. And a big career ahead then for Evan Slater, but a big moment about to happen for Thomas Annunziata. Another name for the future, as he's done what he tried to do last year. He came third last year, but this year it's going to be a checkered flag, but we're going to go one more lap by the looks of it. Cameron Lawrence, who came in at the last minute, remember. Cameron's got a good bunch of races under his belt in Trans Am over the years. And there is the checkered flag. I forgot it was at the far end, but yep, he takes it, and that's a great win for him. But Cameron Lawrence also, great story, coming in for Bup at the last minute when he pulled out. And so Lawrence was not expected to be on the podium, but he's got it. Austin Green, the 22-year-old, also gets a great podium. But more importantly, we have a new champion of Trans Am TA2. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series has been won by the one and only, the youngest ever in the history of Trans Am. His name is Brent Cruz. Write it down, get the t-shirt, get the autograph, because Brent Cruz is going to be a household name if he isn't already. Big moment for Brent, and whether he was trying to be, you know, well, he was being a typical teenager when we spoke to him this morning, but you do not have the confidence you have when you're fully 100% fit. He had a nasty, I mean, I saw his foot. It's massive. He's got a big bruising. And I've played a lot of soccer, you know, on hurt ankles, and there's nothing worse because it swells up and there's nothing you can do about it.
And they really don't know what they have to do with it because it just happened really in the last 48 hours. So for him, certainly, you know, because there's always a question mark in your mind. But I mean, the adrenaline, as he was very calm when we talked to him this morning, he goes, you know what, the adrenaline will take over, and certainly it will. But, you know, now after today, the ride home on the airplane, it will probably be painful. But you know what, you'll be looking at a trophy sitting there beside you. I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, he'll be fine with that. And Evan, as a fellow teenager, you've got to take your hat off to Brent Cruz. He's done everything right. I mean, if you were looking for somebody to be inspired by, that's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing really good. Super consistent, super fast. He's done everything you need to be a champion. So, yeah, I mean, he definitely deserves this championship, and I feel great for him. Obviously, I'd like to be in that position too, but congratulations to him.
Amazing just to see the young talent coming in here, as we know, the young guns, as we're calling it. But I guess because I haven't watched all this recently, and I'm just starting to get back involved in watching it a little bit. But, you know, the the influx of NASCAR, not only the drivers, but I see it looks like there's NASCAR, people coming in as crew members and engineers and what have you. I mean, this sport has changed in the last couple of years, and it's really, as all these guys are talking about, it's a training ground for NASCAR. So just bigger and better in the future here, and more young talent coming through here, and what a great place to do it. And you're racing at a Formula One racetrack. How many Trans Am drivers thought they'd be at COTA racing on a racetrack that had Formula One cars here just a very short amount of time ago? And sometimes justice doesn't do this well. 130 feet of elevation change here at this racetrack.
And we welcome back our MAV TV viewers. And yeah, Scott, you were making a very good point here earlier. We've been talking about the crossover. We just spoke to Brian Keselowski. Obviously, we've got young drivers who are signed up with Toyota. And that, of course, is our new champion, Brent Cruz, at just 15 years of age. Connor Zilic is also looking that way. And now NASCAR, Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, all looking at this championship. And why? Because we run road courses. That's what we do. NASCAR now run road courses. They come to Circuit of the Americas in March. So this is one of the tracks. Watkins Glen is another. Road America. These are places where these guys are going to cut their teeth. So if you can go well in Trans Am, not that different a car, and I'm sure, Evan, is that some ambition of yours to try to get to NASCAR?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd love to drive anything I can. NASCAR is obviously a great option. I'd love to drive those cars. Really, anything I could drive, I would love to. So these cars, from what I've heard, drive very similar to NASCAR Cup cars, like the new ones. So these cars are great for the drivers to learn and get development and get experience in a car like that. So then when they transition to NASCAR, they can really be strong.
Well, Austin's green dad was an Xfinity champion back in the day, but when you hear the names like Haley and Christopher Bell, all of them have come through. Silver Hair have trained some of them. Now we're seeing Nitro Motorsports do the same. They've got a winner and a champion here this weekend. So all the eyes focused now on this Trans Am Series, which is the longest road running series since 1966 here in the USA. So it really does have a lot of credit and a lot going for it. It's gone through some ups and downs over the years, but it really is back in an amazing position now, and really starting to grow young talent. And that's not to take anything away from Merrill, because I know, having spoken to Thomas Merrill, he goes over and talks with Brent Cruz and with the other youngsters that are coming through and joining the championship. He enjoys the coaching side of it. And I don't know if you've spoken to Merrill, but there's guys, they're open to talk to you, aren't they?
Yeah, I love Merrill. I was talking to Merrill yesterday. He's just so open. If you have any questions, you can always ask Merrill. He's a great guy, super good data coach. I haven't been coached by him because I don't drive on his team, but the team he works with, he coaches those guys really well, and he's really accomplished in that. He's obviously a very accomplished driver, and he's nice to everybody to talk to.
Let's take a look at the classification then of the race. Thomas Annunziata wins, more importantly, his first Trans Am TA2 race for Nitro Motorsports in the Ford Mustang. Cameron Lawrence is second for Nakato Avrit SLR M1. Well done to Scott Lagacy's team. And Austin Green for the Three Dimensional Services Group takes third. Brent Cruz wins the championship with a fourth place. A good, solid fourth place. Kept out of trouble. Great result for Adam Andretti, all the way up to fifth place. Waited his moment and got there. Ethan Barker takes sixth place. Great result for him. Boris Said Jr. finishes his season on a high in seventh. Ben Mayer eighth. Great result for him too, again for Nitro Motorsports. Just 15 years of age. Another big name coming up, beating a two-time champion in Rafa Matos, who made it from the back to ninth. Thad Moffitt, one of the top guys, another guy starting out just a little bit older than those youngsters I mentioned, but on his way up and following in the Petty tradition. The Paglia, fastest in, it looks like, the West Coast, and may well just tip it from Goebel. Lostowski finishes 12th, Merrill 13th, Atwell, Guthrie, Young, Carroll, Romberg 18th, Brody Goebel, there you see him. He was leading the West Coast, but does finish 19th. It's going to be nip and tuck between those two. My math's not good enough, but we'll decide it when we find out. Tim Lynn in 20th position for Roof Options. And then a little further down, Roy Fulmer the fourth, another Californian who races in the West Coast. JC Menet, likewise, does the same. Doug Winston, 23rd. Bob Ricardo Jr. in 24th. McAllister, Nathan Hearn, after what was such a great race, finishes in 26th position after that turnaround. Abate 27, she had a pit stop. Nesbitt, Gray, and Mock, who we saw parked up there for Nitro Motorsports. Further down, Sheehan, Hingarani, Goikberg, he also involved in an incident. Tyler Gonzalez running right at the sharp end, but will finish 34th. Prochuk he pulled out as well. Doug Peterson, you saw an interview with him. Caleb Bacon, Sarche, Kelly, and Bose, all non-finishers in this race of 46 starters. Ruck went out early, Zilic went out early, Durbin, Caton, Perrin, and McAvoy. Wow. Well, Customers Bank came on board this year. I think we've given them something to look at, because I know that that is right up there with some of the best races we've had in Trans Am in the last few years. And if you were up there on the tower, you got a cracking view of it. But what a time to remember. 2023, the season that Brent Cruz cracked through. We've got Ernie Francis Jr., who took on several titles in TA, now in single-seaters, funnily enough, and in Indy next. Has so much choices. But don't forget, Circuit of the Americas will be shown on MAV TV, the highlights of that race you just saw for the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2. That'll be Thursday, this Thursday, November 9th at 8 p.m. And that'll be followed immediately by the race coming up later today, and that is TA, XGT, SGT, and GT, and that one at 9 p.m. So plenty. Thursday nights is your Trans Am night. Settle back on MAV TV, your place for motor racing. So Nick Tucker, obviously the man of the moment, chief engineer to Brent Cruz. Let's go down to Brent Sissel. He's got with him.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Nitro Motorsports, who I guess unofficially just won a championship in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Mr. Tucker, I saw you coming in high-fiving everybody. That's got to feel really good.
Oh, it really does. What a team effort. Without the people behind us, this wouldn't be possible. We got great crew members. We got great part suppliers and sponsors and drivers and families, and everyone came together and we got it done.
Nice. Now, not just Brent Cruz, though. Thomas Annunziata, what a performance from him. Just staying there around the top 3, 4, just kind of sitting there circling like a shark, and then when things happen, he just kind of pounced.
Thomas made it happen. He's been up front all year. It was just a matter of time. He's just an incredible driver and got it done today. What a great way to cap off the day.
Now, you guys kind of came in last year with kind of what I would consider to be like a soft opening into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series. About midway through last season, you're like, I want to win a championship in this series, and you assembled the right people, got the right drivers, and made it happen.
Yeah, what a blessing, right? Just all the right things came together and put us in this place, and what can I say? It's just incredible group of people that made it happen.
Nice. Well, Nick, congratulations. Unbelievable. Let's come over here and talk to some drivers. So check this out. Thomas Annunziata right here. Hey, Thomas Annunziata. Here's Dad's coming in to congratulate him. Nick Tucker, how cool is this? Thomas Annunziata, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series winner, Circuit of the Americas. How does this feel?
It's amazing. I mean, it's been a long time coming. We've had speed all year, but the luck hasn't been with us. A lot of things out of our control that ended our race early. The pole at NOLA, I think we could have won that or should have won that. That didn't happen. We crossed the line first at Detroit, got a penalty afterwards, and we had to speed the rest of the year, but things weren't going our way, so I'm glad to end the year with a bang and ready for 2024.
Now, strategically thinking, watching the race, you were just right there behind all the melee happening in front of you for lap after lap between Merrill and Hearn and Zilic, just kind of in the right seat. Did you know something would eventually come to you, or were you just trying to be in the right place at the right time?
I knew something was going to happen. Hearn's fighting for his first win as well, and he was really aggressive, and he was burning the tires off of it. And Merrill was also burning his tires, racing him, and they banged the wheels like multiple times. So I knew something was going to happen, and eventually, as the race goes on, the tension's going to rise. So I was just waiting for my moment. I found it, picked it, and took the lead.
Nice job. Congratulations, Thomas Annunziata. Another congratulations goes to our provisional champion, ladies and gentlemen, Brent Cruz, 15-year-old, I believe our youngest champion ever. How does that feel?
It feels great. The team worked hard all year. Rookie year, we were able to come in third, and I knew what I needed to do as from my perspective and how to get the car kind of to make sure we ran every race, and then being able for me to finish every race, I think, is the main way to be a champion, and that's what I learned last year.
Now, what does this mean to you going forward? I know that you're talking to a lot of different teams, a lot of different series, but this has got to be a big feather in your cap. For all the championships that you've won in your young career, this has got to feel really good.
Yeah, it feels great. I think it's in the highest car, obviously, so that's a plus. And being able to work with Nitro Nick, I grew up with him from 5 years old on, racing go-karts with him, winning championships there, winning the biggest races in go-karting, and then coming in this professional series, obviously, against the best drivers and best teams, and being able to have success here, win races, and win championships is a dream come true.
Now, one thing that I love about this Nitro family is that it is a big family, and I saw your mom at, I think, every single race, your stepdad at every race. So cool to see that kind of encouragement, but also I think everybody on your crew kind of treats you like a son. Is that what Nick has developed here with Nitro?
Yeah, for sure, and it's cool to get all the crew guys around that I grew up with as well. So being able to have pretty much a dream team, and then being able to see my teammate Thomas win, so that's super cool, and I think that'll be official. So having teammates that are able to find success as much as I do, and being able to succeed, I think is what Nitro does best. It's always a team effort. It's never a one-man team.
Now, be honest with me now. Look me in the eye here, because I'm not used to seeing you comfortable with running third, fourth, a whole race. Were you running that whole race with a championship in mind, or were you just kind of down on something?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely went into the race wanting to win, but I realized that I kind of went into the same mindset at VIR, and it kind of cost me. So just being able to pretty much be calm and try to run third or fourth was the goal. And then if Thomas Merrill won, then we'd still able to win the championship. So being able to kind of coast and then be aggressive when needed, I think was the name of the game. And the leaders got super aggressive. Hearn was trying to do the best he could and ended up taking people out. So being able to come home and finish fourth, I think, is what we needed to do.
Unbelievable, especially from the young guns. For a 15-year-old to be able to be patient like that, ladies and gentlemen, like Brent Cruz, and run for a championship, that really shows the maturity. Brent, can't wait to see what happens in your career, man. Austin Green here, Three-Dimensional Services Group, I believe our provisional Rookie of the Year. Austin, how does that feel?
Oh, it's great for the first year in Trans Am, come out Rookie of the Year. Just huge thanks to everybody at Peterson Racing, Three-Dimensional Services Group. You know, it's been a tough year. It was a tough race. You know, definitely had a top 10 car, not a top 3 car. It was just fighting title race. So super excited for next year. And hopefully we'll come back here next year and win the thing.
Nice. I love it. Congratulations. We got to come over here and talk to Michael LaPaglia. Always the most well-dressed team on the West Coast. And yeah, but I like that. And I'm missing the guy with the mustache, though. But how does it feel?
It feels incredible. I mean, like, I can't even describe it. Our first national Ta2 race out here representing the West Coast. And we had a grid penalty yesterday and started 44th. And to stay out of the carnage on all the restarts, make a bunch of passes, and to end up 11th was just incredible. And to win the West Coast sanction here at COTA is just like unbelievable. I would have never guessed it going into that race, starting 44th. So just drove aggressive and just kept it together, really.
Now, we spoke a couple days ago, and you were planning on running your SGT car as well. So are you still doing that? You still doing another 100-mile race today?
Oh, yeah, I have that coming up after lunch. So I got to go rehydrate, get a little food in me, and we'll be back out there in the SGT Mustang. So, yeah.
Congratulations, Michael LaPaglia. Let's talk to Brody Goebel. We talked to him earlier. Brody, unbelievable race out there. You were on camera quite a bit. What did you learn from that race running with this national series?
Yeah, it was a tough race for us just because that Western Championship kind of, laying over our head a little bit there. So I had a few times where I really wanted to push and go forward, and it was just thought better of it. There was cars crashing all around us. Had a drive-through penalty about halfway through there, or 3/4 of the way through. And yeah, it was for jumping the start. So I didn't think I did at the time, but we served that penalty, went to the back of the field, and then made, finally a little bit of a charge there for the final lap or two, and got back to the podium. So it was a really good run back after that penalty, but kind of took us out of the mix at least today for the national race. So yeah, for sure.
But you did well, and you came in one piece. Nice job, Brody. Well, let me go one more real quick, because we got to talk to Cameron Lawrence from Austin, Texas. And Cameron Lawrence, you come into the Ta2 series, you win a championship, you leave for a while. You come back, you win a championship, you leave for a while. You come back here this time, and Mr. Bupp, I got to say,
Indy on the podium. Now your car's on the podium back at COTA in your hometown. Your wife is expecting. This has got to be a crazy year for you.
Yeah, I had a good year all year long. This was a super last-minute thing, keep kind of getting dragged back into this whole thing. But huge thanks to Mr. Ellis and them, everybody at Avery Express. It was really all them that gave me the call. Hopefully Jordan's doing all right and the family. Haven't seen him in a while, but I'm bummed that this is the way it had to happen. But at the same time, it was cool to work with the M1 guys and Scott and Lee and everybody that worked on the car this weekend. So I've known all these guys a long time. It's the last car that I haven't driven yet, so I've driven pretty much all the chassis now, worked with everybody in the paddock, and it's been really fun. This was a really good car. Qualifying didn't go our way. The beginning of the race didn't really go our way, and then kind of the heavens opened up there, and we went from nowhere to first, and then I made a rookie mistake and gave it up. So, it was a bit of a fun race at the end there. Wish we could have run it out to the green. Got kind of stymied by that late yellow also. Was going to make a move, but all in all, good weekend. Thanks for everything these guys did, and fun one race, one off there.
Congratulations, Cameron Lawrence. Jonathan, back to you in the booth.
Great stuff, Ben, as always, and just a couple of confirmations. Yes, that jump start, I wasn't sure what they were pinged for, but 4 drivers in the West Coast Championship pinged for jumping the start, or the restart should be, and so that's why Brody Goebel did come in for that drive-through. But he still got third, and I think that still gives him the championship. But I can confirm the top 3 in the West Coast Championship. Michael Lapaglia, Tim Carroll in second, and Brody Goebel in third. We've still got Evan Slater and Scott Goodyear here. Guys, as we kind of take a breath from what was an enticing and electrifying end to the year, what I love about that is that mix of Cameron Lawrence, a 2-time champion in Trans Am. You've got Rafa Matos in the mix, Andretti, big experience, and yet we're all talking about these youngsters. And Lanciata, you can see the emotion from the dad and from him and Nitro Motorsports, and you can also see the crossover that we were talking about earlier with NASCAR.
And we talk about youngsters, obviously, in the series that I operate with, the F4 and the FR, we expect the youngsters. They come out of karts and they're 15 and they come into cars and we're training them at the same age. We've never had these youngsters in Trans Am. And you were expecting these drivers in their mid-20s or early 30s. I mean, especially the era that I grew up in. And then all of a sudden now, like I said before, to come over here and see the youngsters and a 17-year-old sitting beside me, I mean, it's really interesting to see the opportunity that Trans Am is now providing for these drivers to focus on getting some experience for road course racing that makes them more saleable and more valuable to the NASCAR series. That's what I see what's happening in this series right now, and I think it's going to grow from there.
But Evan, it's more than that, because yes, NASCAR is a big heady dream, and so would Formula One be. But aspirationally, why do you like? I mean, just in terms of why do you like driving these cars?
I mean, I love driving these cars because the cars themselves are fun to drive. They're big, heavy stock cars, so they're just a blast to drive. And they're big body cars and they're heavy, so you can bump into people. You can do rub and racing. You can you can drive them hard. You can race really close. So that makes it really fun. And then there's also so many people, like so many good drivers in here, that it makes it so you have to improve. And then the more good drivers there are, everybody that thinks they're a good driver wants to come drive here to prove that they are. So then it just adds more and more and more good drivers. So then it just becomes like a series where like 46 car fields of all great drivers. So it's just awesome to drive in.
Well, that summed it up perfectly. My thanks to Scott Goodyear and obviously to Evan Slater. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel as we're about to get the podium underway.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Ta2 Series here at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Unbelievable racing out there. We are going to start with the National Series, the Pro-Am. Let's hear it. Number 98, Doug Winston. Come on now. Doug Winston would bring back the trades, and Doug, much better finish than a couple years ago. You got to get on that top step, though, Doug. You can come up here. Come on, guys. Let's hear Doug Winston, Pro-Am. Man, nice job. This has got to feel good.
It feels good. It does feel good to finish because we had nothing but trouble all weekend. Transmission was out of the car twice. We had low fuel pressure the last 10 laps, so we barely finished today. But we finished. We started at Sebring with a win. We ended with a win, so not a bad season.
Nice.
We'll take it.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it. Doug Winston. Come on now, one more time. Pro-Am, Doug Winston. Look at that.
Doug, so happy to have you out here with Fast Auto. Been running with us for a few seasons here with Adrian Lostovsky's operation. All right, now I need you guys to get loud because this dude has so much energy. He was with us at Watkins Glen. He was with us at Sebrings. Let's hear it. Masters TA2, Bruce Nesbitt. Come on now. The knob with the brain. Limp up here, but just kidding. He does the Willy Wonka thing. I love it. It's easier to start on the number 2, but, you know, whatever you want to do. Bruce Nesbitt, man, I love having you out at these events. TA2 Masters, that's got to feel good.
What's this now? Oh, Mike, let me tell you, nobody can appreciate a crew like I do. These guys and gals put up with so much. Raise your hands back there. Let's say, look, there's my guys, Joe and Zach, Robbie, my wife, and Matt, the truck driver. Let's salute the truck drivers, folks. All right, all right. Well, the SCCA has really provided a venue for guys like me. There's many of us that have raced for like 60 years, come and think of it. But this is really pro racing. It's tough racing. It's no joke. It's the real deal. Thank you, SCCA.
Nice. All right, hold that up, Bruce. Don't go too far yet. Hold that up for Chris. Let's hear it one more time. Bruce Nesbitt, ladies and gentlemen. And Bruce, you said it at Watkins Glen, but how old are you? Do you mind saying that again?
82 years of young.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Bruce Nesbitt, Masters, ladies and gentlemen, 82 years young. I wish I had that kind of energy. Bruce, congratulations. Nice job. Congratulations. I love your energy. I wish our president of the same age had that kind of energy. Let's go with, ladies and gentlemen, the podium for the National Series, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. Provisionally our Rookie of the Year in TA2 Racing with Three Dimensional Services Group. His family's here, so you got to get loud. Let's hear it. Austin Green, ladies and gentlemen, 3rd place. We go from Austin to Austin because this man is from Austin, Texas, where we are. He is a 2-time Ta2 champion. Is that correct? I'm looking for him. Let's hear it. Cameron Lawrence, 2nd place. And he told me in the interview now that he has raced a Howe, an M1, and a Cope chassis. And this happened because Mr. Bupp couldn't come, so he gave his car to Cameron Lawrence, and Cameron Lawrence had a great race. And then in 1st place, he has been there this whole time, this whole season. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, Nerd Energy, Thomas Annunziata. With Nitro Motorsports. 3 different teams up here on the podium with the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. Austin, back up on the podium with us. This has got to feel good.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a great way to end out the year. You know, top 3 is great. I think we struggled a little bit there in the beginning and then had a little problem with the rear end there at the end. But just thank the good Lord. Thank Mr. Peterson. I don't know if he's here, but yeah, Mr. Peterson, all the guys at Three Dimensional Services Group, all the men and women at Peterson Racing, and excited for next year.
Nice. Austin Green, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Cameron Lawrence, you have a weird relationship with the TA2 Series. You come in, you win championships, then you ghost us for a while, then you come back in. Welcome back to the TA2 Series. Great to see you back up on the podium.
Thanks. Yeah, it's keep getting dragged back into this, it seems like, but it's usually fun racing. The cars are some of the best cars out there for sure. Definitely thanks to Mr. Ellis and the Everett Express guys for making the call for me to be out here. Helps being local. Love racing here and being sleep at home. But yeah, hopefully everything's all right with the Bupps. You know, we missed Jordan. Wish he was here. But thanks to Scotty and all these guys, Lee, everybody gave me a great car all weekend. Just kind of trying to work through things and learn how they operate. But yeah, it was a good race. Excited for the year to be done and go have a baby and relax for a few months and get back into it.
Nice, I love it. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Cameron Lawrence back in the TA2 Series. And then Thomas Annunziata. Man, well-deserved victory. Great fight. Great to see you on the top step. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Well, it was definitely an interesting one. We started 5th and stayed 5th for a little while, but the guys in front of me were starting to burn their tires, and Hearn's also looking for his first win, so he was definitely aggressive, and they were burning their tires off, so it made it definitely interesting at the end. There was a wreck at the end, and then me and Cameron ended up racing for the win, and I just barely hung on to it, but I'm so thankful for these Nitro guys, Brian Kozlowski, Nick Tucker, Cody, I can't think of names right now, but everyone under Nitro Motorsports for doing this for me and giving me this opportunity. We've been looking for this for a while, and we've been so close so many times, so I'm happy to get the monkey off my back and take my first victory at the end of the season, and I can't wait for 2024. Congrats to Brent Cruz on his championship, my teammate. Austin Green for the Rookie of the Year championship, that's awesome stuff. And to be 1-2 with Cameron Lawrence, the guy who I was calling at the end of the year, last year for advice, is really cool. It's special. So thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Austin Green, Cameron Lawrence, Thomas Annunziata.
After West Coast, that'll be last.
All right, Austin, Texas. This is the home of live music. You've got to get a lot louder than that. Come on now, Austin. Austin Green, Cameron Lawrence, Thomas Annunziata. Jimmy live on the scene is loud. I like that.
The West Coast guys next.
Yeah.
Michael's in the next race.
Okay.
Got 35 guys.
That's crazy. Oh yeah, who wants some hats, ladies and gentlemen? We got some hats to throw out here, some beautiful Motul hats. Come on now. Yeah. All right, we gotta get this moving though, because we got a driver that's coming up that's in the next race. All right, come on now, Austin, get loud. Austin Green, Cameron Lawrence, Thomas Annunziata. Congratulations, gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to now go to the West Coast TA2 Series, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series West Coast Edition. Really hard fought all year long. Really fun to keep up with this group. A really fun group to be a part of. In third place, all the way from British Columbia. Let's hear it. Brody Goebel, ladies and gentlemen. Brody has been in the fight for the championship all season long. In second place, where is he? Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Tim Carroll. Here he is. I love it. Tim, it's good to see you back after Laguna Seca. That was quite a shunt at Laguna Seca. And then, ladies and gentlemen, how many cars did he pass? He passed 35 cars in this race. Let's hear it. The most well-dressed team in the TA2 Series, Michael LaPaglia. And we got to hurry with this one because Michael's out in his SGT car next with Trans Am. Brody back up on the podium. Probably not the finish you wanted in the West Coast, but you were here to just kind of see how everything shook out.
Yeah, it was an interesting deal out there, kind of focusing on that West Coast Championship, but trying to run, we started 12th place there up with the national guys and trying to be smart about it. So, yeah, it was tough. Yeah, it was half of me wanted to go forward and the other half of me trying to be smart out there, and I'm just happy that we're able to fight back for third place in the West Coast race and 18th overall. So it was a good, fun weekend, and congrats to Michael today for pulling out that win. That's awesome.
Nice. Brody Goebel, ladies and gentlemen, and anytime you can finish in the top 20 TA2 Series, that shows some talent and skill. Tim Carroll, good to see you back since WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And then, second place in West Coast. That's got to feel good.
Well, it's actually our first time up on the box, so we're super pumped about that one. And last night in qualifying, we exploded a transmission, and we were up all night until 1 o'clock. And it helped with the M1 guys and Andrew's transmission. We got it put in last night. And my Bruce and Scott, my team guys, it was awesome.
Nice. Let's hear it. Tim Carroll. And then Michael LaPaglia. Take the mic. Tell us about your race out there.
Oh, well, I just, I started 44th, and I really just had nothing to lose. It was as simple as that. I didn't want to tear the car up. I wanted to bring it home in one piece and just try to stay out of the carnage and make as many passes as I can. My little guy told me to sneak through the window, like they say on Cars 3, so that's all I did. I just tried to take advantage of every opportunity I had to make a pass, and definitely left a couple out on the table, surprisingly, but it was a great race. Super happy to finish, position 11 in the whole series, and then take the win here in West Coast. It's my first one in the West Coast Series, so stoked to do it here in COTA. Awesome track, awesome facility. I'd just like to thank everyone that helps us out. The Pampini brothers take care of the car. Actually, they're not here. They're up with the SGT car. I have to jump in that in a few minutes. There's one of them. They do everything for me and just take care of it, make sure the cars are race ready. I really appreciate that. And of course, my family, from my father-in-law to my grandpa and my parents, my kids, my wife, everybody that comes out and supports. And, on the West Coast, we have some great competitors. 2 of them standing right by me. It's been fun racing with these guys, and really looking forward to getting a little more serious next year and coming back for some more. So thank you.
All right, crowd, get loud. Brody Goebel, Tim Carroll, Michael LaPaglia, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series West Coast edition. A super fun edition. Here comes Mike Dolan back here to give the hats. And we might not want to spray the winner with champagne because he's got to get in a race car here soon. Come on, crowd, one more time. Brody Goebel, Tim Carroll, Michael LaPaglia, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series West Coast. I love it. All right, so Michael, you need to take off, buddy. All right, come on. We'll see you in just a few minutes back on track. Nice job, everybody. You guys are excused. Sorry. Oh, we're going to do some wine. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if Tim and Brody... Oh, not going to be polite at all, ladies and gentlemen. Brody Goebel going right for it, looking for shelter. Congratulations, guys. Nice job. Thank you so much for coming out to the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. All right, so you want to go to... Are we out? We out? Okay. Back up to you.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, great stuff. And boy, busy schedule here as the Lone Star flag flies high. But more to come. We're going to take a short break from the Speed Tour. But thanks for tuning in on MAV TV. And just a reminder, we have a brand new champion, the youngest ever in Trans Am history since it began in 1966. His name is Brent Cruz. You can watch all the highlights on MAV TV on Thursday at 8 p.m. for TA2 and on TA on November 9th at 9 p.m. So don't miss out. Until then, from me, Jonathan Green, goodbye for now.
I drive a truck for Clean Harbor. Now make no mistake, it's hard work. It takes a lot of focus and you have to know your vehicle's limitations. And more than anything, you have to drive to win.
Nice running, Thad. If you want to drive for a winning team, give Clean Harbors a call at 1-833-32-DRIVE. Visit driveforthebest.com. They have the vehicles and the compensation for every kind of truck driver, and everyone drives home a winner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a great group, SVRA Group 5A, 8, and 12B here at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Getting some really good images here. The sky is clearing up. The fog has lifted, and we've got that beautiful Texas sky that we've been talking about. This is a split start with Group 5A, 8, and 12B. So these S2000 cars up front, that's our Group 5. There's 8 of those. Henry Payne, the 5th, is kind of at the back of that pack, but always a really fast driver, so expect him to move up. If you're watching on YouTube, we are monitoring the SpeedTour TV channel on YouTube and looking at comments, so feel free to leave us a comment. Tell us if we've got something wrong, something right, something you want to see, if you have some information on these drivers or cars. But Group 5 is coming to take the green flag, and I'm joined by my friend, Austin native Jonathan Green.
Native Austin, I'll take it. Here we go then. Split start, so just this first group leading up the hill. And at the moment, they're not spreading out. They are now, and here we go. Look at this. 4 wide on row 3 as they jostle for position, but it's the 20 who takes the lead. Nicely done. And Peter Escook, how do you say it? Escookie. As he did yesterday. Ahead of Benjamin Myers, Samuel Payne.
Side by side, though.
Yep, still. As we go under and into 3. But finally, back comes the 20. Escookie gets the lead. Aggressive stuff. These two were at it yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, and this is our gold national championship helmet race. So Benjamin Myers just giving it everything to Peter Escookie there as they come around the Lone Star flag. And I got to say, you don't sound like you have a thick Texas accent. I misspoke. You're not a Texas native. But
East Texas.
Yeah.
Way east.
But you've lived in Texas for quite a while now.
12 years now, yeah. And before that, too.
Well, look at this. So that's Andrew Myers there coming up on Peter Escookie. But here is the start of our Group 8. And that's George F. Ballback and Nicholas Clements leading this group as they take the green flag, Jonathan.
Here we go then. Porsches side by side. And yep, like you say, the split start. Lots of 510s. A few BMWs, but it's going to be the Porsches that lead the way as they did yesterday. But this is the all-important helmet race.
That Honda S2000, though, that catches my eye back there. It looks good.
It's very good indeed. Love these little cars. They're wonderful. 37 going through shot there. And
that's Mark Nettesheim, one of our great West Coast drivers in the B Sedan Challenge Series. And we're back here with the Sports 2000s. Really good race, mixed group race. And that's Marvin Hodges there in that gold car.
And Henry Payne.
And Henry Payne the 5th, moving up like I thought that he would. He came out of the race early yesterday. But again, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to turn this up a little bit because this is a race for our national championship in vintage racing. So this is kind of, and we're entering into the off season. So a lot of our drivers on this day, they kind of think, well, I'm going to take some chances because I've got the off season to fix the car, as it looks like Andrew Myers has closed the gap here on Peter Escookie.
Yeah, he has. Look at this. And now he's put himself in a position where surely the overtake is on. Escookie under massive pressure now, although he's pulling away down the main straight. And if Myers is going to make a move, it's going to have to be now. But he hasn't. He's going to slot in behind him as they turn through turn 1, hit the apex here. And they're pulling away just gradually from 3rd place, Samuel Payne. You see it from above there. Nicely done. And some good battles here. That other battle continues. Through the S's they come, down through the Bennett's Bridge Hall S's. Here we go. This is the battle I wanted to see. The 66 really going at it. Marvin Hodges holding off for dear life against Henry Payne the 5th. So the 5th is the senior and Henry Payne is the junior.
Yes,
gotcha.
I believe so. As they come through there, the is that turn 6, 7, 8, 9, I guess it would be?
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Yep. And this is over 10 and now into 11 coming down here.
This is Customers Bank turn 11. But yeah, the cameras have picked it up right. This is the battle to watch here between number 66, Hodges, and Henry Payne.
Yeah, Henry Payne does a good job. But the drive is on because the switchback came, and now they're going to be side by side, and they are. Down that back straight, looking for the slipstream. The leaders come through. 3rd place is on his own. That's Samuel Payne. right now, Marvin Hodges is being a pain to Mr. Payne as he comes up the inside and takes it back. Nicely done at 12.
And like we saw with our Group 2 racing, this is more of kind of a spec series. So these cars are very equally yoked. This is a driver class, as we're seeing in 4 turns, 3 lead changes, Jonathan.
I know. Nice little overtake at 13, but you have to go wide at that point, and that's how he lost that again. But this is great. Really good stuff.
And like we were saying earlier, this is a driver's class. These cars are pretty easy to work on. They're Ford Pinto 2-liter engines, and the body work is pretty easily as long as you know somebody with the molds. So they are really going to probably take some risks that they wouldn't take in a normal SVRA vintage race, or just vintage race in general. As we look, can Myers get anything on S-Cookie?
Well, S-Cookie's managed to hold him off, but boy, these two are going at it, aren't they?
And now we're seeing 3 of the 4 Paynes here. If they could work together and create a draft, they might be able to catch up to the leaders. These are longer races, are these helmet races here, with our Group 5A, 8, and 12B.
And just explain that national helmet. It's one of the few vintage series that actually holds one of those, yeah?
Yeah, I believe we're the only vintage series that holds a national championship. We do it here in Austin, Texas, because it's pretty centrally located between the 2 coasts, and it's such a fantastic track.
Sure.
So happy to be here joining the Group 8 race as we see Ballback, Clements, and then
overall.
Troy Ermish, who started 4th in this group, has come in. Then there's Mayor Primo, and then that is Brian Thomas Himes there taking over Mayor Primo in that Ford Mustang. And then one of my favorite people in this, Armand Gorbani, has really moved up in that Datsun 510, but there is that Ford Mustang.
Yeah, Armand Gorbani there, just going through shot. And then the 58, as you mentioned, Brian Thomas Himes. That yellow and black Ford Mustang. Look at that, there's the Alpha. 113 of Maya Primo. That's a Primo-looking car. I still like it in red, though. I prefer it in red.
Well, it is Italian. So it makes sense in red.
It does, yeah. Behind him is Armin Gorbani, as we mentioned. But it's S-Cookie out front by just 0.3. These two are, there's nothing between their lap times. Myers a little bit slower last time out, but not by much as we go back to the Porsche race.
And if we talk about the helmet race, so George Ballback is in Group 8 AP.
Yeah.
Clements is in BP. And then
so they're actually in different classes.
Yeah, Troy Ermish is in B sedan. So Troy Ermish should, if he keeps this up, the 1, 2, 3, 4 are all going to win helmets in this race.
Oh, wow.
And then in the other race, the Group 5, Peter S-Cookie right now is in contention to win a helmet.
We need a lot of Bell helmets.
Yeah, I think we have 56 different Bell helmets awarded at this race.
Now, we saw this car yesterday, the 77 going through. That's
look at that, sideways.
Yeah, completely sideways, but you were saying yesterday, pretty good handler of a car, right?
Yeah, really good, and gotta give it, that's getting that's getting 10s from up here. If we're getting some style awards, definitely winning the style. I spoke to this gentleman here in this S2000 yesterday. He was watching his in-car out at lunch, and that's, I'll never be able to say it, Dejan Stojic in a Group 12 2004 Honda S2000. I've always loved the S2000s. Stojic,
I would say
that's
Stojic.
probably right, yeah.
Dejan Stojic. It's a Czech name, I think.
So that's Troy Ermish there in that Datsun 510 all the way out from California. He services a lot of the 510s in this, including, I think he helps out with Armin Gorbani there in that black 510 coming in the shot right now as they come around Customers Bank turn 11. And then that's Larry Lunda in that Porsche 914, followed by Mark Nettesheim in that Datsun 510, a beautiful car. And always giving us great shows. Was with us at Sonoma and Laguna Seca this year. Really great driver is Mark Nettesheim.
And it's Cookie's lead, still out there, still 0.3. There's nothing between them.
Got some blue flags flying. I love seeing that from the corner workers.
And
then here come the leaders,
yeah.
the overall leaders. This might get hairy, ladies and gentlemen, because Benjamin Myers now has the lead in this race.
Yeah.
No, I've got Andrew Myers. Sorry, yeah, it's the 51A. Sorry, I'm going to keep getting that wrong. And I know his mom and uncle are watching this down in Daytona right now, so sorry about that, Don and Todd. But Andrew is in the lead right now.
Yeah, I don't know where he made the overtake, but that's why we saw the blue flags. They're taking the outside route at 13.
but anything can happen, especially we don't like to put S2000 cars with production cars because they're just not used to racing with each other. And
well,
they
it's hard
take
to see them.
Yeah, it is. They take totally different lines, and they're just real low. So it's up to, in vintage racing, the overtaking driver to make a safe overtake and make sure that they know that the driver in front of them is going to hold their line while they go around.
Beautiful day here at the Circuit of the Americas once again for the big last hurrah for SVRA and the SpeedTour. And now he's extending that lead as he crosses the line.
Andrew Myers extending that lead, just like you said. Looking for Benjamin Myers out there. Supposed to be out there in the number 25 Carbier CS2.
He's in 8th at the moment, it says.
Looking at the hands of Andrew and just the body language, he looks very calm. He looks like the car setup is correct. Wolf has done a good job setting up the car for him. He's a very studied driver, and let's see how he gets through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. So he's in an S2000, passing an S2000.
Yes, that's ironic, isn't it?
Going out in the dust, though,
Whoa.
Myers.
Yeah, that, you can imagine if you were in one of those higher cars, those bigger cars, it's hard to see them coming. And they just zip by, and you can see it's a bit of a, whee, somebody's gone wide there, and that's, I think, the Datsun.
I think that was Armin Gorbani just seeing these cars. No, there he is. So that was the S2000 getting out of the way there. Now they're coming up on Armin Gorbani and Customers Bank turn 11. Armin doesn't see him. Let's see if everybody gets through. Looks like everybody got through.
Waving.
Yeah, blue flags. Good call. So, Jonathan, what's going to happen here with the draft? Looks like S. Cookie is in the catbird seat.
But he's doing a good job as the leader of just pushing him, forcing him to the inside because it's really dirty over there. And the more you can push him to the right, which is their left, the better you can be. But now he's back in position, and this is the place that the... Well, I say that, and back comes the 51 of Andrew Myers to take that position back away again at 12. So he played it well. Nicely done.
Hard on the brakes. Todd Don, I hope you're watching this. Putting on a clinic out here at Circuit of the Americas.
Oh, look at these two. Now it's going to be on the inside, and he's got traffic because he's trying to avoid the Alpha. And that's just played into Myers' hands, but they've managed to get together again. The Alpha getting out of the way. And through the triple complex they come into 18.
Jonathan, I don't like this. I'm super nervous. I don't like our Sports 2000 drivers racing in Group 8 and 12. Hopefully this doesn't happen again, just because neither class is used to racing with these kind of cars. Yes, they do kind of somewhat similar lap times, but in totally different ways, and the visibility just isn't there. No, and they're not used to racing each other. And the S2000 drivers, just as a class, are more aggressive. It is a driver's class, and the Group 8 and 12 drivers are, some of them are out there just having some fun in some race cars, and some of them are super aggressive as well.
Turn 1 again then. Time running out, clock ticking down here in the helmet race, and it's all on for the helmet. But like you said, they're on two different classes, and they're both going to get prizes.
Well, the two leaders are fighting for a helmet. They're in different class in S2000. So these two, this is for a helmet, and these are about $900 to $1,000 Bell helmets. This isn't just like a display helmet. These are actual FIA certified racing helmets. Very high retail price on these helmets, and very sought after, coveted helmets.
So you can put it on the shelf, put it in a cabinet, or you can bring it back and show everybody and race in it tomorrow. Next
you
year,
can race it for 10 years, and a lot of people do.
Why 10?
Then they lose their FIA certification. So
nice little inside move then again by Myers. These two just absolutely taking each other to town here.
This is final lap.
This is final lap, and look at this. It doesn't get any closer, guys. Side by side as back comes a Cookie. As Cookie into the lead in the 20. He led at the start, and now he's leading at the vital time, but that gives the 51, and we've seen how late Myers can brake, and here he comes again. He's going to do it again, and he does it, or does he? No,
contact.
touch.
Yep.
Oh,
and over the curving.
curves.
But this is for the Gold Bell helmet. That's really going to disrupt his drive. He's lost a lot of momentum as Andrew, but a ton of talent to be able to hang on to that, Jonathan.
This is vintage racing. You wouldn't believe it. And third place is now closing on them as well. So it's all happening. Traffic in the way, and that's
Nice.
the guy racing for his podium in the Porsche race.
Nicholas Clements, great job. Great track awareness there in that white Porsche to get out of the way. That's not your race, but here we go. Jonathan, take us to the finish.
Well, it's one more chance for the 51 of Andrew Myers as they come into 19. He's going to make a lap. Oh, he got out of shape there, and that's pretty much put paid to it. He had a chance, if he could have held on to it, to make a move up the inside here at 20, but he's not close enough now, as you can see, and it's going to be Peter Eskuki who wins. Wow, what a race. And the 51A almost had it, but he got out of shape at 19, and that's what put paid to that. Henry Payne, the 5th, takes 3rd. Samuel Payne will take 4th. Marvin Hodges will be 5th, and Benjamin Myers will take 6th. Wow. That was one of the best vintage races, and it involved a little bit of clattering against each other.
That's crazy. I think so. We've got George F. Ballback should be the helmet champion in Group 8AP. Nicholas Clements, who I thought made one of the best moves out there in the race by just getting over and not collecting 2 of the winners there in 8BP. So congratulations to him. I believe Brian Thomas Himes is our Group 12 winner, and Troy Irma should be the B Sedan winner. So congratulations. I believe 5 helmets in this one race. And Ballback having to pull over. What are they doing? Oh, red flag. Red flag. Let's see what's going on here.
That's smart.
And look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, doing the right thing. I got to give it up to our drivers. Come on, Clements, pull over. They are supposed to pull over in red flag conditions, just as they did. So not only are we seeing great driving on track, but doing exactly what Alex Miller, our race director, tells them to do. So they all deserve a helmet there, Jonathan, for that move.
Yeah, Crash Bang Wallet, what a picture. We'll take a short break, but that concludes our SVRA Speed Tour Group 8 and Group 12. Great stuff. And excellent. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from the Speed Tour from COTA after this.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat at Skip Barber. You learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
I'm Richard Petty, and you might say I've had a fairly successful driving career. And you know the secret of my success? Having a good support team around me when I need it. Whether you're a route driver, over-the-road trucker, or you're interested in driving special purpose vehicles, Clean Harbors is the kind of place where you can build a long driving career. Do yourself a favor. Give Clean Harbors a call.
We're at a commercial break.
Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
With creative and flexible tooling solutions for a quick turnaround of your product launch, the Three-Dimensional Services Group gets things done. We do everything in-house, from reviewing CAD files, design and simulation, machining ideal tooling solutions, laser cutting and metal stamping, complex welded assemblies, as well as injection molding, all to get you parts fast without compromising quality. We take on the most complex jobs and deliver beyond expectations.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Jonathan Green here, bringing you the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We're live from the Circuit of the Americas. It's a beautiful day here, as you can see, and we're looking forward to another big finale to the season. This time for TA and the production GT classes, and that's XGT, SGT, and GT. We've had 10 winners at this circuit alone, and one of them is sat next to me. He won in a few years ago, and his name, of course, Adam Andretti. Welcome back. He won for the Ultimate Headers Chevrolet Camaro back in 2015, as well as TA2 in 90.
Yeah, so yeah, there was 2015 as TA2, and that was with EC. Both of my wins here with ECC Motorsports, and in 2015, it was the first year we came here with Trans Am Series. And yeah, we pulled that one off, and then we came here in 2019 with when they just acquired that Pancho Weaver Dodge that you're going to see performing here today with Boris Said starting P2. And the last time that car was here, it won, and I was blessed to be behind the wheel of that thing in 2019. So I do believe I'm the only one that has won both in TA2 and TA classes here at this racetrack, but I believe
Zilich is coming.
But I believe Gar Robinson today is going to be coming after that one, because Gar Robinson has come back. Two-time TA, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series champion, and he came to play in TA with that new Ave Riley chassis. And Riley is who handles his IMSA program and his IMSA racing over the last few years. So they came here and they've been very, very fast all weekend long. Other than Matthew Brabham typing a timesheet yesterday morning, it's been all about the 74 Gar Robinson.
All right, well, talking more of Gar Robinson, we've got him. Why not? Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's speaking to the man himself in pole, Gar Robinson.
Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. And Adam, it's kind of full circle, because when I joined the Trans Am Series, it was Adam Andretti, Lawrence Loshak, Gar Robinson, Cameron Lawrence fighting it every weekend out in the TA2 Series. But now I'm with TA2 champion twice over, Gar Robinson. But for the first time, he's in a TA GT1 car. And then knowing your family history, there's a lot of cool things happening here with Gar Robinson, George Robinson, and the Rileys.
I think, it's like every kid wants to grow up and be like his dad. And I think I'm having Be Like My Dad Day, like, to the max. Being able to run the TA1 or the new AR3 chassis with the Rileys, just like my dad did back in the day, against some of the guys that my dad ran against back in the day, I don't think you can get much closer to that.
That's exactly right. And I love the fact that the livery matches the George Robinson livery. But I got to point this out, too. The 74 Ranch Resort, like you've always been running, I've had the pleasure of going to the 74 Ranch Resort twice. Fantastic place in South Texas, still representing. But does it feel good to be back with your Trans Am family?
It really does. I mean, this has always been my home. I mean, I've gone off and done all sorts of all sorts of awesome stuff. But I mean, you guys have always been home. I love being here. I love being around here and seeing everybody and just having a great time out here is it makes it really special. I think today is going to be a really special day.
You came back a few years ago in TA2, and you and Misha Goikhberg had the closest finish, I believe, in TA2 history, especially at COTA. But now you're going to see what kind of history you can make in this brand new Riley. Gar, good luck. I got to point out, though, our Motul Pole Award winner, and Adam, your friend Adam Andretti's had faith in you all weekend. He was telling people, watch out for Gar Robinson. Absolutely right. Gar, good luck out there. 74 Ranch Resort, lives here in Austin, Texas, so kind of his backyard. Now, we were talking about that family thing as Boris said's talking to Will Rogers. But Boris, hold on, Will, sorry about that, but I'm coming to you next. So you fight for the first 10 years in your Trans Am career against George Robinson, and now here you are with Gar Robinson. It's kind of come full circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I mean, George was a great competitor, in Trans Am. He was there all through the years when I ran. And his son, I've been keeping an eye on him in IMSA and GT3 or LMP3. He's done a really good job. So, I mean, he's on the pole today, so I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But I'm going to do everything I can to get this car past that car, no matter what.
And I know this is a fast car because A.J. Henriksen was just in the podium with us at the Worldwide Technology Raceway in St. Louis. I'm sure you were watching that. So you've got a good beast here, Boris said, to put us on the top step. So Boris said in this beautiful ECC Engineering Dodge Challenger, really cool car. Then we're going to come back here, a little bit of a surprise, not a surprise to Will Rogers, but this XGT car, you guys have been developing these with Chris Evans, unbelievable car, but you're probably making some people mad here in TA putting this XGT beast up here in the middle of them.
Good, that's what we're here to do. Yes, Chris Evans, Jerry Pitch, Jeff Jefferson, all these guys that work on this car and have developed this thing over the last few years. It's amazing where we are right now, competing against guys like Boris said in his TA car back there, several other TAs behind us and such, and we're here to again, as always, show the performance of this car and show its growth potential. I think it's a great place for a lot of folks to look at in Trans Am, and I'm just excited to be here. I'm the lucky guy that gets to drive it, and it's just a lot of fun.
And your Nitro Motorsports brethren, you're a teacher and a coach with the Nitro Motorsports crowd, and they did really well. I think you had 3 in the top 5 up until the last lap.
Yeah, that's right. Very dominant for Nitro Motorsports out there, so very proud of them. Really proud of Brent Cruz for the championship. Got to work with him all year, which it's amazing to work with somebody like that, and also Thomas Annunziata for winning the race. All the drivers are great to work with over there, but those two really stood out today, and super happy that we could come away with the win and the championship.
Nice. Well, there you go, Will Rogers in this beautiful XGT. We've got Chris Evans over there taking pictures, so also doing some PR with it. Then let's come back. Let's talk to Chris Dyson, 3-time TA champion. Chris Dyson here with Jim Weed back at Circuit of the Americas. So happy to have you back here.
Yeah, Ben, great to be here. Obviously, we'd like to be up on the front row, but we're going to go after Gar as hard as we can today with the Jim Weed car. Really happy to be here and as champion, and looking forward to repeating last year's result if we can, and we're going to be pushing hard to end this season really strong.
Nice. Well, Chris, good luck out there in this beautiful Jim Weed car. In memory of Chris Duke Charlin, I haven't seen that before. Will you speak to that?
Yeah, so Matt Charlin, who's our team manager, his brother left us a few weeks ago, and we just wanted to honor him here and put him alongside my name on the car. And Matt's been one of our longest serving guys, and it was the least we could do.
I love it. Dyson family, it runs thick there. So thank you so much, Chris Dyson. Let's come over here because something that we need to talk about with this series is the GT class. And if I'm not mistaken, Chris Coffey, this was your first race last year in the Trans Am series, and you're back in another Maserati.
Yeah, no, it was the first race last year, and I was able to put it on pole and win the race, and hopefully we can do the same thing here today.
Nice. Now, what is it about Circuit of the Americas that brings out so many of the GT class cars? And what I mean by that is GT, SGT, and XGT.
Well, I think since it's a combined national West Coast race, we get a lot of the West Coast guys, and I think the West Coast guys have a good, strong GT class field. And so hopefully we can get all those guys to run the National Series next year.
I love it. Thank you. Good luck, Chris Coffey. Let's run up here and try to talk to Ricky Sanders real quick. Ricky Sanders, I believe you've run 2 different classes this year, and in our banquet tonight, you're going to be honored for both of them. But coming here, Circuit of the Americas, how's it feel?
It's pretty good. I've been here one time before with an endurance race, so it's first time I've came here with a professional series, and it's excellent facility, beautiful racetrack, great people. We've been having a good time this weekend, and see what this Audi will do here in just a little bit, and see if we got anything for these other guys.
I love it, this Bridge Hole Audi, and let me just show you here real quick. We were talking about the Chris Evans car, Will Rogers, but Michelle Nagai has joined us in another one of these cars. We've seen her in a TA car. We've seen her in a TA2 car. Now she's in this XGT car. But, Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you to run us through this immense grid. Back to you.
Yeah, it's so good to have the West Coast Championship here, especially as they are showing a thing or two to our national boys. And as you heard there, looking to potentially come to the national championship, just as Michelle Abate did. And let's take a look at the grid then for this race coming up, the final race of the year. It's the TA grid, and it sees Gar Robinson, 2-time champion from previous, now on pole position. But Boris Said, who's done everything in racing and looking to do it again here today. Will Rogers, you heard from him. He's looking to go big in this one with the Chris Evans race car, and alongside our 3-time champion Chris Dyson on row 2. Tommy Dreesy, row 3 with Mark Austin. And then Jiangwen Wang and Danny Lowry line up on row 4 in XGT, that is. So we've got a real battle in XGT right at the front. Michelle Nagai and Ricky Sanders, who you just heard from, lining up on the next row. They too fighting for XGT. Now in GT, we've got Chris Coffey, our regular guy. Then we've got Richard Forsyth. He's been in the national scene all year long. But then we've got Joey De Silva, Michael Lapaglia, who's just had a fantastic race in TA2, but he's lining up on row 7. JC Manette, another West Coaster, he's here on row 8. Kevin Michaels, alongside him, David Hampton and Todd Naporowski. Brandon Westenberg and Larry Luck. If you've got a name like that, how can you not have any? Row 10. Then Joe Bogadich and Michael Attaway. Attaway, a regular here in the Bennett Bridge Hall Pitboxers.com car GT. Jack Rinke and Wally Dollenbach. That famous name remains on the grids here in TA. It was great to have another champion here. Martin Shurakanyan in row 13 alongside Milton Grant and Rudy Revek, and Matthew Brabham, no time for him. He's not taking part. He's decided he's just going to race his dad in SVRA. Much more fun. Now, in fact, actually, they had to do a car swap again because a few problems for Dyson in that new car that he's got. The Riley not working as well as it working for Gar Robinson, but he's just, I think, channeling his dad at the moment. Big grid, bigger than we often have. You've raced all of these cats in TA before. How's this going to pan out with all the West Coasters here?
It's going to be really interesting. It's going to be fun to call, for one. It's going to be a really fun race for us to call, Jonathan Green. But there's going to be big discrepancies in speed, so traffic is going to be key. This is a very difficult track to negotiate traffic in. You could be 8 seconds a lap faster than a person in front of you. If you catch them through this, stadium section here, you're kind of being in trouble. The Mission Foods Stadium section there, you just can't get that dive on somebody. You're kind of stuck. And it's also the same way through the Bennett's Bridge Hall S's. So it's going to be really, really fun to call this race, Jonathan Green, with all the action we're going to see here today in this grid.
And I want to ask a professional racing driver whether he spotted what I spotted, because I saw you do a move at Mid-Ohio that I hadn't seen before, and you knew what it was all about. It's coming into turn 4 and taking that outside line that then becomes the inside line. And after 11 years of commentating here, from Formula 1, Rallycross, you name it, there now becomes a turn 13, where if you take the outside line and you're side by side, often got good drive out of 12, You just keep your foot in, and you've got the inside line for 14.
That's correct. No, it's definitely it has opened up. You know, as the track has worn and the surface has gotten worn down through all the racing that's gone here over the years, you certainly are finding grip in places that you didn't. So yeah, that's a really good observation, Jonathan Green, on getting through there. And what a great section there. One of my favorite parts of the track there, 16, 17, 18. The long corner under the tower there is just an iconic turn on this place. It's one of the most challenging places that corner you're going to find around this wonderful circuit.
Yeah, there's no question. Also, another little nuance, if you will, the pole position. We saw it in Formula One for many years. The pole position on the right-hand side, the racing line, as is normal at any racetrack. But we're finding, and we did it for the single-seaters, that the inside line has still got plenty of grip. And if you get a good start from second place on the grid here at the Circuit of the Americas, you can make a block pass into the tiny apex that is Turn 1 Big Red and the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1, as we're calling it this weekend. So, again, a few changes here at the circuit that, or a few nuances that I really wasn't aware of until the last few weeks, and I've pretty much done most of the races here. So that's what I'm talking about coming up here. That inside line is not the race line, but amazingly, it seemingly has got a lot of grip. So there you go. You learn something every day.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right. It becomes kind of a free for all there in turn one, and the deeper you're on the pack, the more it's it's almost an exercise of you have to hold your line. You can't go from the outside to the inside to the outside.
All right, well, let's head down to Ben Sissel as we get things underway with 7.5 minutes to go.
Here we go. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Cole and Hannah Lee Springer. This Bennett Bridge Hall family of transportation companies has been so cool. I met your grandma in Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. I hang out with your dad, Danny Lowry, at every event. But Hannah Lee, I know you're a big race fan. We met at Watkins Glen a few weeks ago. How does this feel to be here at Circuit of the Americas?
This is amazing. All I know is I hear this is the place to be. So we're excited to be here.
Cole, you loving racing as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been kind of tough to get to all the racetracks this year. This one was easy. We appreciated that. Austin's been awesome. Coda's great. Yeah, we've loved it.
I love it. Well, I hope you watch a little bit from the Bennett Bridge Hall S's there. But Hannah Lee, I'm going to hand over the mic to deliver the most famous words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engines.
I think she enjoyed that, no question about it. Chris Dyson then firing it all up, as do all of our drivers. And if you're wondering where you're looking at right now, because it's a bit of disorientating, we're actually on the back straight is where we are, because that's where they paddock these Trans Am cars. We've got over 700 cars here this weekend, and so we use the support paddock that they use in Formula One, where the Porsche Carrera Cup paddocks, but here we're getting the Trans Am. So they'll come out of here, come into turn 12, come around the stadium section, and then they'll get ready to go racing. But we've got so many good stories. Gar Robinson kind of challenging his dad. And obviously, starting from pole position, local man, great to see. But I want to talk about this track, Adam. You've raced it many times before. What's the key? Tell us about some of the corners that we're looking at now.
You know, the key is there's, first of all, there's corners here. It's the slowest you'll ever go in any race car. And there's corners here you carry so much speed. And one of those slow corners here is that turn one. Aggressive uphill, flattens out. You get down to turn two, great speed. Entrance to the SS, big commitment it takes. And then you really have to slow down for the exit. Turn 10, easy flat as you come through there. Another one of those tight corners. You got to get good drive down this long back straightaway. It's a little bit uphill and then downhill for the braking section into 12. Stadium section's all about patience. You get into 16, 17, 18. You want to get on that left rear tire and get it to rotate. Cheat the entry of turn 19 a little bit, turn 20, and bring it home.
Nicely done. 3.4 miles, and that's because the number 34, the world champion from 93, was the only one and only Kevin Schwantz. He had a huge part in the design of this circuit, in part by Herman Tilke as well, as most of the Formula One modern circuits are. But Kevin Schwantz, a local man from Houston, Texas, originally now in Austin, and as an ex-world motorcycle champion, he decided to have his pen and take a look at this. And he came up with a pretty good design, I would say. I haven't heard a motorcycle rider or a four-wheel driver of any sort, whether it be Trans Am or whether it be Formula One, say they don't like it. Ranch Resort will be on board with our pole man, Gar Robinson, who's going psychedelic purple with us for the weekend. I think that's just an adjustment that he needs to make. But
yeah,
anyway,
they got the night vision lens on there.
He's got the night vision lens on it, yeah. He's out hunting deer as well as trying to win the race.
They do a lot of that at the 74 Ranch Resort. It's
they do.
Yeah, I've been fortunate, my wife and I, to enjoy time there, and saw George Robinson this weekend inside the motorhome lot. They're having just a really good time. They're having fun here. That's what this deal was all about for them. I would love to see them commit to more. You know, the schedule he has, I believe, and IMSA is soft enough that they could get to more of these TA races, and he definitely brings a great dynamic to it. He's got the legend himself, Boris Said, right behind him in that ECC Motorsports. That is a Weaver Dodge, but it's prepared by ECC Motorsports. That's the Hendrickson family. That's the family that gave me my break into Trans Am, and AJ is one of my closest friends, will always be, and I just love to see them up front. They work so hard to be here. My teammate Wally Dallenbach Jr. suffered engine problems in the actual Pancho Weaver prepared Dodge. They got that team worked feverishly through the night. Has that car ready for him as I see him cross right in front of me in that number 4 car. So I'll be looking for Wally Dallenbach Jr. also to be charging up through this field, Jonathan Green.
Championship's already over. Dyson wrapped it up at VIR. There you see his points and best finishes, and he's had a fantastic year again. We'll be on board with the Jim Weed, number 16 of Chris Dyson, our 3-time winner. 9 podiums in all, looking for another one. It's not been an easy run, though. Dyson, we're used to being at the sharp end, pole position or second, but not today. He's got some work to do from 4th on the grid. And as you see there, previous winners, Chris Dyson, Matthew Brabham, his teammate, 21. Boris Said, who's in this race, 2020. Some guy called Adam Andretti. Well, he got the short straw this weekend. He stuck with me. 2019 winner, and Ernie Francis Jr. now in Indy Lights in 2018, the winner.
Yeah, this place has been very, very good to me over the years. I've, like, as we mentioned before, won 2 races here. Always run up front. I just really, really enjoy the facility here, and the people are so nice here, Jonathan. Despite you, but but yeah, no, the people are great, and the competition in Trans Am is always fun and fierce. But yeah, this is definitely a great way always to end our seasons. In the Trans Am series, a wonderful place to be.
Well, there's the Drivers' Championship. You can see Dyson with 967, insurmountable. Tommy Dreesy currently second, but he's going to stay there because Amy Ruman not here this weekend, and also will be a long way behind him with 700 points. Justin Marks not here. He's busy doing NASCAR, but he's had a fantastic season. David Patarik 5th. Matthew Brabham not racing in this race, but he too has had a sensational season, winning early on and then backing up Dyson to take that 3rd title. We'll be on board with Will Rogers in that bright orange 3rd place car just ahead of Dyson. You see Dreesy in the MAV TV Lucas Oil number 8, bright blue behind him. Then it's Mark Austin. Wang is 7th, Lowry 8th, we mentioned him, and his daughter doing the command there for the Bennett Bridge Hall Mercedes AMG GT3. Michelle Nagai from the West Coast, she comes in the Chevrolet Camaro with Nagai Racing and Berkeley Jet Drive. Looking forward to seeing what they can do. Ricky Sanders, we spoke to him in the run-up to the race. Looking forward to racing on this huge field. A whole bunch of XDT cars and a whole bunch of GT cars, more than we've ever had all season. Now you can see them getting 2x2. Is it hard to form up like this?
You read my mind. I was just going to say this is one of the trickiest places to get side-by-side through because of that stadium section. You go through that Mission Foods stadium section, and it's super, super tricky. And we need to be bunched up because, we're coming to green here, and the flag stand is just past halfway point on the front straightaway. But yeah, it's time that the back of the field needs to get caught up to this, and this is going to be really interesting here because Chris Dyson has not shown the 1-lap pace, but anytime we've seen that out of the 3-time champion in the past this year, he has shown race pace. His race pace has been phenomenal. So I look for him to have good race pace here. It's going to be really interesting with Will Rogers, a heck of a shoe here, taking that XGT car and putting it up in the mix of these TA cars. This is going to be really fun to watch. Jonathan Green through turn 20, coming to this green flag. Call it, buddy.
Yeah, doesn't get any better than this. The grand finale here at the Circuit of the Americas, 2x2. They'll head up that famous hill here at the Circuit of the Americas. The final race of the year. Gar Robinson on the right, Boris Said on the left in the grey. They get racing. Good start from the Lucas Oil number 8 of Tommy Dreesy. Rogers locks up slightly in the orange. Round the outside goes Dyson, but it's going to be Gar. Gar Robinson, the two-time champion, holding off Boris Said at the start. One of the AMGs goes wide and high. Tommy Dreesy, we're on board as he's losing spaces. He's down to 7th already, but Dreesy will be coming back, and he's already made up 1 spot. Great start to this one, clean start to this one, but frenetic.
Yeah, very good. And again, you look back at those XGT cars mixing it up. Chris Dyson was able to clear Will Rogers, which was really important for him in his race at the front of this TA field. It was good side-by-side running with Boris Said in the Engineered Components Dodge Challenger up against that 74 Ranch Resort Chevrolet Camaro.
Over the top at 10, we're on board with Chris Dyson, the 3-time champion. Long way to go yet, 30 laps or 100 miles. Under braking, heavy braking now. Boris Said hitting that bump nicely. Where's Rogers gone? He's disappeared.
Yeah, we have lost, lost Rogers, but we have Mark Austin, who's there in the mix in that beautiful AMG Mercedes-Benz, who's just clicking it off right
Rogers
there.
Rogers pulling off to the side just before 11.
It looks like possibly a flat tire.
Yeah, it could be.
Is what it looks like he's possibly fighting here.
Yeah, look, you can see how he's fighting the wheel.
Yeah.
He's going to try to make it or just sort of get back to the pits and see if he can get it fixed.
And that's tricky, right? Because you don't want that carcass to come apart. As it looks like the right rear tire is down on the rim, so you've got to be careful that you're not starting to rip away this really, really thin bodywork that they have on there. Those tires, if the carcass starts to fall around, as we climb on board here with the 74 Ranch Resort, Chevrolet Camaro, Gar Robinson, 2-time Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series champion, coming back here to lay it down for the first time in a TA car. I've been telling that young man for years that ever since I sat foot in a TA car, that was what Gar Robinson was built for, is TA cars. He is so good at high horsepower stuff, and boy, you don't get much more high horsepower than what we have here in the TA series.
Yeah, and Gar Robinson's as sharp as ever. He's just come off a brilliant year in IMSA, and yeah, there's no question it wasn't a surprise to many that he took the pole position from away from the regulars, because Dyson and Boris Said know just how good he is. He's had a phenomenal IMSA season, and he continues it here in Trans Am, coming back to his happy hunting ground and home of Texas. Obviously, the Californian of Lucas number 8 and MAV TVs, Tommy Dreesy now trying to get back onto level terms as the TA class begin to slowly pull away from the rest of the field. But Danny Lowry, Mark Austin, Wang, all involved. Nagai there in 8th place. Ricky Sanders 9th. Chris Coffey, a regular, another Texan in 10th position. De Silva, then Dallenbach, all the way up to 12th already. So Wally still got what he had back then in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Wally's I expect Wally to come through this field in that Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger rather quickly and make short work of it. He's always as hungry as ever. I just love spending the weekends with Wally Dallenbach Jr. and you know, his energy and his thirst for this sport still is still so strong. And you know, we're really excited for where we're going to go forward with Ultimate Headers Racing in 2024. But looking here at Mark Austin, the leader of XGT, was really mixing it up there inside that TA field, but Tommy Dreesy was able to clear him. You know, those GT3 cars and the TA cars make their lap time in vastly different areas around the racetrack, but it's amazing how it really evens out on the stopwatch, because obviously the GT3 cars are going to make their lap time in the tight section as we come through there, but also the TA cars, these long straightaways in the full throttle area that we're under, you can't match that 900 horsepower and what's going on there, as we see Gar Robinson negotiating here through turn 16.
Here's Rogers. Yeah. And they're lifting it. It is right rear. You're right. And he's going to try and get going again, obviously. If it is just a puncture and there's no damage to the internals or the suspension or the brake discs.
There's a chance to stay, you know, on the lead lap. And, you know, this is your leader right here, so you'd have to get it done quick. But, you know, there was an off chance that he was going to be able to stay on the lead lap. And, you know, bring this fight. But we're watching Tommy Dreesy come into this fight. Tommy has had a wonderful weekend this weekend.
He doesn't often have them.
Yeah, he's been struggling. You know, there's been no secret to the struggles he's had. But he came here to COTA, and he's been a serious contender all weekend long. Every session, he's been at the pointy end of it. And it's just really good to see that Lucas Ford Mustang. Beautiful livery, MAV TV supported there, and you know, just really excited to see that, you know, his season's looking like it's going to end on a nice high note here.
Yeah, I noticed a little body damage, but nothing that would cause any problems, and he's definitely closing in. Talking of problems, though, here's a problem for the 12. That's Jack Rinky and Rinky Dink, and unfortunately the back of the car is off, and so too the side of it. So big problems for Jack. Yeah, you can see the whole.
Yeah, that's not good there.
Gone.
Yeah, in the back. It looks like that might have been some help there. I know, or he backed into an area on the racetrack where someone met the front bumper to his rear bumper. But we're not seeing anyone else with the damage to prove that. But you mentioned a little bit of body damage on Tommy Dreese's car. That is familiar territory.
Yeah.
You know, the bodywork guys over at 3GT over there, they definitely get their money's worth out of the year. And this is a great battle here for second
Larry
and third.
Wang,
Yeah, and XGT, and as that Lamborghini really tried to shoot off there to get the run on the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, this is a good battle here, because these two cars, again, they make their lap time in different areas, and they fall into the rules of the FIA homologation and the FIA balance of performance. So this is very similar to what you see in GT racing all around the world, and we got it right here in our backyard of Trans Am. We love this.
Yeah, totally good. And this goes back to the start of Trans Am, because it started off as a sedan series and a production-based series, and then we got the tubular flames and the silhouette of the TA and a TA2. So Wang!
Trying to cut underneath. Wang was trying to get that run underneath and just had a little bit too much throttle with steering angle, and it wasn't enough it was too much to handle there. But I would say with the pace that Wang has, that he's going to close that gap pretty quick, right back up to Danny Lowry.
So we've got Will Rogers in the pits at the moment, and you can see he's putting his hands in the air in frustration because he's still there, and he's just going to have to wait. But we're going to pause for a bit while he waits. We'll do the same. But at the front, it's Robinson, Said, and Dyson. That's your top three. Dreese, bit by bit, reeling in. Dyson, Austin right there, leading in XGT. And we've got a great battle, or it was a good battle, between Lowry and Wang. Wang just got turned around. Here's our GT leader. And, yep, GT just as well. The strongest GT battle we've had in a long time. Chris Coffey in the hunt in that one, in that rather fantastically painted car.
It's awesome. It sounds great. I mean, everything about that Maserati is brilliant. I touched on this when we were at VIR. I got to be named Coffey and their whole race team, at VIR, and got to know them quite well and get some stories. And it's amazing, how things worked out for him to acquire this car. Didn't even know the car existed, and now he's out here doing what he does. He did this last year. Came out here, sat on pole, won the race, and he is on target to do that if he keeps it nice and clean. As we see Will Rogers entering the track again, a couple 3 laps down or so, but you never know what happens here, Coda, and you cannot give up around this 3.4 mile circuit.
Oh, never say never. You're absolutely right. We've seen in the past, and we saw it in TA2 last year, that if you give up, you can ruin the championship. Merrill winning on a countback of an equal number last year, and not able to do it this year. But Frank Cruz is our new champion, the youngest ever. But Will Rogers back out on track from what was looks like.
And he's going to stay off the curbing. You notice right now, you use a lot of curbing here at Circuit of the Americas. He's staying off curbing because he's got new tires. So you got to be nice to the tire there for a good half lap to a full lap. Stay off the curbing, stay off the loading it real hard, and that's what he's doing. So he's being real smart. Exactly what you would expect out of a driver like Will Rogers. He is an exceptional talent, and just again, another one of those talents we're just so happy to have here in the Trans Am Series.
30 laps. It goes from 5. We are at 5 now. 30 in all. And we welcome back our MAV TV viewers. Gar Robertson leading the way. Boris Said in second. Chris Dyson and Tommy Dreese. We've got great battles going on, though, throughout. Here's the production class battles further down the order a little. And the GT class just as hardly fought, with so many West Coast guys involved in it in terms of the West Coast and what's up for grabs. Obviously, we've got... we saw Rogers out there. He's already won his XGT championship. JC Manette on double duty today. He's out there too.
And I tell you, this battle in GT, for the last podium spot with David Hampton, JC Manette, as you just mentioned, and Todd Naparowski, is really a strong battle and a fun thing going on too, as we got a battle up front here as well for the last podium spot in the TA top class that you're looking at there. Tommy Dreese is filling the mirrors of Chris Dyson, and there's this could be one of those epic battles that we've seen of these two championship drivers over the years.
178 miles an hour down the long back straight here at the Circuit of the Americas. It doesn't get any better than this, folks. Beautiful day here in Austin, Texas. And on board with our 3-time champion, Chris Dyson, continuing a 40-year legacy for the Dyson family. And his dad will be pretty proud of what he's achieved. It's never hard, it's never easy. I'm sitting next to a man who knows that, to be in a family of success when it comes to racing. But Dyson has done it perfectly so far and has carried the family name well.
Absolutely. I mean, he's like very few are 3 times champion in this great series, and he's one of them. So on top of that, all the wins and poles that they've racked up, it's been a very, very successful program, and there's no slowing down for them. It seems soon as we watch Gar Robinson really stretch this lead out. He stretched this lead out to over 3.5 seconds. Now at the point, being Bill Riley inside, I'm sure is on the box there on the microphone with him. This is 100 miles on one tire, so he hasn't done that in a long time. Gar Robinson, this is a great battle.
This is SGT, and it's Michael LaPaglia, and it's really good stuff. Forsyth and LaPaglia going at it. LaPaglia coming back in the Mustang. He's already had a podium in the Ta2 race in the West Coast, and he's at it again here.
And Michael, really nice guy. We got to meet each other on the grid here this year in the TA2 class, and I didn't even notice until I came to was studying for the broadcast here about him doing double duty this weekend.
Yeah.
And this is a physical racetrack, so to jump right out of a TA2
That's 200
car,
miles of racing at 180 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's so, hats off to him and his fitness level and where he's doing, because he's obviously, the concentration levels there, and he's in a great battle here for this position in GT.
Well, we can confirm Jack Rinke in the 12 was retiring with suspension damage to that car. We saw him slowing down. The other big incident, Will Rogers in and out and got a new tyre, and he's off and running as this SGT battle, Super GT as it's known. We've got the GT classes of XGT and SGT, and this is your battle for SGT.
Yeah, Forsyth doing a really good job.
He's doing a good job.
Yeah, this is for the win. This is for the lead. So there's not going to be any holding back from either of these drivers. And Michael's looking home to take a lot of hardware from this weekend. And so it's going to be hard to try and wrestle that away as we watch back on board the 74 Ranch Resort Chevrolet Camaro of Gar Robinson as he goes through that really fun 16, 17, 18 section. Takes tons of commitment. Big bump there at the end there of 18. Turning into turn 19, you'll see him kind of cheat right there over the curbing. Perfectly legal, perfectly within the track limits here. There's 2 approaches that you can have to 20. You can either stride of that curbing and make the arc a little bit longer, or you can do what Gar did and just kind of keep yourself on that side of the curbing of the gator back there and not upset the tire. Looking at Boris said in the engineered components, Dodge Challenger, anchor, bolt, and screw, also on board with them. Boris said behind the wheel, the legend himself. And then right behind here, we got that battle for the last podium spot of Chris Dyson and Tommy Dreese, the 2 great champions of this great series.
Yeah, you forget Tommy Dreese won his championship a few years ago now, but he's as hot as ever and all over the back of Dyson. And he's actually reeled him in the last few laps, so we'll keep an eye on this battle. I'm also keeping an eye on Will Rogers. He's up to 24th, having been in the pits. But look at this, now in traffic, maybe there's a chance for Dreese to make his move. The GT cars get offline so they can go through, and now it's back uphill, and Dreese will try to build on this through 8 and 9 to try and make a move at 11. If he doesn't do it there, he'll slot behind Dyson, and then Dyson definitely being slowed down. Dreese almost hits him. Wow.
So, you timed that just right, and Dreese has a run here to get down here into our final, into the turn 11 here onto the back straightaway. So the Customers Bank turn 11 there would have been a great opportunity for Tommy Dreese had he not just had that missed timing there and had to check up as to not get into the back of Chris Dyson. So great discipline on Tommy Dreese's part to not get into that mix, and he's going to live to fight another day, and he's got pace on, I believe, on the 16 of Chris Dyson, the 3-time champion. Now he just has to calm down, relax, and get another attack done.
Yeah, he's gone back to his oldest chassis, the one he won the title with last year, and so Dyson's had a struggle weekend for him, and so I think that Dreese just sees his opportunity. Perhaps he doesn't get many chances to have a pop at the 16, but as they come through the Mission Foods Stadium section, Dreese getting ever closer now. And we are 7 laps into this 30-lap race. There's still plenty more to come. Gar Robinson continues at the front and is extending his lead. So, into 18, and again, more traffic to deal with. And Dreese sticking with it, though. And Dyson nice and wide.
And he got Boris Said sitting there in P2. Now, he is a legend for a reason. He knows what he's doing. So, this thing gets a late caution. He's not abusing the tire. He's being really easy on the tire. Gar is really setting a pace out there. A good, strong pace. In the 210s, and but Gar's no dummy either. He's, again, like I mentioned, 2-time champion and doing really, really well in endurance racing. And endurance racing is all about saving your car and knowing when to pounce. So he's being super, super smart here at the head of the field. And now you're at the point you can use traffic and let traffic help you out.
Well, the Mustangs flying through the countryside of Texas. It's an old story, but it's just as new in 23 because we've got 2 of them in traffic right now, and they're trying to hold up the reins of this great battle between Dyson and Dreese. And Dreese's going to lose a lot of time here. Finally gets it done over the top of 10.
Yeah,
now he's got to catch back up.
That helped Chris Dyson breathe a little bit there. So Chris is going to, right now, it's about Chris setting his head down and try and open that gap because it's a little bit more difficult for the driver behind. If they lose that sniff of the driver ahead, you lose some of those little quick advantages you can find. 5-10 feet here in the braking zone, a little bit earlier on the throttle, whatever the case may be, you're missing out on that when that distance spreads. So now Chris got to put his head down and try and open that gap and continue to open that gap so he can really focus forward.
Yeah, you can see the gap he's managed to build, and it's not comfortable, because you just get the feeling that Dreese's just a little bit quicker today, and his last lap a 2:11.1 compared to Dyson's 2:11.1, so they're on the same pace at this point, but you saw how quickly that Dyson caught him, that Dreese caught Dyson in the previous races. Plenty more to come from this here. We're not even 10 laps into this race, so more to come for sure. We welcome back our MAV TV viewers as we've got a cracking race here at Lowry and Wang. And they're doing it again. Wang has already had one spin, but he's caught back up to him. Yeah,
I mentioned that when he did have the spin. If he just settles down and put the head down, hate to be a broken record, and hit your marks, he had pace, on Lowry here. So Wang is there, chomping at the bit, ready to attack. And this traffic up ahead looks like it might help. But look what happened here. We have Boris Said right on the tail. That's traffic for sure. I said at the beginning of our broadcast, you could be 8 seconds a lap faster than the car in front of you, and look right here, you catch him in the S's, and you're going to be in trouble. They brought Boris Said right to the back door of Gar Robinson, and this has just made it really interesting, folks, for the overall win.
Well, one of the most experienced drivers, 2 of the most experienced drivers in American racing, going at it. Gar Robinson, 28 years of age. Boris Said in his early 60s, but just as fast as ever. We go on board with our leader, Gar Robinson, who is under threat now from Boris Said. You talked about getting a sniff. Well, he's got that sniff. And now with the traffic coming in to play here at 11, Gar will want to clear these as quick as he can in the faster and more powerful unlimited or 850 brake horsepower plus cars. And away he goes. He's got past 1, now 2. But Boris Said is looming.
Yeah, and Boris is the kind of hunter you don't want to give him a sniff because he'll pounce. So Boris is right there on the attack, and this is going to change Gar. Look at him; he's a little defensive already. So it's going to change Gar's approach a little bit, where Gar had that comfortable lead and could just focus forward. Now he's got a mirror full of a silver Engineered Components Dodge Challenger of Boris Said, and Boris has got pace. Look at this, Boris, the torque of that Dodge.
And that was that 13 move I told you about. Full course yellow, just as he does it.
And I think Gar has slowed down, so this is going to be pull that one back. So I believe that was done with the full course caution out. So Gar was slowing down for that, and I believe we'll maybe get that lead to exchange back. But now, that was encouraging to watch.
Will they be able to tell Boris that he needs to give the place back?
Yeah, absolutely. That'll come over the call, and you definitely, if it's really tight, I wouldn't want to leave it up to the stewards, right? So. That's the last thing. That's the last thing you want to do in these things is to leave that up to the end of the stewards, and you fight for your life out here. So it looks like Boris is moving over and going to give the spot back. So that's good sportsmanship there. That's exactly how that's going to go down. But Boris also showed his hand a little bit. Showed where he's got a little bit of pace.
Well, we are under caution here in what is turning out to be a really cracking TA2 finale here at the Circuit of the Americas. We'll take a short break, and this is the positions after lap 9. Robinson and Said going at it. Said did a move, but it was under caution, so he had to give it back. Dyson's still third, but he's trying to hold off Dreesy. Plenty to go. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. I've been waiting for. Living the moment till I die. And I'm going to change. And I'm going to change. I know we can do it. No matter how I try.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, where we're under caution. As you can see, we're on board with Gar Robinson. That camera shot, by the way, just a bit odd. It's purple, so it's not meant to be. It needs adjusting, but and that's also not working for his miles per hour either. So don't worry, he's fine. There's nothing wrong with the car. But,
well, I mean, you got to remember what Gar said. He's having to live his dad day. And you remember back when George was running Trans Am, the in-car camera, that's kind of the quality picture you got out of it. So, you know, he's really living his dad's day right there. So.
No question about it. So we're under caution, and we await the resumption of this, but so much to talk about, and in a minute we'll also hear from Ben Sissel. He's got some interesting guests that will bring this story forward. We're under caution here, and we welcome our viewers on MAV TV and around the world on our SpeedTour live stream. But let's go down while under caution to Ben Sissel to get the latest from the pits.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. And Adam, you can speak to this too, but one of the first people I met in racing was John Cloud, racing with us in SVRA. Then he raced with us in Ta2, won Masters a few times. But he is the one that's brought Wally Dallenbach back into Trans Am. This has been a lot of fun, hasn't it, John?
It absolutely has. We started out in vintage racing, the V-Rock Series. We won the championship there together. We started running the 44 car in Group 10 with SVRA, and Wally and I decided it'd be kind of fun to drive it in Trans Am, and Tony was gracious enough to let us do that. We've decided to retire that car. We have a new one being built. It's a little bit behind schedule, so Pancho was gracious enough to allow us to run his Dodge in this event with Wally in the seat, and thank him for that very much. He's quite a gentleman, and I like to surround myself with gentlemen in racing, and it's been a real thrill. Trans Am is a thrill of my lifetime. Yeah.
Nice, I love it. Now, Pancho, Wally had to start in the back of the grid, making for a very long night last night for the team.
Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue with the engine, and we decided instead of taking a chance to just go ahead and change it, give him the best run he could possibly have here today. John Cloud's been a blessing to this team. We really enjoy him. He helped us out at Mid-Ohio, and here we are at COTA, where we've done really well in the past. We got Boris also, and another Dodge up front. And Boris actually got out of this seat this weekend, so John Cloud and Wally could be a part of this team this weekend. We really appreciate Boris and John Cloud and Wally. It's just a great family.
But speaking of Wally, now that we've got this full course caution, he's moved his way up, and now we're starting from green. It's almost like a restart for Wally, and knowing how fast he is, he could move up front.
And his times are as fast as the three guys in front of him, so it's going to be a race here for sure. And Wally loves the race.
Yeah, it's going to be good. We've been adjusting the car to fit his style. Every driver's a little bit different, and it's really coming in now. We threw a few more things in on it just before this start. We missed qualifying yesterday because of this engine change. We start at the back of the pack. We started at 22nd. His first lap, he was 12th, then 9th, and now he's in 6th. and we're hoping to go forward with this yellow, tightening up the whole class.
Now, let's not get technical, but how do you set up a car to adjust to Wally's style? Is there a knob for like balls out? Is there a setting for just balls out?
Well, that might be where he has it set, yes. And we've got another knob that we didn't show him where it was at, but I can tell him on the radio, so.
Nice. Gentlemen, back to you, and Adam, you can speak to John Cloud as well.
John Cloud is Wally and I say it all the time, and we say it sincerely, the best car owner we've ever driven for. He's a wonderful human being, and he gives us all the opportunities for success, and that's the recipe to his success in life, honestly, is support the people around you and trust them, and he's given an incredible amount of trust in us, and he's been a huge blessing in my life and in my wife's life, and yeah, we love our John Cloud. He's a great man and one of the really wonderful people of the paddock, that we have here. So he's a wonderful, awesome competitor too. Like when he was in SVRA, won championships, driver of the year, so many accomplishments, outside of the business world, and he attacks everything with the same, momentum. He attacks it all with the same mantra: is anything worth doing is worth overdoing. And you love the guy for all that, yeah, we're Wally is on a roll. Wally Dallenbach Jr., I'm telling you, the lap times, they're no joke. I honestly am a little suspect that the engine problem that came up might have been there from early on in the weekend, because this is the most speed that they've shown. I think he'll make quick work of Mark Austin here in that Mercedes GT3 car, and he'll go to attack up here, and there's very few racers out here on the racetrack that race as well as Wally Dallenbach Jr.
While we're under caution, let's quickly remind you of how the championship went. Chris Dyson winning over Tommy Dreese, second. Amy Ruman, top three in XGT. Danny Lowry, Chris Evans, Nathan Bird. Those, of course, national championship. And then in XGT, Danny Lowry, Chris Evans, Nathan Bird, I just mentioned that. SGT, Lee Saunders, Ricky Sanders, Milton Grant. And GT, Michael Attaway, Billy Griffin, and Jack Rinke already out with that broken rear end to the car. But we're about to go to green again, and I'll tell you about the West Championship after we get another chance. But as you can see, the Honda Civic pulling in now, as Gar Robertson will pick it up at the front, but he's now under pressure from a bunch of cars that all want to beat him. But he knows he's at home. His friends are here, his family is here. He needs to win here. He's in his dad's colours from yesteryear, but it's still the Rally chassis, and he wants to bring Riley home another win. Here we go.
Yeah, there's a little bit of debris. I saw my teammate Wally Dallenbach hit on the front straightaway. Hopefully that doesn't become a thing later on. It looked like a soft piece of debris, so that's a benefit. Look at Boris Said taking the lead from Gar Robinson into turn one, and look at open the door for Chris Dyson, three-time champ, to look underneath at turn two. Slams the door shut. The 74 car of Gar Robinson goes on the attack to the 79 of Boris Said.
Boris Said made that one looking easy at the top of the hill there, but now can he hold off Gar Robinson? That's the question. Gar Robinson's now got Dyson all behind him, so now he knows he's in a fight because he's got two of the biggest names in TA. And
it goes back to how much tire is left, right? Gar was going out and just setting pace and setting pace. And now here you go. Boris, being coy, backed off, saved a little bit of tire, and now look at the game is on. We're lap 12 of 30, not even halfway, but still, we're looking like this is the last lap race.
I know, it's a really good one too. And nothing between the top four. Dreese right there as well. Tommy Dreese in fourth position.
It's a big power slide out of Gar Robinson out of turn 11 there, coming down this front straightaway, costing the time to get to the 79 Dodge up Boris Said, but it's going to be hard to outbrake Boris Said in this Dodge. As one of the big attributes of the Weaver Dodge that I noticed when I drove it is very, very, very solid under the brakes.
Into the stadium section, the Mission Foods stadium section, and right now Gar Robinson didn't make the move at 12, but he's eyeing himself up for that move, probably at the top of one, just as Boris did to him. He might pay the compliment back.
Yeah, this stadium section, the torque of that Dodge seems to really show up. He gets a little bit of a gap here. The line, look at the different lines through 16, 17, 18. That's what I love about that corner. And nobody gained time on one another through there. Pretty similar line through turn 19, cheating the entrance a little bit and the exit. And everyone's going to be on this side of the curbing there for the braking as they come onto the front straightaway and climb the hill. This is a great battle. And we watch Wally Dallenbach Jr. sitting back there behind Tommy Dreese looking for the attack as well.
Yeah, Gar Robinson not quite close enough to get a little suck from the back of the grey car, but he stays in second. Now, the next car up, Mark Austin in the 4. Wally Dollenbach, excuse me, in the Dayglow. And he is in 5th place now. And look at this. I said watch out for Will Rogers. He's coming too as well. I don't know if he's a lap down, but he's there. And now Dreesy's got some problems. He's got Dollenbach all behind him. And, yeah, he is set and ready to go.
Yeah, Will Rogers is 2 laps down, so he's not really a factor.
Oh,
Chris Dyson spins out.
What a surprise. A rare mistake for the whole season for Chris Dyson. Never seen him do that before. I think he bounced off a curb, as often happens here at COTA, and he's found himself in the kiddie litter. Let's hope he gets it started. I don't think he's going to.
It's awfully slick out here, too. You know, the conditions are really, really slick. We were just out there in the big machine Vodka Spike Cooler TA2 class. And, yeah, I can attest to that. And, you know, just a little bit of the throttle with the wrong bump, as you said, Jonathan Green, as you so astutely pointed out, grabbing a little bit too much curb can make kind of the difference there. But
meanwhile, Gar's got the lead back.
Yeah, Gar got the lead back in one of those deals, in one of those situations. But, you know, Boris is not letting him go. And, you know, Boris, like, you know, push him a little harder, let him push those tires off. But that ECC Motorsports Dodge Challenger there, that thing really fired off a lot quicker than the 74 Ranch Resort car of Gar Robinson.
Well, we've got everything going on here in this race. Another lead change, and the champion has restarted. Yeah, we've just heard from race control that Chris Dyson did get it going again, so that's good news. So there'll be no need for a full course yellow and a safety car, so that means we carry on racing. Gar Robinson back at the front. He got the lead back from Boris, but Boris is tailing him hard as they come through 20.
You know, there's also a battle there too developing for the lead of XGT, as we have this battle up front in the TA class. We also have between Mark Austin and Wang out there going out, and they are battling. There's only a less than a second, only 0.6 of a second separated between those, and Danny Lowry is right there in the mix as well. So we're seeing a lot of great battles there throughout the field in XGT, and then you get into the GT class. Chris Coffey seems to have that pretty well handled, you know, in GT with Joey Da Silva, P2 kind of all alone there, and then David Hampton there, you know, P3 in the GT class. As you get into SGT, you have Richard Forsyth still leading, Michael LaPaglia in SGT, and then the final up that podium in SGT, you're going to get down there to Milton Grant. So really, really good battlings all the way through in all these classes of racing, Jonathan Green.
Over the top of 10 and down to 11. Heavy braking. You can see it on your dial there, on the big B and the red dial as he turns it in, hits the apex, now gets on the drive. Such an important corner here at COTA this. If you mess that up and get squirrely or get sideways or go wide, it can ruin your whole back straight, and it's a major, major part. Here's that battle you were talking about in SGT. It's really nice. Wang has caught back up. XGT, and has caught right back up.
Yeah, Wang's doing a fantastic job here in this in TA, in this XGT class, and certainly isn't letting Mark Austin get away with this thing here. He cleared Lowry, who's, you could just see coming in your picture, you know, way before, you know, earlier, and really that caution helped him out, brought him to Mark Austin. Now we're going to have a battle up here at the front, I feel.
Yeah, this is a great battle. The Mercedes with that fantastic color scheme with the Joker on the side. But there's no joke going on here. He's in a big battle, is Mark Austin, and loving it, I'm sure. But Wang has caught him back up again. Well, he's lost out a little bit in that Mission Foods Stadium section, but and now just stretching his legs as we look high above the McConaughey complex. And the amphitheater right there. Austin in the background. What a venue this is. It's so beautiful.
It is. I mean, wonderful for you, Jonathan Green, to have this in your backyard. And speaking of backyards, Gar Robinson's backyard as well, as he lives on the local lake here. And you got, you know, Boris is not letting him go.
No, he's not.
And this is a good battle here for the final podium spot between Wally Dollenbach Jr. and Tommy Dreese. And Will Rogers has just shown where that pace of that car would have been had their fate been a little bit better without having the tire failure that he had, or the puncture earlier in the race. And I think that, you know, could come from contact or anything along those lines. It could have been a multitude of things that could happen. I've had wheel-to-wheel contact before where it rips a valve stem out. So, you know, this strange things can happen in these race cars, in this race environment.
So we're watching Wally Dollenbach, one of the greats, and another former Trans Am champion, just like Dreese, just like Gar. And sadly, I'm looking to see where Dyson's going to pop out, because he was stuck solid for a few moments there. He's down in 13th at the moment, just ahead of Hampton and just behind Joey De Silva. So Dyson will try to make his way up. He's on faster pace than those in front, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's the rare occasion that all 5 of the TA drivers that started the race here this afternoon, Jonathan Green, all 5 are past champions.
Yeah.
You know, that shows the competitiveness of what you have, you know, and sometimes it's not necessarily, you know, quantity, it's quality. And we have quality 5 TA cars and drivers fighting up for this win and the overall victory here today.
Well, Boris is back there again, and the Mission Foods Stadium section is helping him, because look how close he's getting here at 15.
Yeah, they got great power in that Dodge. And so the difference between these 2 Weaver Dodges, not only the preparation being from different teams, ECC Motorsports prepping this Silver 79 that we're watching Boris said, Chase Gar Robinson with, but also that car right there has a 5-speed sequential gearbox in it. Now, Poncho's number 4 Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger that Wally Dallenbach Jr. is driving, that has got a 4-speed. And you get a weight break with the 4-speed, but at the really slow corners here, the 4-speed could kind of work against you. And I think that's where Wally's kind of stalling out behind Tommy Dreese, I believe. And this is where you see the competitiveness, too, of Boris said, you know, having that extra gear, being able to pop out of these really, literally around COTA, Circuit of the Americas, they're the slowest corners you will ever go in a race car. And I swear, I don't care if you're in a Formula 1 car or in a Trans Am car, a TA2 car, your corner speeds are about the same at these tight corners, you know, in all these tight spots like turn 1, you know, turn 11, turn 12, and the stadium section corners. So we're seeing that's a big difference you see between those 2 Dodges.
Well, as we've confirmed, Gar Robertson leading in TA. In XGT, it's Mark Austin in 5th overall, but leading that battle with Wang and Lowry. In GT, Coffey leads that, and he's 8th overall. Meanwhile, in SGT, Richard Forsyth leading in that group, and he is battling away with Michael LaPaglia, who's just overtaken him, incidentally. Now LaPaglia up to 11th, and now leading SGT as we speak.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, that battle's been going on the whole race between Michael and Richard, and 2 great competitors there. And you couldn't be in 2 different cars either, right? I mean, that is Ford versus Chevrolet, Ford Mustang versus Chevrolet Corvette. That's that great American muscle battle that we love of the Trans Am Series.
Well, the field has spread out dramatically, but of course it could all change if we get another safety car. We've avoided it so far, but we're over halfway now in this 30-lap race, and battles going on throughout, but it's pockets of battles. TA, XGT, GT and SGT all going at it as we go back to the production classes yet again at the top of the hill. Fighting it out hard, the 24.
I think that was some really courteous driving there, letting the door open to let a competitor by. That's either quicker, different class racing there, letting them have their own battle. As we're watching, just in the distance, as I saw there in the corner of my eye, a pretty fierce battle going in the GT classes back there. I couldn't tell exactly, but Michael LaPaglia was definitely inside that mix along with the Richard Forsyth. So it'd be interesting to see how that turned out. Looking here at Chris Coffey coming into turn 12 there with that beautiful traffic graphics, Maserati GT3 car, GT4 car, excuse me, as it comes through there. What a beautiful piece that is.
Yeah, he wrote the other one off at Road America, and this is basically a brand new Maserati for him. He's also got that new sponsor in Traffic Graphics, and you can see why they do what they do, because it stands out brilliantly as we go back on board with Gar Robinson. But still plenty of drama to come from this one. It's far from over. Gar Robinson trying to get away from Boris Said. And as hard as Gar Robinson is working it in the cockpit, he can't shake Boris Said. There's nothing between them. You can see it for yourself. This is about the most it's been, about half a second at the moment. But as we come into 11, he should get a little bit of a slipstream. Great battle here also for 3rd. And Rogers, even though his lap's down, is wanting to race.
Yeah, he's definitely, you got to poke his nose in there on Wally Dallenbach Jr. in the Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger. Wally's going to concede to that now. Wally, the savvy driver Wally is, I'm sure he's going to sit there, get a little sniff here, get a little tuck. But if Will Rogers has some pace here, go out and attack that number 8 car and pull him along with you for that last podium spot. So I look for that to be kind of a strategy that might be going through my good friend Wally Dallenbach Jr.'s head right now as he's, go ahead and chase down that Will Rogers. Let Will, with that pace he has, he's got fresh tires too, fresher than anybody's got out there. Point, yeah. As they went around and changed those. So this is going to be really interesting to see if he pokes a nose there on Tommy Dreese, how that turns out, and if that opens the door for Wally Dallenbach Jr. in that Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger by Weaver Racing, if that'll let it get that podium for the day.
Biggest GT field we've had this season in 2023. Delighted to bring some of the West Coast boys here. As Tommy Dreese, we're on board with him as he comes through 19. Been a good run for Tommy Dreese. He's had some bad luck this year, but he's always good and he's always competitive. You just never know what's going to go wrong with a car.
When I won here in 2019, got a nice podium selfie with Tommy Dreese because he was on the podium with us, and his whole family was up there with us, the wife and the kids, and it was really a pretty neat moment to be a part of. But just like I was kind of predicting here, Will Rogers got pace. He's hunting down that number 8 Lucas Ford Mustang of Tommy Dreese, and he could possibly just drag this number 4 Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger into that final podium space overall at NTA class.
You're looking at the MAV TV sponsored Lucas Oil number 8 of Tommy Dreese, and we welcome you back because Robinson, Said and Dreese are still going at it for the top 3 positions as we're on board with 3rd place Tommy Dreese from Hollywood, California, and he is every bit Hollywood as you can imagine.
The Hollywood Tommy, no, for sure. The Rockin' Moroccan, and all kinds of nicknames for the guy. He's fun to be around. He's a personality and a half for sure, and he brings a lot to this Trans Am paddock. Another one of those smiling faces you look forward to seeing on the weekends, quite honestly. He's been at the opposite end of the racetrack for me this weekend. I haven't been able to spend the time with Tommy Dreese as I have in the past, but he's doing a good job holding steady now. He's pulled the gap on Wally Dallenbach Jr. sitting comfortably there with that final podium position is Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, that damage to the front, I think he just hit the back of somebody else at one of the restarts or at the start of the race because it was early on when we noticed it, but it's not causing him any problems.
Damage on the nose of Tommy's car again.
What a surprise.
It's really, that's odd. I've rarely seen that, but no, Tommy is... Tommy's not shy about,
You want to talk to a Bridget Lime Rock.
He's not shy about, the chrome horn with that blue chrome car that he's got.
Yeah, he ripped the chrome horn off at Lime Rock, that's for sure.
But he's been really patient today. I have been, kind of really impressed and admiring some of his patience that he has shown throughout the day here at Circuit of the Americas here for our Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour that we got going on here as they head up the front straightaway. The great aerial shots that we have here from Greenlight TV all the way up into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn number 1.
Still one of my favorite turns in American, if not worldwide racing, this corner. This shot does not show you just how high they go. It's 133 feet from the bottom to the top. And as you go up, and you can confirm this, Adam, you can't see the apex at all.
No, you're blind to the apex. It flattens out, plateaus on top. So right when you need the help to get the thing to turn and to slow it down for that last little bit, the track falls away from you, and you desperately try and get it down to that apex. And then you fall down that hill, like you said, and you hit into turn 2. And then your entrance into the Bennett's Bridge Hall S's is very aggressive, very high commitment as you get into there for sure. And then you get down and you're finally you get a breath of air here as you get out of the S's and you come through, turn 10 down here into the Customer's Bank turn 11. As you pointed out, Jonathan Green, one of the most important corners on this track when it comes to lap time and racing, because you got to get off that corner, get down this long straightaway. It's uphill as you see here. We're going to climb, plateau, come down a little bit, level off, and then we're going to be downhill in the braking zone, which kind of gets to be a little bit tricky here because it wants to carry your speed. It's the opposite of turn 1, so you're going to come down here into the braking zone, into the Mission Foods Stadium section as we come off camera and come back to Michael LaPaglia in this beautiful Ford Mustang, leading SGT.
Yep, leading SGT, the Californian doing the business, and the man chasing him is right behind with the LED lights on to try and let him know, or try and put him off anyway. That's Richard Forsyth. He's in SGT in that Chevrolet Corvette, the Sambuca Restaurant G-Speed. I fancy a go at that place.
And, someone we haven't really spoke a lot, Joey Da Silva. He's inside that Ave Motorsports prepared Toyota Supra, which is really cool
good point.
to have out here. So we haven't seen that too much, and he's putting in a beautiful performance right there. Has a sniff of Richard Forsyth, so Forsyth cannot make a mistake, or he's going to have himself a Joey Da Silva to deal with.
Back on board with Gar Robertson as he heads up that hill. Now you see the angle I'm talking about. Now you see the fact that you can't see that apex until what now?
Yeah,
Literally.
It definitely this track rewards track time.
We're going to go on board with Gar. Why don't you take us through it?
Yeah, so he's coming right now into the Bennetts Bridge Hall. As I said, big commitment as you really hard on throttle, downshifting here about midway through the S's, using up as much as you can, right? Trans Am rules allow us to use as much of this racetrack as possible without being too egregious with it. So you can see him cheat a little bit, right? Straddle those curbing. You're going to really cheat the inside here. And the last part of the S's, cheat this left-hander big time on the power. I don't go all the way far right just like Gar does because it's really bumpy over there. Staying easy flat through turn 10 as you come into customer bank turn 11. Look who's right back on the back bumper, as Boris said. Climbing right up the back of, and he got a little lock up there right at the end. Climbing right up the back of the 74 of Gar Robinson. They come out of that customer bank turn 11 down this long straightaway, up the hill a little bit there. Horsepower hill, as you call it. We'll come down the hill a little bit here, and you're going to climb right into this Mission Foods Stadium section. Probably the most challenging little section of the track. This is what Adrian Newey refers to as the tiddly bits of Herman Tilke design. So the tiddly bits as we move through here now, Mission Foods Tiddly Bits.
Wow, that could be a new product for Gonzalez, I think. Mission Foods Kid Tiddly Bits.
Yeah, Tiddly Bits.
I like it.
I love it. Get Adrian on board, and it's a done deal. But, the Dodge is really working through there. And I tell you what, as Boris said, would love nothing more than to steal this home victory away from Gar Robinson.
Well, he said at the beginning to Ben Sissel that he was planning on overtaking right from the get-go. He's had a little bit longer. There's only 10 to go, but he's right where he needs to be. No question about it. Boris said, putting on a show at 61, fantastic. I keep mentioning his age, but it just amazes me. Especially as his son's now racing against you.
And I love to see this for ECC Motorsports as well. And they don't do a full, Trans Am schedule anymore. To come in as little as they do and have the performances. I mean, AJ Hendrickson, just a brilliant performance, and at Worldwide Technology Raceway, just a couple races ago in this very car. And came here wanting to do the same thing here at Circuit of the Americas. He suffered some severe burns quite a few years ago in testing a TA car, a Cadillac, that they had inside their shop. Suffered a lot of burns. He has nerve damage on that hand now. And here at Circuit of the Americas, it's just so much the bumps and the undulations and how many. I mean, there's 20 turns here. It just really wore his hand out. He wanted to give his race team the best chance at a good run. They put Boris said the legend in there, and look at the shot they're getting right here. They got a shot at this win, Jonathan Green.
No question about it. Third place to Dreesy at the moment. We're still on board, and he's lost sight of the two leaders, but he's never given up. You can understand that. Dreesy wanted to finish his championship on a high. So it's Robertson, Said, and Dreesy. Dallenbach catching up. And we're watching Rogers, but of course he's a lap down, and but he's enjoying himself racing with the TA guys. He said at the beginning that he wanted to show what these guys can do, especially in an XGT spec car against TA.
He's got the fight, right? He's out there to fight like he wants to, and like I said, he's got pace, on this 8 car, and I think they get to mix it up. Don't look now, but that Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger is right in that rear view mirror of Will Rogers, and it's closing this gap as the time goes on. We still got 9 laps to circulate around this 3.4 mile circuit, Jonathan.
Yes, a long way to go yet, lest we forget. And Dreesy doesn't need to be embroiled in this little battle, this mini battle with Rogers, but he's enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, the information should come to Tommy is not to make this fight too hard with the 32, right? This is not a fight for position. Don't get mistaken by that and then cause yourself this final podium spot, here. So this is...
Yeah, he's actually 2 laps down, just to confirm, that because that break he took to sort out the rear tyre, they replaced it and probably replaced all 4. But Rogers isn't giving up, and he's taken the fight to Tommy Dreesy. But quite rightly, you point out that the battle really is with Dallenbach, and so he doesn't really want to waste his tyres in these last 8 laps. messing around with the all-orange of Will Rogers, who's just having a good day out here in the final race of the year. It's been a long 2023 season. It began back in Sebring back in February. We then went on to NOLA, Road Atlanta and many others, and finally Rogers does get through. But we've been across America's racing royalty when it comes to circuits, and he's going through everybody, is Rogers.
So during our other stuff and the conversations and looking at all this, Wang has taken the XGT League, Jonathan Green. So we got Wang up in the XGT League, Danny Lowry, and I don't know what happened to Mark Austin, but he fell to third in XGT.
So yeah, we've had change around while you've been away because Wang has made a place up. And so we've got a good battle. He's 5th overall now. Dyson now back up to 6. Danny Lowry dropped down to 7. So that's where the battle at XGT is, between Lowry and Wang. Dyson between them. And Dyson now trying to catch Wally Dollenbach in the last 8 laps. Here is Dollenbach. He's getting past from Idrisi, though. So that was a race for position, and Dollenbach is into the podium positions.
Beautiful job, Wally Dollenbach Jr. in the ultimate headers. Dodge Challenger prepared by Pancho Weaver had the engine out of this thing not but 12 hours or 24 hours ago, and preparing for no way, don't do that again. You're all by yourself, no battle. Have this lead going. Now here comes, and we're looking for Danny Lowry to be coming through. Will Danny Lowry make his way through? There's Chris Dyson. Danny should be the next guy through. Will Wayne get out? And he does. He gets out in front of Danny, maintains that lead. Maintains that lead.
That's his second spin of the day.
That is. So it'd be pretty impressive. You know, he's trying to do his best Danny Sullivan, you know, the spin in the wind. Trying to knock that one out. Now, Danny didn't spin twice and win, so that'll be one step up.
Well, we're looking to see Lake doing a good job of holding that shot as long as we can to see where we can actually see the man behind him. But Wang just holding on. Lowry chasing him down in 7th overall, but the gap is coming down after that spin for sure. And we're running out of laps. 23 of the 30 done.
It is super slick. I can't even express how, you know, the sun is out here now, and when the sun beats on this track, it gets super slick, especially as much running as we've been doing here. And so this is not a surprise, you know, to see that the back ends are pretty happy in these race cars. At this late stage, too, we're starting to get the latter stages here with 7 laps to go as we're working lap 23 of 30.
Yep, and of course, as the fuel load comes down, that also helps and adds to that as well. A little bit of tail happiness.
For sure, absolutely. And, you know, the other battles seem to be pretty solid, as Chris Coffey is again in GT class, got a comfortable lead. Michael Apaglia and Richard Forsyth are still going at it. But, you know, there's 4.7 seconds between those two, so I don't see that really being a huge battle. Joey Da Silva, he's going to be in second right now in the GT class. And then Ricky Sanders, he's also in XGT, pulling up P4 and XGT 13th overall.
Be interested to see if Idrisi can get back on level terms with Wally Dollenbach before the end of this race. But you can see the gap that Dollenbach has pulled out since he passed him on the back straight.
I feel like Tommy was losing forward drive. You know, he hasn't had the top speed down the straightaway either as well. So I'm wondering if he's got a little bit of an illness underneath the hood there that's causing them. You know, if you don't handle down the straightaways, Jonathan Green here at, you know, Circuit of the Americas, Horsepower Hill. There's a reason why they call it Horsepower Hill. Yeah. You need to have the horsepower to get up over that hill, and if you're sacrificing any of that, you're going to be sitting here struggling. But Tommy Idrisi still doing what he's doing best, holding a pretty steering wheel, and he's going to, you know, ride this thing home, possibly P4 here. I think Wally Dollenbach Jr. has gone ahead and set sail, and the gap is pretty big now between Gar Robinson and the 79 of Boris Said as things start to settle down here, just circulating the final laps.
Be a pretty impressive ex-champion podium, wouldn't it? Robinson, Said, and Dollenbach.
Yeah, I tell you,
about a history of Trans Am.
That could have been 30 years ago.
Yeah, good. Here's Rogers again.
You know, this is it's quite special. So yeah, Will Rogers went and showed what that thing can do, and it looks like they're going to live to fight another day and bring this thing in and retire at Chris Evans Motorsports here. But hats off to you, men and women there at Chris Evans Motorsports. You brought in a great piece. It just, the luck wasn't on your side today, and you showed the speed, that the potential that this class and these cars can have, and we look forward to seeing you more in the future.
Yep. Game over then for Will Rogers. He's had a good weekend here from the West Coast, and it's great to have so many West Coasters coming here to race in the National Championship, and we welcome them to the series on the national level next year if they want to come. Chris Coffey in the 97, 9th overall at the moment and leading the way in GT.
Woo, big power slide out of the 74 coming out of the Customer's Bank turn 11. So, you know, Gar Robinson is not leaving anything on the table, but he is here to set down the laps and just make a statement as he has pulled this gap now on the 79 Engineered Components Dodge Challenger.
Through goes the leader of TA on the leader of GT.
And you can see where the GT cars make their lap time, right?
Yeah.
Under the braking and in corner speed. The TA cars just don't have that kind of agility. But where the TA cars outhandle every GT car on the planet is down a straight line.
Yeah, this is an interesting track to see production versus the prototypes effectively, or the tube frame cars, because obviously the grunt is there in these TA cars, but the twiddly bits, as you mentioned earlier, and a lot of slow corners as well, and that's where the production cars shine, especially the Maseratis and the Mercedes.
Yeah, for sure. And this is we don't have a lot of Porsches here,
no.
But this is also a wonderful track for that brand as well. The Lamborghini, obviously at the hands of Wang, is performing quite well. Both those Mercedes-Benz that we see out of Danny Lowry and Mark Austin obviously are doing a fantastic job. Then we got to see the American muscle of the C7 Corvette and the Mustang, and the current generation Mustang out there doing their business, and Chris Coffey out there representing the European brands with that Maserati. As we look at Michael LaPaglia, comes right on cue here for this Ford Mustang. That's prepared by Adrian Vlastowski's crew there. That's sitting under Fast Motorsports tent. A great group there and a great addition to this paddock, as we spoke about many. But Forsyth, not that far behind. This could still be a battle, as there's still 5 laps left in this race, and this is Trans Am racing, Jonathan. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Forsyth in 11th at the moment, LaPaglia in 10th. Here's that battle again as we go back with Forsyth. He's taking the headlights off now.
Yeah, well, this is the 58. Forsyth doing his thing and trying to gain that gap and maybe use a little bit of the TA cars, maybe mixing it with his competitor up there might help bring it back to have it a little bit of a manageable gap. But we seem to have pretty big gaps throughout all our classes, to where there's really not, it seems like the podiums seem to be set throughout these classes, as they're just trying to bring it home with 5 laps left. Now it's just going to be slick, greasy, and it's about just keeping these things straight. As we saw from Wang, anything can happen.
Yeah, SGT led by LaPaglia goes off into the distance, and in a moment you'll see Joey De Silva and Ricky Sanders. They're battling in 12th and 13th, but it's GT versus XGT. Back with Dreesy.
And I can't say enough, too, about, again, watching my teammate up there, in P3, taking that last podium spot, Wally Dallenbach Jr. in that Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger. You got the Lucas Ford Mustang here, MAV TV on board with Tommy Dreesy. This has been a beautiful livery all year long. You always look forward to what liveries that Tommy Dreesy is going to bring, and I look forward to 2024 for a lot of reasons, but one of those reasons, to see what Tommy Dreesy brings is a livery.
Well, he used to, because he does work in the film industry, and he used to distribute movies, and he put the logo of the movie on the side of the car, whether it be Terminator or whatever the movie was that summer. And so that was always fun for a couple of races to see his new side up. Now, here's the number 16 of Chris Dyson. He's made it all the way back up to 5th place. He's behind Tommy Dreesy on track, but the gap is considerable. It's some 30 seconds or so.
Let's just say this was a weekend that Chris Dyson probably would like to just go ahead and forget. Go ahead and log that one away as what it is. He sealed this championship up already back at VIR, so this was a done deal. So this wasn't the performance that we're used to seeing out of the 3-time champion, but if you count him out for 2024, you do that at your own peril. This team, the CD Racing, will come back stronger than ever next year. They're going to go to work this winter. I can promise you to make sure that they are all sorted and come back and defend this championship with honor like they've done the 2 previous times.
Jim Weeds, those colors, the purple, the white, the 16, and the Jim Weed sponsorship on that Ford Mustang have been synonymous with this 2023 season. And there's been thousands of photographs from our excellent photographers throughout the season. We'll see more tonight at the gala. And it's a big gala dinner tonight to celebrate the whole season and hand out the prizes. And I know that Chris Dyson will be absolutely tickled pink to pick up that 3rd title. And I think in some ways he argued that that was a bit of a moment. He argued that this was the hardest one in many ways, because even though on paper it looked hard, he's been swapping chassis throughout this season, trying to get that Riley where he wants it.
Yeah, it's been a lot of challenges. You know, they at the end of 2022, when they sealed up the championship, they moved on to the Ave Riley program with the new Ave Riley chassis, Ave AV3 or AR3, I believe is what they're calling it, and so they found electrical struggles, a lot of it. Matthew Brown's come in and done some developing, and Matthew's found a little bit of luck in the car, won the season opener at Sebring in it. So it's just really been not necessarily the cut and dry year, you know, for Chris Dyson as maybe 2022 was. So 2023 was a fight for him all the way here to the end. So like I said, you know, he'll come back stronger than ever, you know, next year, and we'll see CD Racing doing what they do best, and that's fight for this championship.
So confirmation, Robinson said the gap 6.8 seconds. I don't think that's going to change, but here's the Mercedes line and stern. The two Mercedes going at it. Danny Lowry in the 43 and the 11. Lowry in 7th overall. Mark Austin in XGT as well in 8th. So that's a good little battle in XGT between those two. But they're both chasing Wang in 6th position. He's leading in XGT.
And this is a great battle forming up here between Lowry and Mark Austin in the XGT battle. Still don't know what happened to Mark Austin. He was handily leading this thing, missing it up there at the top there. So don't know what mistakes came about him or, there's been a lot. It's been a tricky condition day today, Jonathan Green. So he might have spun or found himself off track a little bit. That cost him the time because he was in a commanding lead, at one point of this event in XGT. And right now he's battling for that 2nd place position with Danny Lowry.
Running out of laps, but the two Mercedes going at it in XGT. Out of 18 they come, one in red, one in blue, and there's nothing between them as closing in now. Austin looking for a way past, and if he doesn't do it here at 20, he's going to have a pop at him, I'm sure, up the hill towards turn 1. Here we go.
You got to get that drive off of turn 20. It looks like Mark Austin did get a good drive, but Daniel Lowry didn't let the grass grow under his feet either. He got himself on the gas pedal and the loud pedal quite early, and he's going to climb up this hill and to keep that position protected from Mark Austin's attack as we look at with 3 to go here.
Yeah, don't forget the hula girl in the front of Lowry's car. She's bouncing from side to side, playing her little mandolin.
You get a lot of action with the hula girl around Circuit of the Americas, let me tell you.
Under the bridge and through the S's again. Just 2 to go after this. And nip and tuck between these two. They are on song.
This is our battle on the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen at home. So this for our race fans at home, as that's a big lunge from Mark Austin. He thinks better of it, backs out, and lives to fight another day to try and get that position at another area on the track. That is a low percentage move there.
Yeah, I was about to say, that wasn't a good lunge because he's lost time.
Yeah, so it's that's you could gain a run through somebody there if they make a mistake at the end of the S's, and you can make that pop. But they really have to make a pretty big, egregious error there. And again, coming out of this turn 11, this Customers Bank turn 11, to fly ourselves up Horsepower Hill and get into the Mission Foods Stadium section, that's really where Mark Austin seems to shine. He gets through the tiddly bits a little bit better than his competitor up in front of him.
So 28 of the 30 done. It's been an absolute brilliant display by Gar Robinson. We're watching, as we would, this battle for XGT for the podium. Wang up the road in 6th overall, but this battle for 7th and 8th between Danny Lowry, who's the regular, and Mark Austin, who's done some of the races but not all. Chris Coffey leading in GT. He's in 9th overall. LaPaglia lead. Oh, no! Round goes the number 11.
Mark Austin again. So that might have been, that again, it's been really, really slick and greasy, and it seems like the XGT cars are lacking the most support. And for XGT cars, they do have a lot of the things that you're used to having in your road car. For example, analog brakes, and a certain amount of it's a race program to traction control and stability control. So I think sometimes you can rely on those a little bit too much, but the laws of physics can't be rewritten by those programs, and they're exceeding the laws of physics and spinning there. Who's not exceeding the laws of physics is doing it just right is my buddy here, Wally Dallenbach Jr. in this Ultimate Headers Dodge Challenger. I'm guarantee you he is grinning from ear to ear, doing such an awesome job as you imagine from this man. And I know my car owner My good buddy John Cloud down there is also got a big smile from ear to ear watching the performance of his 2 race cars here today.
He's going to see the white flag fairly soon, but Dollenbach rolling back the years, just as Boris said is doing too. Gar Robertson, just 28 years of age, but already got 2 championships under his belt. He left Trans Am and went on to IMSA, and he's been hugely successful there at the sharp end again in 2023, but decided to come back for the one-off and race the Riley chassis in honor of his dad in many ways, because those were the colors of his dad. And Wally Dollenbach, as always, for Ultimate Headers, given a chance by John Cloud to race, and he gets that chance and takes it. And you can see the Ultimate Headers on the side. What do they do, the Ultimate Headers? I presume headers.
Yeah, they do custom headers for all your needs, all your automotive needs. Big in the hot rod industry. They have a patented manifold attachment. That's how you instantly know that it's an Ultimate Headers. We are running Ultimate Headers on our Ta2 car, so it's awfully cool to get to have a sponsor in the car. We're actually using the product, and they do phenomenal work. And any of your header needs, they could do one-off custom pieces, measure your car specifically, do exactly what you're looking for, and they build horsepower. As you see, Gar has no problem putting that horsepower down, gets a little wiggle, and fires up horsepower hill.
How much do your tires go off in TA? You've got all that power, and surely you must be putting a lot through the Pirelli.
Yeah, here at Circuit of the Americas, you're going to go through the tire. It's a tire management. I'm honestly seeing that's maybe what Gar was doing when we saw the battle so close between Boris Said and Gar Robinson was, maybe a little bit of tire management. Gar was really good at that in the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers TA2 series when he won his 2 championships. So I think he's definitely carrying those lessons over to the bigger cars. And what a great job. I mean, you can't say enough about what the young man has done here today and this weekend. And he's carried this pace, and they come prepared. They come setting themselves up for success. Gar just didn't jump in the TA car this weekend. Won his first time driving one. They went and they tested, made sure that things are ready and that there's no surprises. So they do. The Robinsons are really smart at setting themselves up for the best chance of success. But you still have to execute, and that's something that Gar has shown throughout his career. He's very good at executing the plan, and as he comes down the start-finish line here, I believe, is this for the white flag?
No, it hasn't come out yet, so that's interesting. Oh, no, there's the white flag. Yeah, sorry.
White flag's
out. White flag, last lap then.
Yeah, we'll circulate the last lap here for this young man.
Keep forgetting, because the checkered flag is always at the front, but now it's been moved for Trans Am, and Gar Robinson picks up that white flag. 1 to go then for the mighty Gar Robinson. And the local man from Austin, we had Riley Dickinson here a few weeks ago doing the business in Carrera Cup, a local man from Austin, or just down the road a little bit, in Buda, and
I'm going to tell you,
outside Kyle.
No, I tell you, it's going to make Gar smile so big, not only winning this race, but to share a podium with Wally Dollenbach Jr.
I know.
This is the person that has been in Gar's life his entire life. George Robinson and Wally Dollenbach Jr. are the best of friends, and they hunt together, they fish together, they laugh together, eat great food together. So I mean, it's just it's a big happy family here. So he's going to have a lot of enjoyment, a lot of great memories that he's making here. Just has to keep that wheel nice and steady. He's got himself a massive 5.5 second lead over Boris Said, and just bring this thing home.
Down the back straight for the last time then. Gar Robinson. What a day for him. He picked the colours of the car of his dad, George, and he said, this is like as close to my dad as I can possibly get, racing here at home. Friends and family are here to celebrate it. It's been a great weekend. I read the press release last night. He said, we're just having a ball here right now. And he's concluded it with a win, and that's all he could ask for. And he's a great character, his Gar. I saw him earlier in the day and congratulated him on the pole position. No mean feat to jump into any other championship that you're not in, regardless of your pedigree in the past. But he jumped straight onto it, took the pole over guys that have been doing it all season long. And he's now about to complete it. Just a few quarters to go. He's going to hold off the mighty Boris Said, one of the greats of all time here in the USA. And, of course, Wally Dollenbach Jr. Here he comes, out of 19.
Yeah, he's got to just navigate turn 20, 90-degree left. He'll make that hit, nail the apex, nail the throttle. Look at the big power slide, do it in style. George Anderson Robinson coming to get that checker flag. Gar, you did it. You're a Trans Am winner. You've won in both classes, TA, Big Machine, Vodka Spike Coolers, TA2 series. That's in rare air. Congratulations.
Yeah, so he is another guy that's won in TA and TA2. We've had one back-to-back in VIR. Connor Zilic did it. Here comes Wang to win in XGT. That's Xuanqin Wan in the number 22 from the West Coast in that Lamborghini. And Gar coming down to a slowdown, but really enjoying it. And now he's going to do some burnouts in the Pirellis. But what a great race that was. First place, Gar Robinson. Boris said second, and Wally Dollenbach third.
Yeah, this is...
So, as you can see, they pull out to the...
Yeah, this is
paddock.
Yep, turn 5 is where they peel us off. He'll go right to Tech, and then he'll hop on a golf cart, and they'll rip him right down to the podium for the ceremony. There's watch the battle. Here's Forsyth.
Oh, Lapaglia just holds off Forsyth.
Boy, this is wow back and forth. That could, you got to be a little careful with those moves, Michael. But a great run there right at the end. That GT race.
There comes Wang.
And Wang comes home in that leading or winning in XGT. 5th overall is Wang. Really great run by him. Danny Lowry's going to come in 2nd. Mark Austin in 3rd in XGT. Chris Coffey winning GT. We watched Michael Lapaglia and Richard Forsyth. Richard Forsyth set the fastest lap of his race.
I know, that's amazing.
On the last lap.
Wow.
So he was definitely putting in the fight all the way to the end. But great racing all the way through. As we also look, I said, Chris Coffey, Joey De Silva, and Todd Naparowski round out your GT podium as well.
Yeah, Coffey doing the business in that one. 9th overall.
So really good racing all the way throughout.
Yeah.
And what would you expect? We had 25 cars out there, 26 cars, and it did not disappoint Jonathan Green. And a big thanks. We're going to get to celebrate, as you mentioned, the Trans Am year at our gala tonight. But a huge thanks to all the men and women of the Trans Am series. Pirelli Motorsport Holding, you make it just a magical place to be, a wonderful place to race, and we can't thank you enough, and for all the time and sacrifices away from home, and to be here at Circuit of the Americas to celebrate it all tonight is going to be great and special.
Yeah, and there's lots to tell you about. Boris said winning the Masters, of course, as well as getting 2nd place overall. XGT, the 11 winning in that. That's Mark Austin. And in the National Championship, and Wang in the Western Championship. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV as we conclude our TA feature race of the final day of the Trans Am Series for 2023. Here's the results. Confirmation then of Gar Robinson and 74 Ranch Resort with a win in TA, and he's been a winner in TA and TA2, just like Connor Zilic. Boris said takes 2nd. Wally Dollenbach in 3rd, a great run from the back. Chris Dyson in the end finished 4th, having had that spin into the gravel. Xuanqin Wan, the top man in the West Coast, and also leading the XGTs, but in 6th place it's Mark Austin. Danny Lowry 7th, Tommy Dreesy in 8th. Chris Coffey leads the GT crew in the Maserati in 9th position. Michael Lapaglia leads in SGT and wins in SGT ahead of Richard Forsyth. Good little finish to that one. And also Joey De Silva in the GTs. Naparowski, Hampton, Menet, Ricky Sanders in 16th. Larry Luck in 17th. And then Sharakanyan in 18th position. Joe Bogadich in 19th. And Brandon Westenberg in 20th. And a little further down, Michael Attaway, part of our regular crew for the National Championship. Michelle Nagai from the West Coast. Will Rogers, likewise, after that problem in the pits and the rear suspension and tyre, down in 23rd. Milton Grant, a regular in SGT, and Jack Rinke going out with suspension early on. Wow, catch your breath. Another great 100-mile race, and a great way to finish the season off with a bumper field. And probably the most GT cars we've had all season long. And I would have thought that would have been a good place to get a view of it, up at the tower there. Little fella, I don't know if I'd be up there at his age.
It was the best view of this track for sure.
Yeah.
From up there.
He's not scared, is he?
You can't really find a bad spot to spectate here when they
Yeah, can everybody hear me? I am so sorry, but we have just actually lost commentary, lost Jonathan and Adam in the booth. We are here at the SpeedTour tent at Winner's Circle, but the operations here are a little bit different. The cars, drivers will then get onto golf carts and come down here, and it's about a mile and a half golf cart ride down here. So I'm so sorry that we've lost contact with our commentators, but we've got a lot of the teams here waiting and talking. So if we want, let's come over here while the drivers come in, and we'll talk to John Cloud and Pancho. And so John, we've lost the commentators, so we're going to talk. And man, great performance there. Wally Dallenbach starting from the back and now coming into third place. That's got to feel really good.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, it's the best finish we've had this year in Trans Am, and Adam had the best finish we've had in TA2. So it's a really, really good high note to end the year on, and I'm just so pleased with these guys and the team and the way these guys prepare these cars. And then Pancho for letting us use that car for this race because ours wasn't ready. A very, very gracious man, and much appreciated. So we'll see more of that with Ultimate Headers next year. But great team, great effort, and I like to surround myself with quality people, and I think I've done a good job of that. So nice. I appreciate it. And you're a quality guy. Tony's a quality guy, and I'm just tickled pink.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much, John Cloud. Pancho Weaver, hey, buddy. 2 and 3 there. With Boris said in the yeah, exactly.
19 we won this race, and 21 we won this race. Last year we set a new track record, and this year another podium. So Wally did a wonderful job. You know, we were hit with adversity this whole weekend. We lost a rear end gear on the first day, and then the engine was a little iffy, so we changed it. And you know, and trying to get the driver comfortable. Every driver has a little bit different feel, so you got to give them what they really need. You know, and it takes a crew. This crew did it. Thanks to John Cloud.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, Pancho. Well, the drivers are here. JC Monet's coming through. Not sure where he's going. But let's come talk to the drivers because that was exciting. Something really cool that Adam was talking about is that we've come full circle. George Robinson and your good friend Wally Dallenbach Jr. Wally, you guys have competed against each other for a long time, and now you're competing against his son.
Well, both of our sons are racing this weekend, which is really, really cool. Our family spent a lot of time with each other. I've known George a long time, and we've been good buddies, you know, since 86, 87 and there. So this is a blast being at the racetrack with our kids and watching them race and us getting to have a little fun.
Yeah, George, how cool is it to see your son winning again here in your home state of Texas, but in your livery?
Well, one of the best things I've seen, and I figured out last night, all the history I've had with Riley for 20-something years, running many, many Riley cars, this was the first time he's driven a Riley. Isn't that something? I mean, that's a big deal for our family and the Riley family to have Gar win in his first Riley ever.
First Riley effort there in TA. How does it feel? You know, your dad's been talking about TA, and all of his friends kind of came from that class. Now you get to go, you know, you've done a long time in TA2 cars, but everybody's talked about these beasts of these TA cars. How's it feel?
You know, it's I've gone a lot of different places after I finished in TA2, and you know, it's always held a special place in my heart, being able to being part of the Trans Am Club and carrying that with me for wherever I go. And I mean, being able to race against guys that my dad, like Wally and Boris and Dyson in a Riley car, it's like the best game of play your dad ever. And I just can't. There's no real words to describe how it is. I mean, I'm gonna do the best I can, but I'm sure I'll butcher it. But being able to continue the legacy and stuff that my dad and the Rileys and everyone in Trans Am started back in the 90s is just something that I hold real deep in my heart. And today I think it's a lot. It's a lot more special than a lot of people put together.
And dude, as your friend, so proud of you. That was so cool to watch. Nice job. And then not only that, but you have some battles out there with Boris. That had to be so cool.
Being able to battle against Boris is, I mean, how many times do people get to say they battle against Boris? It's an honor. And
what about this, man? How weird was that? Was it just like going out there with George again?
No, I was hoping I was meeting his old man, but then I look at the young guy. But he's a wheel man just like his old man. And we had a really fun race for a while. Unfortunately, I broke a valve spring with about 12 to go, so I couldn't keep chasing him. But I kept him honest for a while.
I know you've raced with a lot of legends, but have you ever, had some kissing and some contact on the track with legends like Boris?
I mean, I'm not a big guy. I'm not a big kissing my legends kind of guy, but
kiss me, but you can hit
I'll hit you a little bit.
No. Yeah, he's been known to nut tap Justin Marks coming out of this thing.
No kissing racing, we hit.
Do you have fun, Gar?
Best day ever.
Well, welcome back to Trans Am, man. I love seeing it. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff, Ben, as always. And yes, you can see the camaraderie between those guys there, drivers, teams, and both old and new, as they say. But great celebrations and a great race for Gar Robinson. Flag to flag. It doesn't get any better than that. And pole position to boot. So, as we look high above the Circuit of the Americas, we've got more SpeedTour action to come as the afternoon continues. We've got a few more races for you as things start to settle down. And we've got some action from, Group 1B, and we've also got some action from Group 6, 12, and Group 10. And don't forget, highlights of both TA2 and TA will be on Thursday, Trans Am night on MAV TV. And it all starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, November 9th. TA2 Series highlights, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. And then the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT, this race you've just watched, November 9th, same night at the following hour. So 2 hours back-to-back of great MAV TV Trans Am presented by Pirelli action. Let's head now to Ben Sissel as the podium is about to begin.
Okay. All right, Austin, Texas. Let's get loud. The Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. All right, this is my group right here. Come on in here. Get in the middle here, guys. Come on now. Get around here. Come on now. There we go. This is going to be a ton of fun. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at Circuit of the Americas. Welcome to Jim Weed Winner's Circle here at Circuit of the Americas. I need you guys to get loud because we've got all kinds of hats and things to throw out, give away to people. This is going to be a lot of fun. It's supposed to be a lot of fun. This is Winner's Circle. So, Austin, are you guys ready to have some fun? All right. I kind of feel like there's some people here from 74 Ranch Resort, possibly. Nice. I like it. Keep it up. All right, we're going to start with GT, National Series. 74, help me out, get loud. Third place, Todd Naparowski. Where is Todd? There he is, here he comes. In second place, making a cameo appearance in SVRA Group 6 yesterday in that white Toyota Supra. Let's hear it, Joey DeSilva. Here he is, nice. You scared me in yesterday's race. And then in first place from the Lone Star State, let's hear it, Chris Coffey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I'm hearing a lot of woos out there, but show them how it's done there. Woo! Nice! Little Ric Flair, woo! All right, Naparowski, fun race out there. How was it? Welcome back to the series.
Gosh, this is great to be back. It's been such a long time, and I can't remember when it was the last time at a podium. But great race, great track. Crew really helped me with the car, get me comfortable in the car, and we had a great race with Dave. Wonderful, thank you.
Nice. Todd Naparowski, ladies and gentlemen, third place. So I'm announcing the Group 6 race yesterday. There's two GT350s and then a Supra. And you'll hear me in the announcing going, is that a Supra? You made a cameo in yesterday's appearance, but great appearance here in Trans Am. How was it for you?
It was a lot of fun. Running with you guys is amazing, and I hope to be here in the future.
Nice, I love it. Did you guys like seeing a Toyota Supra out there in the Trans Am series? Nice, I love it. So, Joey, hope you're back. Anybody you want to thank?
My parents, my coach, my team, Ave Motorsports, and all my mechanics, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Nice, I love it. Let's hear it. Joey De Silva there. And then Chris Coffey from Texas. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Well, that was a hard-fought battle there at the beginning. We got a little bit of traffic between me and Joey here, and it took everything I could to keep him behind me, and it was just an absolute blast. I had to push so hard at both restarts. It was just an absolute blast. And I just want to thank all these guys, all the West Coast guys, for coming out, and really want to see more GT class entries. It's pretty awesome. This weekend we had more entries than any other classes out there, so let's keep that going into next year.
Nice. I love it. All right, come on now, get loud. Todd Naparowski, Joey De Silva, Chris Coffey, hold up those trophies, gentlemen. Get some photos here. All right, now Eric is going to give out some hats. Speaking of, who wants a Motul hat? Anybody want to throw out some Motul hats, drivers? Here you go. See what kind of arm you got. Silva, grab a Motul hat there. There we go. Come on now. Oh, the tall guy gets it. Look at that. So you got to get loud for some Motul hats. Very power 80s hats they are. All right, come on, Texas, one more time. Todd Naparowski, Joey De Silva, Chris Coffey in GT. Watch out for the champagne. See what they do here. Come on now. All right, 74. Keep it up. Keep up the energy now. Come on now. Nice job, GT guys. All right, Super GT. Whoa, Chris, you all right? Yeah. Did you get it in your eye? Yeah. He needs one of those sticks now. In second place from Memphis, Tennessee, Super GT. Let's hear it. Milton Grant. Where is Milton? Come on now, Milton. Come on, crowd. Is Milton here? All right. Not here yet. In first place. He also got first place with us just a few weeks ago at Worldwide Technology Raceway in that beautiful Corvette from the Lone Star State. Let's hear Richard Forsyth. Get up on that top step, Richard. The G-Speed Corvette. Well, this has got to feel pretty good, 2 in a row.
Oh my God, what an amazing race. We were having huge gearbox issues, and my team, G-Speed, never let me down. It was a new setup we had tried, and I want to thank G-Speed for all the work they've done. Those guys are amazing. They have the most amazing skills, and they never let me down. And our other sponsors, Sambuca Restaurant and the new Rayleigh we're opening, and Lewis and Corey and Jason and Dakota, all you guys, this one is for you. You guys rock.
Nice. G-Speed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Richard Forsyth. Come on now. Richard, congratulations. I'm going to change the hats. Don't let me get in your way. What you doing here? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, Richard Forsyth from the Lone Star State of Texas in a Chevrolet Corvette. Oh, well, you can enjoy the champagne if you'd like. Oh, I think he's about to spray. There we go. Come on now, Richard Forsyth. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Super GT. All right, Richard, congratulations. Nice job. Enjoy that champagne. Gar Robinson, I'm going to make you bring all this crew to every race. This is amazing. Extreme GT. Ladies and gentlemen, in Pro-Am, Extreme GT. Let's hear it. Ricky Sanders. Where is Ricky Sanders? Come on, Ricky. Ricky, jump up here. You're going to stay up here. Let him through. Come on now. Let's hear it. Ricky Sanders, ladies and gentlemen. In second place, and our XGT champion this year. Let's hear it. Danny Lowry Where's Danny Lowry? Here he comes, nice, in that Bridge Hall AMG. And this was the battle to watch the last 10 races. And I believe from Austin, Texas, last name Austin. Let's hear it for the Joker, Mark Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, first place. Where is he? Here he comes. I wish you'd have brought that helmet, the coolest helmet in motorsports. But you are from Austin, is that right? Yes. Mark Austin from Austin. So we're going to talk to Ricky Sanders first in Pro-Am. Ricky, how's it feel out there?
We struggled a little bit today. We had a transmission issue, but we still just did the best we could with it and had some fun. So we came in and finished, so that's the main thing. So I got to thank Danny for letting me use the car, all the sponsorship this year, Bridge Hall, Bennett, all the crew guys. We got Sweet Cheeks, Garrett, Tyler, Jason, all the guys in the crew.
Nice. I love it. Ricky Sanders, let's hear it. Where's Sweet Cheeks? Where's Sweet Cheeks? Raise your hand. There he is. There's Sweet Cheeks. We were watching your battle there the last 10 laps. A few little spins, a few mishaps, but an AMG competition nonetheless. Danny, how's it feel to be back up on the steps and to be the XGT champ?
Well, you know, Ben, it always feels good to be up here on this podium and definitely to win the championship. But, you know, we waited till the last race of the year to have the best field all year for XGT. So thank you for everyone that came out and run XGT. Had a fantastic race with Mark and Ricky and Wang. I mean, these guys, they were really better than I was. But the way it turned out, hey, I ended up on the podium. I'll take it.
I love it. Danny Lowry, ladies and gentlemen, Bennett Bridge Hall. Let's hear it. Now, Mark Austin, I hope you don't mind me saying this because you've been away from Trans Am for a while. We've missed you. But, man, have you gotten fast. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, we had a really great race. Thanks, everybody. We a little bad luck. We were leading the whole thing with XGT, and I was having a ball staying up with the big boys watching them fight until we cut a tire down. So the Lone Star Racing team to get the tire changed that fast to get me back out. Amazing. Best team there is. JG Roofing, 1492 Coach Works, thank you. It's fun to be back here at Trans Am and headed home and take a win. And there's no better racetrack around, so thank you guys, thank you.
Nice. Let's hear it. Mark Austin from Austin. Come on now, come on Texas, get loud. Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry, Mark Austin. Mark, welcome back to Trans Am. There we go. There we go, nice. They're fighting for the hats. I love it. One more time, Texas. Come on now. Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry, Mark Austin. Hey, and Danny, your daughter did a great job on the start command, so that was a lot of fun. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Come on, Texas. How's Lando doing? Come on, Texas. Get loud. Right in the eyes of Ricky Sanders. I love it. Is Willie T still around? Willie T, get up here, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Trans Am legend here in the house. Willie T, you got to help us out with this presentation. Let's hear it for Willie T. Ribs. Come on now. He's about to bring up some of his friends, some of his former competitors. How cool is this? We saw him here in the Pride. Get up here, Willie. I hate and love to do this. So you're a little reunited with Boris Said. Watching this again in your home state, this has got to feel pretty good.
Well, I was just here for Formula One. I work for Formula One now, and I was just here a few weeks ago with them. But always coming here is great and seeing old friends, especially Wally. Wally was my teammate in 1985. Okay, there's a lot of people that weren't born that are in the audience here.
That's awesome. Well, Willie, you're looking so sexy. Would you mind being our trophy presenter for this presentation here? That'd be all right.
Yeah, I got a mini skirt in the car.
We can do that. Yeah. I think I would love to see Willie T. Ribs in a mini skirt.
No, baby.
No, baby. Let's hear it for Willie T. Ribs, ladies and gentlemen. Because, Willie, we are about to bring up your friend, your teammate, Wally Dallenbach Jr. Come on, Texas, get loud. Look at this reunion here. How cool is the Trans Am history right here?
Oh, no, we got some great stories.
Oh, and that you're not going to hear.
Yeah, we would have to censor most of those stories. How cool is that, man? That is awesome. Willie, thanks for doing this. I'm sorry to call you out, but no, stay up here. You can't go just yet. Because in second place, another Trans Am legend, ladies and gentlemen, Boris Said. Let's see who the race fans are. Who said? Nice, I love it. Boris Said. And then Trans Am history, Trans Am legend, two-time Ta2 champion, first time in TA 74 Ranch Resort. Let's hear it. Gar Robinson. And Willie, that's got to be a little bit weird because it looks like you're looking right at George Robinson.
No, actually, when Boris and I and Wally were racing, he wasn't even thought about, let alone born. I feel old, baby.
I love it. Willie T, such an honor to have you here, man. Such a legend. Thank you so much. Wally, starting from the back, your team worked all night long. Poncho Weaver and the whole Cobra crew, everybody pitching in, and now you're up here on the podium.
Didn't expect it. Really appreciate all those guys' hard work. We blew an engine. We didn't get any practice. We threw everything, 9 different things at the car, and let's see what happens. But I got to thank them for their hard work. And John and Debbie Cloud, we were supposed to have our new car here by now, and Poncho stepped up and John stepped up, and I'm just glad to be here racing with all these guys because this is more fun than I've ever had.
Nice, more fun than he's ever had. Let's hear it. Wally Dallenbach Jr. Hey, not to call you out, but just the other night, 2 nights ago, I was watching Talladega Nights. Nice job in that too, Wally Dallenbach. Come on, let's hear it. Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights. Boris, take the mic. I mean, you've been fighting George Robinson for 10 years. Now you're fighting Gar Robinson. This has got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it did. It was a lot of fun. I mean, I love driving these cars, and he's a good wheelman just like his daddy was. And I thought I had him today, but unfortunately we had a little motor problem at the end. Cost us a shot at it, but still a lot of fun racing. And, we have a little small team with Steve and AJ and Steve's son and Christina and Jen. They just do a great job, so a lot of fun driving these cars.
Nice. Boris Said, ladies and gentlemen, 74, get loud. Come on now. Gar Robinson, take the mic. I love the chili peppers, very nice.
Does he know everybody here?
He knows the whole state of Texas. Boris just said, does he know everybody here? Yeah, he has an entourage. Gar, tell us about your race.
That was probably in all of my starts of motorsports, that was my favorite start ever. A lot of the stuff that I drive that you go to the throttle and it just but this thing actually like kicks your ass right from the get-go. But I mean, these are the most fun cars to drive, and being able to drive against all the guys that my dad used to drive against and just all the legends and be a part of it, and it's just and be able to have it with all my friends and family that come. I don't even have to do the hi to my friends and family at home Scott Pruitt line either. But I mean, extending the relationship with myself, my family, and the Riley Motorsports and all that just in Trans Am is this has been the best day ever.
Nice. I love it. Best day ever. All right, crowd, let's get loud. Wally Dallenbach Jr., Boris Said, Gar Robinson. All right, Texas, one more time. Get loud, get proud. Wally Dallenbach Jr., Boris Said, Gar Robinson, winning in his first TA race. All right, now where's George? Where's George Robinson? All right, come on, another Trans Am legend, ladies and gentlemen. George Robinson, trying to bring him up for the champagne. Not gonna happen, I guess. All right, wait, don't go too far. George, oh, there we go. All right, George, get up here. Hurry up, George. Run up here. All right, hold on, guys. We got to get a little picture here. Where's Willie? Did Willie disappear? All right, get one picture here, Chris Clark, if you don't mind. George, get in there. Another Trans Am legend, ladies and gentlemen. George Robinson. Got to get a family photo here. All right, and Jonathan, we're going to celebrate some more down here, but I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. And yeah, what a catalog of
job,
great
guys.
heroes
Nice
from Trans Am, both today's and yesterday's, and even yesterday's boys are still going strong in the likes of Boris Said and, of course, the mighty Willie T. Ribbs. Great to see him, and of course he's a local here in Austin. But fun times, Wally Dollenbach and the boys, and that's the fraternity that it is. Trans Am, no question about it. Well done to Gar Robinson, though, a winner here at home at the Circuit of the Americas. Hope you enjoyed all the coverage here on MAV TV. Thursday nights, 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. That's where you can catch all the highlights. Until then, we'll see you next time.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
For low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies, utilizing the latest manufacturing technology and automation, which 3D continually invests in. We are able to deliver high-quality parts rather than empty promises. 3D takes on the jobs our competitors simply can't. The Three-Dimensional Services Group loves the challenge. Our team is your team. The Three-Dimensional Services Group, prototype, production, proven.
Got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas as the Speed Tour continues, and we're getting ready for more of our Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour live from COTA. And as you can see, the little ferrets that are the Formula Vs are out there, and we're looking forward to some more great racing from these smaller cylinder historic cars. We saw them in action yesterday, and it was great to see them in action. We've got all sorts of Zincs, Warriors, the odd Lynx, but all Formula Vs. And, oh, we've got a stoppage. What's happened here? Liz is there. This is right at the pit entrance where Liz, who's following him back, does the splitting, and so she's just making sure that he gets back safe, and she's trying to run at the same speed as him. He's going backwards. He doesn't know which way to steer. He's steering one way, steering the other. He's going to make it, don't worry. And that is car number 19. And it doesn't look as though he's going to go too far. Darrell Thornley, it is, in the Zinc car. But the rest of the field, it seems, are A-OK. And it's Simon Hughes, who had a great race yesterday. But this, of course, the feature race, and for the big prize, it's the helmet day, the last day of school, if you will, for the SVRA as they head down the back straight. And the likes of Burt Nash, Pierce Crone, Devin Butcher, Hunter Barron, John Williamson, Mark Felson, Cassandra Barron Fuller in 8th position, and Dave McNowell in 9th, Elliot Barron in 10th position, Brett Schwartzlos in 11th, Timothy Little in the Lynx FV in 12th position, Jason White in the Zinc C4, Drew Fisher is in 14th position, and David McMasters in 15th, John Stranad in 16th position, Bill Griffiths in 17th, Dwight Calkins in 18th position, Jason Purner in 19th position, Mark Shatwell in 20th, Darrell Thornley, Scott Elif in 22nd position, and Rob Schultz rounds out this 23 field of Formula Vs getting ready for their big race. So now Simon Hughes, Burke Nash, and Devin Butcher had a great run yesterday. Let's hope they do the same again. And it's been a long season, a long, hard season for many of the competitors here in SVRA, and that's why we come to Austin last, because it's kind of in the center between the West and East Coast as they line up 2 by 2 and get ready to come round the stadium section and finish it off. Still the apparatus from Formula One and the hospitalities from Formula One still very much in attendance, so they haven't taken them down yet, but well, you can see how big an event that was with the extra grandstands and so on, but it was a fantastic atmosphere, that's for sure, here at the Circuit of the Americas. And as the Ferris wheel continues to turn, and that rather scary ride continues to turn, these boys are going for their scary ride themselves, boys and girls, I should add, because we've got Cassandra Barron Fuller out there. We'll do a second formation lap while they gather them all together, so they've got some more time to put some heat into those tires. But on the front row, you see the number 9 there. That's Simon Hughes, so we can get our bearings here. Simon Hughes in a Formula V Lynx B. And late 66. That's Bill Griffith in a Warrior FV. It's the only Warrior out there. There's the odd Scorpion, there's the odd Caldwell, and as we get closer to some of the cars, we'll point them out what they are, because that's the beauty of Formula Ford, Formula V, Formula First, all these tiny formulas. They all have many, many different chassis makers, but basically the engines, whatever it is, whether it be a Ford in Formula Ford or whether it be Formula V in the Beetle engine, the Volkswagen engine, they all have identical engines, and that's the price point. That's the idea. Late 60s, early 70s, these cars, and all from 1968 to 1972. If my memory serves me. And as you can see, just heading over the top of the brow towards 9 and 10 under the safety car to bring us round to formation. Burt Nash on the front row alongside Simon Hughes. He's in a zinc C4, and then he's followed by just a Formula V zinc of Pierce Crone. Devin Butcher is in a Formula Car X, and then it's a Carlson Mach 1 behind him, and that's with Hunter Barron in 5th place. John Williamson is pedaling a Caldwell D13, and like I said, there's 2 Caldwells out there, and then the zinc C4 of Mark Felsen behind him. Cassandra Barron Fuller, who I mentioned before, she's in an Auto Dynamics FV, that's in 8th position. Dave McDowell in the Zeltler VF, the ZD06. Then a Pegasus, famous name, Pegasus FV, that's in the hands of Elliot Barron. And then another zinc in Barrett Schwartzlos. Then comes the Lynx of Timothy Little, that in 12th position. Jason White 13th in a zinc C4, another zinc Z5 behind him, that's Drew Fisher, and a zinc FV of David McMasters. The Formula V Lynx B of John Stranad is in 16th place. Behind him is Bill Griffith in the Warrior, I mentioned that earlier, in the FV. Another Lynx B of Dwight Calkins in 18th position. Then 19th is Jason Perner in the Caldwell D13. Mark Shatwell in the Scorpion Formula V. Darrell Thornley in the zinc FV. Then a zinc C4 from Scott Eatful and Rob Schultz in the Auto Dynamics FV. That brings us into the stadium section, and I'm joined once again by the Big B. Ben Sissle's been having so much fun with all our Tramzan fraternity there. God, what a gathering.
Yeah, it's crazy. Gar Robinson, the winner of the race from Texas, I think they must have had 2 school buses full of his entourage, which was really cool to see. Now, according to my race monitor here, Burke Nash, who was up there in the top 3-4 yesterday, is starting from 16th on race monitor. Not sure why, but a lot of times this Formula group likes to mix it up. Formula V group likes to mix it up, but we're about to have some fun here as they come around, and I'm going to try to catch my breath.
You do that.
But they're going to come around and take the green flag, Jonathan.
All right, here we go. Simon Hughes will lead them away. We're sure of that. The 9, you'll see him on the left-hand side of your screen when we get that full front shot. Here it is. Sorry, now on the right hand, of course. This is Group 1B, the helmet race for Group 1B, and we're looking forward to it. And in a moment, they'll accelerate away. Watch out for Nash, watch out for Crone, and watch out for Butcher. Butcher in the 60, and away they go. Up the hill they climb, and a good move on the inside, on the leader, or on the poleman, and he's lost his lead already.
Yeah, I think that's Hunter Barron there in his dad's car, Elliot Barron. According to his helmet, I'm thinking that's Hunter Barron that took the lead into 2, followed by Butcher and Simon Hughes in 3rd there, Jonathan.
Yeah, good start for the helmet race, and it's all for the Big Bell helmet and everybody we've seen earlier in the SVRA categories that the group races get a little bit more spicy when it's a Bell helmet on the line. And of course, it's not so much the Bell helmet, it's more the pride of being the national champion.
Pierce Crone hanging it out there. You can see the low grip on the tires. We saw this today in the Trans Am race. It seems like the polished line through those Bennett Bridge Hall S's have gotten so polished that it's a little bit slick.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, as you can see, the nice snake of Formula V's just making their way over 10 and down towards 11 under the braking point. And they'll all try and tuck each other are behind each other as they head down that long back straight. And in fact, yeah, the number 9 has gone back all the way. Simon Hughes to what, 4th place now as the field starts to spread out.
Yeah, but don't worry. This is Formula V down the long straight. Anything can change here, as we saw yesterday. So right now, that's Mark Felsen in that red 777. But look for Devin Butcher here to try to get up to him. There's a little bit too much of a gap, I think, for Butcher. Looks like the 4th, 5th, and 6th position might be a little bit closer. But Simon Hughes coming up on the back end of Butcher, Jonathan.
Yeah, this is starting to get a nice little tasty race coming together now into the braking zone at 12. Nicely through. Through goes the 32. 32A, I should say.
32B is Cassandra, but I don't think that is. I think that's E.O. Barron. He helped us announce the Formula B, Formula Ford race today, and he said he was in Cassie's car. That's Cassie's car, but I think he's driving that.
Got me there.
And then Pierce Crone there in that white and maroon, beautiful car. So is John Williamson's. I was looking at these cars up close, and just because people think that this was kind of the entry-level racing, there's a lot of pride in these cars, and they put so much time. Some of these are like kind of show-winning Formula V cars, as we see Butcher right up behind Hunter Barron going into 19.
Yeah, you know, each one I mentioned earlier that these cars, all Devin Butcher in a 1963. These are very old cars. You know, that's almost 60. Well, it is 60 years old, that car. It's incredible.
60 years old with early 20s drivers. So let's see what we got here. Butcher and Petunia right behind Hunter. That car's name is Petunia. You'll see it on the side here because we're going to get some great shots of Rob. But now watch the cars kind of, you can see how low that number 60 is in 2nd place. The cars, the body just sits low. The suspension and the rails are up a little bit higher, but there you can see Petunia there right above the door.
That's a cool car.
Oh, really cool car. Yeah, and they've kind of lowered the body to the car. It's a really cool setup here. Great shots from the drone.
Field starting to spread out, but this little battle at the front is really nice, and the pole man starting to catch up. Simon Hughes is still 3rd in per plates. It's got Baron Fuller in 4th, then Crone, then Williamson, Stranad in 7th, Schwartzloss in 8th position, McDowell and White rounding out the top 10. Felsen's dropped to 11th now.
Crone, I think, is having his car's usually set up a little bit better. I think he's having some grip problems. I don't know if he's on older tires or a lot more heat cycles, but I can see he's coming out a little bit wider. He's usually running a tighter line than that. He's got a loose car on him today. This is such a fun class.
I know, it's really fun, isn't it?
I love it. I'm just sitting in here smiling. Simon Hughes, really fast driver. I think he's going to be a little bit down on himself from that start. But Hunter Barron taking that inside line, you know, just really taking that gap, doing a good job there.
Now, the man leading, Elliott Barron, is in the 1972 Pegasus. That's the leader.
It's Hunter Barron is in that car. They keep changing on us. Sorry
Don't
about
worry.
that. But yeah, that is Elliott's car. Elliott, unfortunately, they've had a rough weekend, the Barrons. He had an incident.
A Barron weekend.
Yeah, out of his motorhome. He tripped and fell and hurt himself pretty good.
Sorry, I shouldn't be joking. That's not fun.
And then, truly, E.O. told me today that they had a house fire while they were gone. They got a call from their neighbors, and their house caught on fire. And so they've been dealing with that this weekend. So our heart goes out to them. But right now, you're 1, 2, and 4, and all your cars are top 4 right now. So that hopefully that puts a better spin on things. But I tell you, the car that Hunter Barron is driving is just a beautiful aluminum polished car. They were with us at Indy. And having a great race. But this is a good race here between Hunter and Devin. Really good friends. They both work on these cars together, so this is going to come to an end here.
You know, racing drivers cease to amaze me. It doesn't matter if your house is burning. They're going to go enjoy their racing.
Yeah, and they don't live that far away. They're about a 4-hour drive from here. But no chance were they going to drive home and do that. They're like, you know, that's Monday's problem.
Yep, okay. Somebody will put it out. As long as they got confirmation of that. This is a great little tussle here as they come out at 20. They pulled away from the chasing group, but look at this. Wheel to wheel.
Now watch for Devin Butcher to try to pull out, but he's got just a lot more surface area on that car, so he may not be able to take advantage of the draft like Hunter.
But he's going to try and make a block pass, isn't he, at the top of the hill?
I think so. He's got it. I think Hunter's going to have to let him take it. There's the Petunia insignia on that car. They were going to redo it for the 60 years of Formula V, too wide going into turn 2, but they decided it looks so cool that they decided to keep it as it is.
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't. Yeah, that's great. Well, he's got the lead for now, but for how long we wonder. These two pulling away.
No, Hunter's car looks like it's a little bit more planted. Devin Butcher, though, really good driver, but see, he's going out a little bit wider there. You can see he's spraying a little bit out the back. Hunter Barron, a really accomplished driver, and Hunter's car is going to be able to take advantage of that draft. You don't think about drafting through the S's, but in Formula V's, you can draft through corners pretty well.
You can hear the squealing of the tires as we fly overhead these great cars. And now we've got little pockets of battles all the way through the field. But the fun one is definitely at the front. Although that said, the battle for third is on as well between our pole man, Simon Hughes, and the man behind him, which is, well, who is
Barron.
It's which Barron?
E.O. Barron.
E.O. Barron.
I believe.
Okay.
It looks like his helmet. But, you know, my friend Mark Shatwell out there in the number 73 in 17th. So hoping that he picks it up a little bit.
Yeah, he had some problems yesterday. Something let go. And I think it was at turn 11.
Look at this, though. Side by side, E.O. and Simon Hughes, the battle for third.
No, and he's made it. Classic overtake at 12. Nicely done. And Hughes loses another position for now anyway. He's trying to come back as quickly as he can. Into 13 they go.
And, you know, usually, for some reason, this weekend, the Mission Foods Stadium complex, we've seen a lot of passing. Usually from 12 to 15, there isn't any passing.
Yeah.
But right here, look at this.
It's as though, I was talking to Adam Andretti about this, it's as though suddenly we found another line through 13, and that is to stick it on the outside, get lots of grip, and then hold it in there on the inside for 14. But that said, you can also stay on the outside and still make a move. So it's really, yeah, we've got some new moves happening here at the Circuit of the Americas, and I don't know why suddenly it's taken 11 years for them to find this little nuance, but we'll take it. Good fun.
Yeah, it really is. I haven't ever seen that before, but we saw it, and we've seen it in almost every class. Some people are going high, some people are going low, and they're finding a way to fight for it here.
Another lap completed. The clock ticking down, though, on this helmet race. And a little bit of air, finally, between Barron in the 60 and Devin Butcher in the 23 and Devin Butcher in the 60. But it's side by side here for third.
I think the white flag is out. I can't confirm that, but I heard RC call for the white flag. So this may be the last lap of this race.
That could actually be RC surrendering after the day he's had.
RC never gives up, but he could. You know, we'll see. But it looks like Hunter Barron out in front of Devin Butcher, then Simon Hughes, and then E.O. Barron. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that has been the race to watch. Let's see, Hunter Barron really just seeing just like a little bit more nimble through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's, and Simon Hughes gets it a little bit wrong there.
Yeah, and a little further down, we've been concentrating on this battle at the front, as we should, but I just want to mention 6 now. Barrett Schwarschluss in 7th, and then Mark Felsen now up to 8th. He's got ahead of Burke Nash, who started high but is now finished, or is now down in 9th, and then John Stranad rounding out the top 10.
Some great shots here at Circuit of the Americas. Neat thing about these FIA Formula One tracks is just how they paint everything and paint the surroundings. You go from the green to the red, the margins. I love the attention to detail there as we look at Devin Butcher. And speaking of attention to detail, I love the modifications they've put on Petunia with Simon Hughes and E.O. Barron coming to view.
We certainly gapped him now. Yeah, 1 minute they were right there together, and now it's, 8, 9 car lengths?
Yeah, and sometimes in this Formula V group, they're like, let's go out there and have some fun and race each other and make a show of it. But I think this time Hunter Barron's like, no, I want one of those Bell helmets.
I was say, the helmet's on the line, come on.
Just from that green flag on, it looked like he had the determination to win the race. And I have seen, and Devin Butcher, you got to back me up on this, I haven't seen a lot of out of bounds in this race. We had some contention a few years ago with the Formula V race, but I've seen, no, there goes Devin there, slowing down for some reason. Looks like he might have lost his engine, but I've seen everybody in Formula V, especially the leaders, staying in bounds.
Oh, that's a real shame. Out goes the 23 from the lead, and now it's been picked up. And yeah,
no, that was the number 60. Yeah, Devin Butcher is out.
So second place out, and that moves up for the 32, and Hughes now comes into play. Yeah, he slowed right down, so I think that's going to be a pit stop for him.
And the thing that stinks there is whatever's wrong with the car, it's going to be Devin that has to fix it.
Yeah.
He is the one that works on these cars, he and Hunter. So it looks like we're coming around to Hunter Barron winning, Jonathan.
Looks like it, and if you were right about the white flag, we should see the checkered here.
No, white flag's out here. We got one more lap.
Final lap, okay.
Yes. I like that. It's kind of like, you know, when your favorite song's just about to end and then it comes back up in a big swell. I like that. Simon Hughes there, and then E.O. Barron coming up to turn 1 in Cassie's car. I believe that's his cousin's car that he's driving.
It's a pretty car.
Yeah, it is. You can really see the suspension, the torsion suspension flexing as it goes up the bumps of the hill.
You know, it just proves, though, everybody complains in the modern cars about, you know, oh, it's so bumpy here at COTA. Well, these are 68 to 72 cars, and they're having no problem negotiating this circuit. So, yeah. Keep your noise down, folks.
They're on a World War II era suspension.
Yeah, basically. This shows you don't need to be too sophisticated to have a lot of fun and also to make it work.
Yeah, I don't know if another race group has more fun than the Formula V group. They just are a tight-knit group. Most of them are SVRA racers from Texas, and they all paddock out there together. They all barbecue together, and it's a lot of fun to hang out with them. We went canoeing with the Formula V group at Mid-Ohio this season.
What's SVRA?
The Corinthian Vintage Auto Racers.
Oh, right.
From they do Hallett in Oklahoma, and then they do some races here in Texas.
Cool.
So that's the local vintage racing group.
Yeah, the love of cars in Texas is second to none. It astounds me, the caliber of cars and the love of cars, quite frankly, just the love of the automobile. And that was long before COTA ever existed. It hasn't come in the last 10 years. It's just been waiting for something like this to sprout up. And now it's huge. Cars and Coffee here, we have literally under 1,000 cars almost every time we have one. Final lap, though, and into the Mission Foods Stadium section for the last time. Here comes the 23. He had a nice battle early on, but now he's on his own.
You know, there was another winner in the number 23 named Michael Jordan.
Did he race?
No. Walter Payton raced in the Trans Am Series, though.
Did he really?
Cool, yeah.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, look at that. I just posted something of the 1993 season of Trans Am on our social media, and he was in the race.
Wow.
Sweetness himself. So that's pretty cool. But here comes Hunter Barron around the last few corners, Jonathan, to take the Bell Gold helmet.
Yep, Hunter Barron then on his way, just 2 corners to go, and he's led most of the way. It's been a battle at the start, but now he's on his own. Hughes and Baron Fuller will follow him home in third, or Aya Fulham, as you call him. Or is it Aya? Yes. Anyway, here comes Hunter Barron to take the checkered flag and win here at the Circuit of the Americas. That's the usual checkered flag point I'm always waiting for. They changed it for Trans Am, totally spoofed me, but not to worry. Hughes takes second, Baron Fuller in third, Williamson, Crone, Nash, Felson seventh. Good go. Up there in the 777, all the way up to seventh. McDowell eighth, and Schwartzloss in ninth. Stannard in 10th. We'll take a short break from the action here at the Speed Tour. More racing to come, though, from the Speed Tour. Stay with us.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. What a wonderful sight that is. That massive. I would love to know the size of that flag, but we'll get down to the racing because we've got some great cars coming your way. Look at this lot here in the pre-grid. Alongside me, Jonathan Green, Ben Sissel. The legendary, look, he's got his name there on the van, Ben Sissel.
I like how you say alongside me, Jonathan Green and Ben Sissel. So it's almost like you have a split personality over there.
I wasn't going to discuss that. No, we weren't.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of coming to the end of the day, which means it's fun time here in the booth. Especially we've got Group 6 and 12 and Group 10 coming up after them. But we're looking right here at poleman Peter Kloot in his 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. And Jonathan, we were getting shots there of the tire pressures yesterday, but you love these American muscle cars.
Of course I do. Yeah, I grew up watching, you know, all of this on TV. This is how, the funny thing is, what we admire. Steve still hasn't found an E. I'll take an E, please, Bob. Somebody's taken his E. Van has run off with the E.
Yeah, you know, somebody please send Legendary Motor Cars just a Corvette E off of 1969.
Can't be that hard to find.
He's been missing that since Indy last year. Maybe that's his speed secret.
That could be. Beautiful Dodge. Nice wing on the back there. Look at that.
Yeah, Jerry Robinson. If you remember, I can't remember, was it this year Sebring or last year? He lost the rear wing. Remember? And he was crabbing down the back straight.
Right.
Yeah. Jerry Robinson with us at almost every event. Bobby Archer is his co-driver in the Enduros. But he had a great race out there with the Dodge Vipers. Wade Cole in that second Dodge Viper. There's our friend Liz out there splitting, trying to make herself as visible as possible.
Yeah, it's not easy when you're in grade. On asphalt.
Yeah. So what they're doing there is Peter Kloot, the pole setter, would tell somebody to radio to Liz, our splitter, of which side he wanted to be on, because some people find it an advantage to be driver's right, some people driver's left. And then it's her job to remember that, go up the hill and split them. And this is to tell the drivers, I split you right, I split you left, which side of the car in front of them they need to be on, or which side they need to go to.
So they've got a whole lap to remember that, and I don't mean that to sound funny, but there's a lot of other stuff going on, so you've got to remember that, do you?
Yeah, you do. You're supposed to. Or you just fill up the gap ahead of you. But let's go through this beautiful grid here. So we've got Peter Kloot first, Jerry Robinson second, Wade Cole third, Jody O'Donnell fourth, Jonathan DeGainer in that Devon fifth, Claire Schwindeman sixth, Peter Dolan seventh in a actual Shelby GT 350, Kurt Vogt in a Ford Boss 302, Jim Sandberg Chevrolet Corvette, Joe Rabo Chevy Corvette, JP Griffith 1968 Chevrolet Corvette, Sean Guthrie Shelby GT 350, Andrew Threat Dodge Viper ACRX, Scott Shadle in a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, John Bergendahl in a Ford Fastback Mustang Blue, Michael Gertz in a 2010 Dodge Viper ACRX, John Schott Chevrolet Corvette, Steven Seitz in a Ford Mustang 1965, Alan Davison in a 2000 Panos GTS, Mark Hannafin 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, beautiful car, George Wright in a 63 Chevrolet Corvette, Vincent Dean, 1965 Shelby Cobra. Eric Ritchie. Losing my place here. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. 1967 Chevrolet Corvette. Phil Molechek in a Shelby GT 350. Sterling Molechek in a Shelby GT 350. John Miller Chevrolet Corvette. John Miller in a Chevrolet Corvette. We're going lights out, but for some reason I'm hearing from the pace car that they're pretty spread out. John Miller, Wayne Parks, R. Paul Evans, Bob Lima, Chevrolet Corvette, Carl Jannon, Scott Brady, and Stephen Cole. 32 cars in Group 6 and 12. These are the big bore cars. Group 6 means that they were 72 or older, and 73 or newer is the Group 12. And we've got some V10 Vipers out there. We've got some Shelby GT 350s, some 427 Chevrolet Corvettes. So a little bit of everything. But if you like loud, and you like when they take the green flag, they've got so much torque that it might change the rotation of the earth as they come through the Matthew McConaughey section of the track.
They certainly do. And it's the McConaughey complex, I'll call it.
McConaughey complex. And why is that?
Because it's all right, all right, all right.
See, I love hearing Jonathan with the Texas accent.
I can talk funny when I need to. All right, here we go. Peter Kloot leading the way, Jerry Robinson alongside.
Well, no, Jonathan, not all right. Here we go. This is vintage racing. We're supposed to have fun. You know, we got to be professional for Trans Am, but Vintage Racing, this is one of our most popular groups. If you don't like the fun that we're having here, leave a comment on SpeedTour TV and YouTube, but we got to make this fun. Group 6, Group 12 at Circuit of the Americas. What's more fun than that?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
I love it. Well, here we are in your backyard. Jonathan, take us to the green.
Yep, here we go. Side by side, the Viper and the Corvette. Two massive, big American muscle names going side by side and head to head in our Group 6 12A helmet race. Let's just pause and listen to them roar. And the Corvettes have got the run on the Vipers for sure.
Now, Jody O'Donnell smoking his tires in that 46, but got the run there on Jerry Robinson. Claire Schwindeman coming up now. Like we were saying, this is kind of the last race of the season. Everybody's like, I can repair the car in the offseason. I want that gold bell helmet here, Jonathan, as they come through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's.
They're going to be hard pushed to beat Kloot, though. He was excellent yesterday. He's excellent again today. He's got a great hole shot and a good start. Through comes the 37. That of Claire Schwindeman bouncing off the curves nicely. And chasing hard down on the 111 of Jonathan DeGainer in that Devon Evolution.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we might have 5 or 6 helmets in contention in this race as Kurt Vogt gets right behind his friend Claire Schwindeman in that Ford Boss 302.
So that's because there's different classes within the class, so to speak.
Different
you've got
classes
6 and
within the
12A, but
class.
then
So
you've got, okay.
You got 6 GT, 6A advanced production, 6B production. You've got 6 Trans Am, meaning it's set up as they race in the Trans Am series. So lots of different classes out here as we see John DeGainer there in his Devon. But man, it looks like Kurt Vogt right behind Claire Schwindeman. There's those Vipers. The Shelby GT 350 is a huge mix of cars taking the lines very different through Customers Bank Turn 11.
Yeah, got a quick glance of Peter Dolan in the 76 Shelby GT 350 going through shot. And here comes the 37 Schwindeman. Under braking. And quite different cars, the Mustang and the Corvette, but whoa, side by side, the 76 not giving up. Peter Dolan holding in there in that beautiful GT 350. Oh, I wouldn't take that racing. It's priceless, but I love it. You'd have to take it out, though.
Yeah, you'd have to, and Peter Dolan really good behind the wheel of the car. I believe Claire Schwindeman is in a 6 GT, meaning he's probably in a 427 cubic inch Corvette. The car ahead of him, John DeGainer's in a 327 Corvette engine in that Devon with parts of an MGA frame.
Oh, wow. So about to complete the first lap, and more to come here as Jerry Robinson. Let's take a look at how he gets in terms of close to Peter Kloot. In fact, Robinson drops to 3rd place, and it's Jody O'Donnell now moving to 2nd with a 2:26. But Peter Kloot pulling away at the front.
A long-time battle between Jody O'Donnell and Peter Kloot. They know each other really well, as do John DeGainer and Claire Schwindeman. So we've got a Viper fight for Group 12. We've got a Corvette fight for Group 6 GT. Now here's our Group 6 BP production class. Those 2 Mustangs there coming through, a Shelby GT 350 and the Boss, but Scott Shadle in that light blue Camaro,
lovely,
also Group 6 BP.
I just love the color of it too. It's an awesome car.
I do too. Yeah, so boy from New York's leaving comments. Where's the Supra today? The Supra that came out and made a 2-lap cameo in this race. I met him on the podium. Yeah, I met him on the podium with Trans Am.
I noticed he didn't say anything.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about that. He was very political about that, but that was a pretty funny moment for me here. But back to this Bell helmet Group 6 race. Jody O'Donnell now, it looks like he's having trouble with some grip there on his tires, trying to keep up with Peter Kloot. And Jerry Robinson really holding a gap. What happened to that blue Viper of Wade Cole? There he is, but he's fallen way back. As they come through Customers Bank Turn 11. And it's Peter Dolan and Kurt Vogt going at it. Both Kurt Vogt in a Group 6 TA, Peter Dolan in Group 6 BP. Ooh, look at that. That light blue Mustang just hanging it out at Customers Bank Turn 11. Some debris on the track there.
A little bit, but I think there's some paper rather than anything heavy.
That Viper, that huge rear wing on that big Viper should have the downforce to keep those rear wheels planted. Big advantage over Peter Dolan, but Peter Dolan good on the brakes there coming into turn 12. And Kurt Vogt right behind him in that beautiful grabber blue Ford Boss Mustang.
Yeah, I know there's guys out there on YouTube going, I wish we had microphones. Unfortunately, the microphones we've got are on the cameras, and there's some distance with this massive circuit. I know you'd want to hear the sound a bit more, but we do too. But I can assure you, as they roar by here, it is glorious. But you'll just have to come down, guys. You can hear them when you're here, but no, television doesn't give you the full scandalous levels.
You can feel them when you're here.
Oh, you can feel them, yeah.
Yeah, we can feel them just coming by the booth there. I mean, they rattle everything.
Clute, O'Donnell and Robertson. That's your top three. Cole, fourth. DeGainer in fifth now. DeGainer just moved up to fourth. Schwendeman now fifth. Cole, sixth. Dolan, seventh. Voigt. Robo in ninth. And Shadle in 10th.
That's Sandberg there, and Shadle going at it. Sandberg in that number 84. Look at that. Looks like he's got the power coming up into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. Jim Sandberg from Texas. Taking it to Scott Shadle there.
Used to seeing Scott Borchetta in Group 6, of course. Mass, yeah. I think he had 27 wins in his Corvette.
Yeah. Really miss having him out here. Hopefully we'll see him out here pretty soon. It was great seeing him at the Big Machine.
Yeah, did a good job in commentary.
Music City Grand Prix. Did a fantastic job there. Yeah. But man, I love this. This is the most Vipers I think I've ever seen in one race.
Keep thinking Lee Saunders is going to join him.
Yeah, he was here today, but not racing.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Why not?
He's got some setup he wants to do for next year.
Okay.
But it's really cool to see how these Vipers and these Group 6 cars are competitive with each other. I mean, there's probably 30 years of technology between them, but still competitive.
Good little three-way battle here. Viper, the Mustang, and the Corvette. The Viper coming up the inside of 11.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Jonathan, and one of these drivers would come to you and say, I'm going to give you my car, my track day car for you to take on the track. Which one would you pick?
Ford Mustang.
Which one of those two Mustangs?
The blue, the American colored one, of course.
The GT350.
Yeah, it's a good choice.
Yeah, I like that. I like that era, that fastback. I like that, but I also love the lines of the Boss 302.
Yeah, true. But you got to go classic. And my long-time commentator, co-commentator from Australia, has a fastback in his garage, just like that he rebuilt.
Wow.
Bought it in the States, and he's been lovingly building it. Steve Martin, if you're watching, I hope it's going well.
Nice. Yeah, exactly.
Fastback.
Now, Kurt Vogt's car, let's get a shot of this when he comes up to the camera operator, turn 1. He seems to be smoking out of the rear end of that
is it a cigar
Boss 302,
or cigarella, or what is he actually smoking?
I don't know. Maybe it's oil, it looks like. The Boss 302, the grabber blue, Rob, if you hear me up there at turn 1, the grabber blue Boss 302 coming around turn 20 right now. You're going to see him. He's in second place behind the white and blue Mustang. I saw some smoke. Yeah, that car second in the shot there was smoking on us pretty good.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Here he comes. He's panning down. There's Jim Sandberg there. I'm not sure. I'm hearing that we have a fire at turn 3, so I'm not sure what's happening here. We're going to have to go. See anything at turn 3?
This is turn 3.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there.
It's a bit hazy.
Yeah, it is. Then at Bridge Hall, turn there. Let's see. Here's that 23 we were talking about. I was seeing some smoke, and the front of that car is dragging just a little bit. But Kurt Vogt, who builds these cars and runs Cobra Automotive, is a good wheelman, so I don't think so. I think maybe that was just some tire smoke as he released 12, and I'm hearing safety cars stand up. So we might be going full course caution here in this Group 6, which could bring it all back together.
Yeah.
We are double yellow.
There you go. Full course yellow then for some sort of incident at turn 3, but we didn't see it as we passed through there, so it must have been something that's pulled off or got out of the way, but it's got trouble and needs to be attended to. Sweet. And there's that smoke you were talking about. Look, quite right. I forgive you, because I didn't see it before.
It wasn't a fire. It was the driver got out of the car. And so usually when the driver gets out of the car, it's because it's on fire. So they have to react like it is a fire.
Yeah. So safety car is out. Clute still leading O'Donnell and Robinson here in our Group 6 and 12A helmet race. So they don't really want to stop proceedings, but they had to. You know, it's only when you're above on the drone that you see how beautiful this triple apex. And basically, it's the reverse of the Turkey complex from Formula One. And
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's so what you've got is a combination. Stadium section is Hockenheim in Germany. The S's are after Silverstone Maggots complex, and yeah, the Turkey, the triple apex is from Turkey.
Listen, I just know that the directors want to go to commercial. I haven't eaten today, and they're just about to show me that Mission Foods commercial. That's just going to be.
We won't do it.
That's going to be absolute torture.
We actually came up for Juan Gonzalez with Adam Andretti was talking about Adrian Newey's twiddly bits. I'll tell you about them after this break with Mission Foods.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back. We're under caution here. We've had some sort of incident. We're not 100% sure yet. There was talk of a fire, but more importantly, with the driver out of the car. And therefore, obviously, we want to be under caution. And
I'm getting roasted by a boy from New York. I don't know how he knows that I have an ice cream problem, but he says leave room for ice cream on our comments.
He's got you, Dan. He's met you before.
Yeah. But that commercial, man, it gets
I'll say
me
one
every
thing.
time.
He's got to be our fan of the year. Is there a prize at the gala dinner for a boy from New York?
We're
We're going to give him a shout out.
Yeah, but I'm seeing from C. Dolan 135. She's saying go Pete, number 76. Hearing from Irwin, there was a fire at turn 3. And
hang on, how does Irwin know?
I don't know. He might be here watching.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, he's probably sitting there as a marshal.
But Lauren, who is running all over the place, was able to bring me, what'd she call it, a chewy bar?
Yeah.
Granola, chocolate.
Well, you'll have to wait. You
chewy.
can't have that during the race. That'll bung you up and slow you down.
No. I'm going to do it here, Jonathan. I'm going to step off for a second and take a bite.
I'm going to step off the limb now. One small step for Ben. So we're under caution, and no change at the front, as you can imagine. And Kelly Parks says she's looking for 13. Looking for 13. West Parks.
I'm hearing on race control that 314 has been passed by 2 Vipers, so we're going to see if we need to sort that out.
No, Jonathan, laugh out loud, says boy from New York. Can't help it. What can I tell you? Okay.
Lap under caution, I think, and then we're going to be able to go back to green. And, man, Jody O'Donnell, where's Peter Kloot?
I know, that's the one thing that's
fire?
different. That could be it. He's disappeared.
Our leader is gone, so Jody O'Donnell, the ex-tight end in the NFL, is going to be taking it and taking us to the
is that the man you
turn
brought
1
in
after the green
booth
flag
the other day?
What's that?
Is that the man you brought in the booth?
No, that was Scott Dolphy.
How many NFL
there are
players
a lot
have
of
we got?
ex-NFL players. We had one with us at Daytona in IGT last weekend. But they get out of the NFL and they still want to do something competitive, and golf just isn't it. But I think they're coming to take the green flag, Jonathan.
Here we go. Yep, green flag waves, and away we go. And it is O'Donnell at the front. The Viper chasing him down. DeGainer in the 111, trying to get ahead, and he does, into second place. And the 37 of Schwindemann now raking his way. Another Corvette, the 84, up the inside, sneaking up. Sandberg, whoa, gets his nose cut off for trying. But O'Donnell now leading the way. Jody O'Donnell in that 1967 Corvette at the front.
Claire Schwindeman, the man from Texas, Dr. Claire Schwindeman, our neonatologist. In his other life, he operates and works on premature babies. So a hero there is Dr. Claire Schwindeman.
Yep. And at the weekends, he races that 65 Chevrolet Corvette. Love it.
You know, we talk about that, but the paddock of an SVRA Trans Am weekend is full of some of the coolest, most interesting people in the world. When you get to know what they do in real life, and some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. And it's really cool to see. But right there, Dr. Claire, what a hero. You know, he's a neonatologist, but also out here racing a Corvette with us. We got to love that.
Yeah, it's really cool. So we've had a bit of a pause to the action here, but it's fast and furious again. The lights on the Viper as he slings shots his way around the outside to try and make it before turn 12, but that's going to leave him hung out to dry on the outside this time anyway.
Good Viper battle here. The ACRX, I believe that's an ACRX, way cool, but it's not listed in the system. But then Jerry Robinson in a proper, like, street-going Dodge Viper. So, but we saw Wade Cool fall back, but that caution really cost Jerry Robinson. So let's see if Jerry Robinson there in that green Viper can get back at Wade Cool. I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, Wade. Please tell me if I'm not. That's a 2002 Dodge Viper. Jerry Robinson in a 2010. And that's John DeGainer in second place in Group 6 GT, just behind Jody O'Donnell. So happy to have Jody O'Donnell back with us here in SVRA. He kind of took a hiatus there for about 1.5 to 2 seasons, and it's so glad to have him back. But they go side by side, John.
Oh, yeah, that's good racing. Oh, and he's got the grunt, has DeGainer. No question.
DeGainer in a 327, but if I'm not mistaken, and maybe our comment section could tell us, that Viper should have a V10. I think they're 488 cubic inches.
You'll be pleased to know we're getting up to David Hobbs' schmozzle level.
And what did he call the clag?
Clag.
They get into the clag. I always really like that.
You see, he's from up north where I'm from, and there's a lot of clag out there. Him and Brian Redman grew up with listening to their stories.
Look at this battle, though. I love this Group 6, Group 12, especially when we have all these Vipers. Jerry Robinson, we don't often get to see him have battles with equally yoked cars, so it's good to see him out there running.
Yeah, very good point. Now, Donald's lead, 3.3 seconds now over Cole. And Wade Cole's really come good in the last few laps. Took him through the caution, and now going good.
I have confirmation from the comment. Irwin says, yeah, the Vipers are V10s.
Well, of course the Vipers are V10s. I could have told you that.
I would have gone 50-50 on it. Kurt Vogt still smoking out of the back of that number 32.
Oh,
Boss 302.
I thought they only had V10s in the Vipers. Is there...
Then maybe, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know they were sexy cars.
That's really why the Viper's such a heavy car, yeah. But in a straight line, you talk to Lee Saunders, he says it's a missile.
Oh, yeah. And look at that, Claire Schwindeman now right behind John DeGainer. John DeGainer getting mixed up in that Viper melee there, and now it's brought Dr. Claire Schwindeman right behind him.
Dolan behind him in 6, Voigt 7, Sandberg now 8, Griffiths 9-9. Robo in 10th position now.
Claire Schwindeman able to outbrake DeGainer. This has been a fun race here, Group 6, Group 12A at Circuit of the Americas for the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. And you love these American muscle cars, don't you, Jonathan?
I do. And here you go, got the answer to it. Boy from New York says later they were forced to run V8s because the deactivated 2 cylinders. There you go.
Oh, okay.
See? White flag out!
That's actually what a lot of our Trans Am TA racers do. If it's raining outside, they'll just pull 2 plugs so they have more grip out there because those cars are just so torquey. As we see John DeGainer coming up the hill for the last time in that Devon with Dr. Claire right behind him.
Yeah, these two are going for it, aren't they? Is there a helmet to be won between these two?
I think they're both 6 GT. So Jody O'Donnell is leading in 6 GT. And And this should be the Group 12 helmet winner here, which is Wade Cole in a 2002 Dodge Viper, blue and white.
But up to second now.
Ask Boy from New York if that's those, what are they called, the ACRX, or if that's just a Dodge Viper.
Okay.
But look at that.
He can hear you.
Look at that split bumper.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. One more race to go here in our Speed Tour coverage of the final race of 2023. Ben Sissel and Jonathan Green bringing you the action live from the Circuit of the Americas, the newest circuit in the USA. There's one coming online in Tennessee very soon.
Yeah, right in my backyard.
Yeah, and they're looking for MotoGP, I believe.
Well, that'll be cool.
Don't you steal our MotoGP?
Yeah. No, I hope not.
No, the headline said second MotoGP venue potential.
Okay. Well, maybe it'll be a little bit smoother. MotoGP here with the bumps is a little hairy. But I think you did say you're going to be repaving here soon.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we've done quite a lot already. But there's Kenny Wallace in the 78 Furniture Row.
Alan Savajan driving Kenny Wallace's car. But, you know, it's championship weekend here, national championship weekend here with SVRA. And if you will indulge me, Jonathan.
Go for it.
Walt Brown from Phoenix, Arizona area is in this group, which reminds me that my brother, Chris Sissel, yesterday won the Women's Division I Western Athletic Conference Soccer Championship yesterday with the Grand Canyon University Lopes. So congratulations to the women's soccer team, the Lopes at Grand Canyon University, for first time winning the Western Athletic Conference Division I championship.
Was he playing?
My brother's
or
the head coach.
Oh, I'm glad you explained that, because when you went into that, that's not where you started.
Yeah, I should have started with the lead, but congratulations, Chris Sissel,
like
head
brotherly
coach
love.
of the Grand Canyon University Women's Soccer Antelopes, the Lopes of Grand Canyon University. How cool is that?
Very cool.
Can't wait to celebrate with them, and on to the Nationals.
Oh, well done. So you've had somebody successful in the family?
Yeah, it's good, you know. Chris is pretty successful.
And your
holding
sons
it down
are pretty
for,
erudite and
it's
smart?
Skip's generation.
Okay.
But we are with Group 10. This is our helmet race, the Bell Helmet Race, here at Circuit of the Americas for the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. There's my favorite stock car there, the Rusty Wallace car. Unbelievable, the number 2 of Jeff Rocco. 1993 Pontiac Grand Prix. Rolling out.
Yeah, that's been ever present all season, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's one of John Cloud's cars, and having a lot of fun. Parker DeLong right behind him. We know Parker DeLong from the Ta2 series.
Yep.
But out there, then Corey Cochran in that Chevy Silverado. Walt Brown is who we were talking about there in that pink car. And in fact, Eric, he won his gold medallion car yesterday. The gold medallion winning car yesterday, and they played the Pink Panther theme as he came into winner's circle. So I thought that was pretty cool.
That's cool. Well, let's hope we have a clean race, because this is going to finish our proceedings with this final helmet race.
Looks to me like Alan Savajan just kind of inherited the top spot, because Alan Cohen, Wyatt Dallenbach, and Rich Marziali didn't show up. I thought I saw Wyatt Dallenbach coming up the rear there, so maybe he got to grid
Did we
late.
work out what part of the Dallenbach dynasty he is?
Wally Jr.'s son. So Wally, who finished third today in the TA race, Wyatt is his son.
Okay.
Wally thinks will be racing in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series next season.
Ooh, that's a story.
Working on some sponsorship.
And I reckon,
from the talent that I've seen, he should be.
And that could include Lee Saunders, he says, starting a rumor.
Okay. Nice. Boy from New York says, congratulations on my brother, but had him confused too. And you never know in this day and age, you know. But he has been the head coach of women's soccer for about 22, 23 years in different colleges, but moved to GCU about 3-4 years ago and brought them their first championship. So
and I'll tell you what,
that?
having played college men's soccer, I wouldn't want to be in the women's soccer. We had SMU had a women's team. Those girls, they're far more competitive. Way tough.
Yeah, and their schedule, just a rigorous schedule. He's constantly flying. The Western Athletic Conference basically is the whole Mississippi West. So lots of flying, lots of traveling to the different games, but really hard fought. They were in contention for the championship the last 2 seasons, and this time they won it.
Good. Well done.
So Walt Brown, when you go home and watch this from Phoenix, You can congratulate the GCU Lopes. GCU is almost in downtown Phoenix, a really cool college campus. But let's get back to racing, ladies and gentlemen. That Furniture Row car, I believe piloted by Alan Savajan this time. You never know with some of these drivers and Concierge Motorsports. They put different drivers in these cars at sometimes. But then there's Mercurio, right behind him, Mark Mercurio. And then that's Michael Zott. Can anybody confirm, is that a Ron Fellows car, that Chevrolet Camaro? Jeff Rocco behind him, Parker DeLong, Corey Cochran.
You know, we
Walt
lost
Brown.
Peter Clue. He's here. He pulled out early, I reckon.
Oh,
he's right
he
here.
wanted to be in this. Yeah, Kevin Rich, Paul Ruth, Ben Bowles, Michael Parsons, Mark Sandrich, Walter Reed, Paul McClory, Victor Spivak, Alan Davison, and Jonathan Ornstein. Here they come. To turn 19, Jonathan, I'm going to let you take it away to the green flag.
All right, our final Bell Helmet race of 2023 about to get underway here at the Circuit of the Americas. A small field, but this is going to be lots of muscle car noise as they come out of 20 and up that main grandstand, front straight and to the hill. Here we go. Alan Savajan will lead the field. And they begin to accelerate now. One car right at the back, not in line yet, but we'll see what happens. Green flag waves, away they go. And the Furniture Row car on the inside line has got the better line. That little Porsche, though, coming up the inside, nicely done. Gets a couple of places there as he dives in.
It's kind of cool, though. You got Kenny Wallace and Rusty Wallace running out there against each other. Their cars, in fact, going around turn 2. Mark Mercurio ducks right behind him.
Good clean start through 3 and 4.
That is a deceiving section of the track. Because,
when you see it from this angle, you really understand that it's a lot harder than it looks.
Mm-hmm. And right when the driver thinks they get into rhythm, they're like, oh, wait, this is a real long corner.
Yeah. And then it tightens up again here. And then you start to climb. And then it's all blind crests over 9 and 10.
A lot like Watkins Glen, Road Atlanta, Sebring, a lot of the tracks we run, no real good driver will ever admit that they figured the track out.
No.
They're like, I figured out sections of the track, but I have yet to figure out the entire track. And the conditions change, different bumps, different cracks every year, so the tracks change every time you come to them. But the two Wallace cars going at it here, coming into the Mission Foods Stadium complex.
Yeah, side by side. Something's got to give here, or something's going to go horribly wrong, but they are literally touching as they come into 12. And it's going to be the 2.
Jeff Rocco.
Nicely done. Jeff Rocco taking the lead.
Now, I believe Jeff Rocco's car, that number 2, was one of the Wallace cars that was actually set up for road racing. And based on the body of Alan Savajan's car, that looks like a short track oval car.
Yeah, that's definitely an oval car. It looks sideways from here, doesn't it?
Ooh, and Nathan Bird in the other kind of Cup car.
Well,
look at
you
that.
say Nathan
They're just
Bird,
weaving each other.
Yeah, but hang on. The 88, is that... No, that's George Del Canto. So, he's in the Cup car.
Oh, yeah, George Del Canto is guest driving, I think, for Nathan Bird.
Nathan Bird, yeah. You're right. Nathan was driving it yesterday.
Well, that's exciting.
So, into 19 they go. Spreading out already, and the couple of stragglers at the back not able to catch up just yet. But it is the 2. And he'll cross the line now with a time of 2:25. George Del Canto in second place in the 88. He's done a great job in this one lap to come through. Remember, that was the car that was coming up the inside at about 8th place on the previous start lap. So he's done a heck of a job. Don't think it'll be long as the 14, Mark Mercurio, is getting rather mercurial at the 4th place at the moment. Cochran behind him, Zock, Brown, DeLong, then Paul Ruth in 9th and Kevin Rich in 10th.
So if you're wondering what makes a golden medallion car, as is Walt Brown's car, is the car has to be set up as it was prepared back in the day. So that car raced, I think, in GTO or GTU in IMSA or in the Trans Am series in TA. And so that car is set up back as it was in one of those classes. So it's a really fun car, but great to have Walt at any one of our events with Arrow Lane and Chris Hines. He just kind of lights up the whole paddock.
Here we go for the lead. Didn't think it would take long, but Del Canto can. Nicely done.
two different style Cup cars. But in
Completely.
racing, those are the two cars that we call Cup cars.
Yeah, that's true.
And it couldn't be more different.
Yeah. Porsche Carrera Cup and NASCAR Cup. But the grunt of the NASCAR doing its business, doing its job, and holding off the Porsche in the main straights. But this is where the Porsche will come good here in the Mission Foods Stadium section. Mercurio still battling with Savagian.
There's something about Mercurio's car. I just love that he refuses to put any stickers on there, any decoration. You know, it just really stands out as a race car.
Doesn't need to.
I like the painted lines on that, though. I've always really appreciated the lines on that car.
Yeah, sure enough, the Porsche has got through into the lead again. And I kind of thought that might be the case, that the 911 just a little bit more nimble through the slower sections where the NASCAR struggles. NASCAR will be here next March at the Circuit of the Americas as part of the Cup Series. And looking forward to seeing them here. Now he's got the lead.
Is that a fun race?
Where
the NASCAR
catch
Cup
up.
races, is that a fun race here at COTA?
Do you know, I haven't done it. I've only done it once, the first one, and it was heavy rain that year, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was real heavy rain. Here comes Walt Brown in the Pink Panther there, that Camaro, and then Parker DeLong in that Chevrolet Corvette.
So as anticipated, Jeff Rocco catching up there on the straight, but now he's got to go through the S's, and we'll see how he deals with that. As through goes Paul Ruth in the number 10 in that Pontiac, the ASA stock car. Yeah, it's an interesting little battle is at the front because they are so different, those two Cup cars. But now look at the gap. You see, he's lost out, but watch how he catches up on the back straight.
Yeah, there is no substitute for power.
No.
Now, up until here...
No replacement for displacement.
Yeah. From turn 1 to here, it's all about being nimble. And then for here to
let
12,
it go.
You can just... It's a drag race.
And the truck also getting some good power. Who's driving the truck today? I think the 95, that 96. Corey Cochran, yeah? 96. Silverado at the moment. Oh, goes slightly wide on the exit of 13. Gets it all back together. Takes the traditional line through 15.
But like we talked about, we've seen some different lines this weekend. I feel like some people are figuring out that section.
Yeah, I agree.
Or maybe they're finding grip that just wasn't there before, but we're seeing passes there that we haven't seen in the last 10 years at COTA. Oh, Alan Davison catching up to the Rusty Wallace car, or Alan Savagian, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's going to be our battle to focus on. Second and third and fourth and fifth for the remainder of this, because right now George Del Canto has taken off in that Porsche and in the GT3 Cup car, and I don't think we're going to see him again. And we've got a nice little battle here between Walt Brown and Parker DeLong.
Parker DeLong, one of our TA2 racers, but they couldn't get the car ready in time. So his dad's like, well, let's figure out something. Let's just get out there and go race and get you some seat time. And that's ever important to an up-and-coming driver as Parker DeLong, one of our young gun competitors.
Yeah. Parker just coming onto the scene in the last couple of years, and you're right, he throws himself in anything he can get. Doesn't matter whether it's a single-seater, Trans Am, Porsche, you name it. This is good. Walt under big pressure now, Walt Brown.
Yeah, and Jesse's pointing out that Walt Brown's front end is leaning quite a bit. She's seeing the Pink Panther rock from side to side through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. George Del Canto has a youth racing ministry, and a lot of the students from his ministry were here helping out, hanging out yesterday with us, so that was really cool to see. any city that we go to, he usually has a different local youth group that comes out and exposes to racing. But look, Alan Savajian takes it over Jeff Rocco there.
Well, I said that was going to be the battle.
Yeah, that's a change for the lead in our stock car class.
Yeah, in our stock car class, yeah. Del Canto's up the road, but this is the real battle for second and third. And like you say, in the stock car class, it's the battle for the lead. You can see how they struggle through the tighter corners. Just want to go a straight line or on an oval, don't they? Designed for that specifically. That's why it's so cool to have NASCAR here, because the road racing courses now have changed the face of NASCAR, and I think it's opened up NASCAR to a bigger audience because it does create different racing than NASCAR's used to at the ovals.
Well, it was cool hearing from Brian Keselowski, Brad's brother, who's been with us in TA2 all season long, saying that his brother is aware of TA2 because they know that this is the best training for road course racing coming into NASCAR. So we just keep hearing that from more and more of the NASCAR field.
And Brad now a very prominent figure in NASCAR as a team owner himself, part team owner.
I'm hearing that Zoc 4.6 is stuck driver's right at turn 10.
Okay, we'll keep a lookout for them. They've just gone through turn 2 and 3 and about to come through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's.
So that would be that Sunoco Camaro.
Wow, this field is really spread out. I said it was a small field, but they've really spread it out. And obviously there's quite a big difference between the cars that are out there. Del Canto's gone. He's, 14 seconds up the road. Meanwhile, we've got a nice little battle here, though. And into turn 11, the 14 makes his move. That's Mark Mercurio in the Howe Camaro.
And Cochran just keeps kind of staying right there. Look, Rusty Wallace wants to get this back.
He's got the right position, that's for sure. And the grunt to make it happen. But back comes Mercurio under braking. That's great.
So we had, 3 passes from corner to corner.
Yeah, I know. Now into the stadium section. Now this is where the Camaro should pull away a little bit, at least. He's not, though. Out of 13 and into 40. Next, it's the left-hander. High and wide. That's the right line for the number 2. And now gets on the power as soon as he can. The thing about this Triple Apex, though, it's fairly fast, and so you're pretty much full on through here in, what, 4th, 5th gear? And then he should get a good run at him on the main straight. His last lap, a 2:19.5, his fastest lap of the day. So Mercurio putting it down here with 10 minutes to go. Now, let's see how much power he gets.
Cochran getting a little bit loose there through 20. So the Rusty Wallace car there of Rocco is probably unrestricted. Mercurio's probably running a little bit of a restriction in that Howe chassis Camaro that he's got.
Is that a rule thing or choice thing?
I think just to be a part of to be in the class that he's in, I think he's having to run something like that. Now he's just running over those pylons there, just kind of nilly-willy. That we were talking about with Scott Goodyear in the Trans Am races, that can really disrupt the cars.
Yeah, it can, yeah. So there's where that incident is. You can see the flashing lights here at top of 9.
Yeah.
So there's a local caution there by the looks of things. Yeah, there you see the parked car just there. I think he's just gone to the Portaloo there, isn't he?
Maybe.
So it's still Del Canto, Savajian, but now Del Canto taking it to 19 seconds. You better get out there. He's waiting for you on the podium. There he is. There's the leader. He's at turn 15. Well, they're still coming down the back straight. Impressive. And there's our drone doing a little bit of play-by-play coverage. Like it. Nice work. But it shows you just the distance he's managed to pull when you see it from the drone. There he is coming into 20. Here he is, and you saw where everybody else was. They were just getting into the stadium section, so he is flying. Another good lap. Takes the white flag. One more to go then for Del Canto. It's been impressive. He didn't start. I think he started about 8th, and he was up to, what, 4th by the end of the first lap, and once he got the lead, he was going to stop him.
Running a good line.
Yeah. No, he's put on a good performance. This is he knows what he's doing out there. That's for sure. Using the curbs nicely, but not too much. You know, just drifting through them rather than banging over them.
I'm going to text Dustin and see if that's Nathan Bird or George Del Canto.
Well, it's officially George Del Canto, but you're right. It has all the earmarks of a good Nathan Bird drive, but we'll soon see. Anyway, he's coming into 11 for the last time. Alan Savagian, who got past Mark Mercurio. That battle going on. Mercurio setting his fastest lap last time out, actually. So they're still battling, and there's just a second or so between them. So that could be a fitting end for their little battle. Jeff Rocco now down to 4th. Corey Cochran is 5th place. And Parker DeLong now 6th. Into the complex, the Mission Foods Stadium section for the last time comes the 88 then. Sonesta sponsored all black and red Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Looking for the result.
All right, here we go. Nathan Bird comes around through the Mission Foods Stadium complex. Yeah, it's Nathan Bird coming through. Thanks, Dustin, for texting me back. And yeah, you know, if we ever get it wrong, Dustin, don't feel afraid to text me. But that is Nathan Bird about to come and take the checkered flag.
I think I'm glad we got that before the checkered flag, because both of us were kind of looking at it going, God, that's a handy driver. Knows what he's doing.
Nothing against George Del Canto,
but it did look like Nathan Bird from yesterday, and he's done it again. Through 19, 1 corner to go. Glad you put that in, and he is a flying bird, because here comes Nathan. Nathan Bird then comes to the checkered flag, and there it takes it here at the Circuit of the Americas. Another good day at the office then for Nathan. He's done single-seaters today, he's done Porsches today, and he's had a fair few laps. Miles ahead of the chasing pack.
Yeah, I would say he's probably in the 1 percentile of the people that have the most race laps in 2023.
And is that because the birds are in racing?
It's because he races every weekend, it seems like.
Yeah, it does seem like that.
Usually 2 or 3 different cars. As we see Alan Savagian, but maybe Edward Savagian taking the checkered flag there in the Furniture Row stock car.
And then it should be Mark Mercurio also in the Howe Camaro taking 3rd. Yes, it is. And then your Rusty Wallace car, Jeff Rocco, taking 4th. Corey Cochran taking 5th. So well done to Nathan Bird. Sorry for calling him George earlier, but that's what it says on our timing monitors. So how can we tell unless we got the helmets off? We can't. So good text that to find out.
A little bit of research happening here last minute. Nice drive from Nathan Bird. Very good for Arrive and Drive Motorsports.
A nice clean race. No question. I agree.
Yeah, it's good to end the day on a green to checker race.
Yeah. Well, thank you once again, Ben Sissel. I'll see you at the gala to hand out the prizes. Looking forward to that. But that concludes our coverage of SVRA's 2023 Helmet Race Day, and also our Trans Am winners. Well done to you guys in TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. Fantastic stuff. For a little bit of history as Brent Cruz becomes the youngest ever Ta2 champion. Well done to him. Chris Dyson wrapped up the championship in TA way back in VIR. It seems a long time ago. It's been a great season though. Hope you've enjoyed it. My thanks to Greenlight TV and for all the marshals, stewards, organizers, race directors, RC, everybody involved in getting this event together. We thank you for your time, energy, and perseverance in some of the delays. But from me, Jonathan Green, until we meet again, have a good night and Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel. Ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.